O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Stories of 1920 ***** E-text prepared by Stan Goodman. O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Stories 1920 chosen by the Society of Arts and Sciences with an introduction by Blanche Colton Williams, author of a handbook on story writing, our short story writers etc. Associate Professor of English, Hunter College of the City of New York. Instructor in Story Writing, Columbia University, Extension Teaching and Summer Session. Contents each in his generation. By Maxwell Struther Spurt Contact. By Francis Noyes Hart The Camel's Back. By F. Scott Fitzgerald Breakneck Hill. By Esther Forbes Black Art and Ambrose. By Guy Patrick The Judgment of Vulcan. By Lee Foster Hartman The Argosies. By Alexander Hull Alma Mater. By O. F. Lewis Slow Poison. By Alice Dewar Miller The Face in the Window. By William Dudley Pelley A Matter of Loyalty. By Lawrence Perry Professor Todd's Used Car. By L. H. Robbins The Thing They Loved. By Maurice Rutledge Butterflies. By Rose Sidney No Flowers. By Gordon Arthur Smith Footfalls. By Wilbur Daniel Steele The Last Room of All. By Stephen French Whitman Introduction. O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Stories 1919, in its introduction, rendered a brief account of the origin of this monument to O. Henry's genius. Founded in 1918 by the Society of Arts and Sciences, through the initiative of Managing Director John F. Tucker, it took the form of two annual prizes of $500 and $250 for, respectively, the best and second best stories written by Americans and published in America. The Committee of Awards sifted the periodicals of 1919 and found 32 which, in their opinion, were superior specimens of short story art. The prize winners, determined in the manner set forth, were Margaret Prescott Montagu's England to America and Wilbur Daniel Steele's For They Know Not What They Do. For these stories the authors duly received the awards, on the occasion of the O. Henry Memorial Dinner which was given by the Society at the Hotel Astia, the 2nd of June, 1920. Since it appeared to be a fitting extension of the memorial to incorporate in volume form the narratives chosen, they were included, either by title or reprint, in the first book of the series of which this is the second. Thus grouped, they are testimony to unprejudiced selection on the part of the Committee of Award as they are evidence of ability on the part of their authors. The first volume has met favor from critics and from laymen. For the recognition of tedious, if pleasant, hours necessary to a meticulous survey of 12 months' brief fiction, the Committee of Award are grateful, as they are indebted to the generous cooperation of authors and publishers, but for whom the work would have been impossible of continuation. The committee express thanks for the approval which affirms that no more fitting tribute to the genius of William Sidney Porter, O. Henry, could possibly have been devised than that of this Memorial Award, 1, which recognizes each story as a definite expression of American life, as O. Henry's was, 2, which knows by inescapable logic that a story ranking second with 5 judges is superior to one ranking first with only one of these. A number of reviewers graciously showed awareness of this fact. Footnote 1, New York Times, June 2, 1920. Footnote 2, Chicago Tribune, Paris edition, August 7, 1920. The Committee of Award for 1920 consisted of Blanche Colton Williams, Ph.D., Chairman Edward J. Wheeler, Lit.D. Judges Ethel Watts Mumford Male St. Croix Wright, D.D. and John F. Tucker, Managing Director of the Society, founder of the O. Henry Memorial. As in preceding years, the committee held regular meetings at which they weighed the merits of every story candidate presented. By January 1921, 125 remained, among which those rated highest are as follows: Sad Smiley 3, Babcock, Edwina Stanton, Gargoyle, Harper's, September. Barrett, Richmond Brooks, The Daughter of the Bernsteins, Smart Set, July. Belden, Jacques the Duke's Opera, Munces, October. Binet, Stephen Vincent, The Funeral of John Bixby, Munces, July. Brooks, Jonathan, Bill's Playable, Collier's, the 18th of September. Burt, Maxwell Struthus, A Dream or Two, Harper's, May, Each in His Generation, Scribner's, July. Cabell, James Branch, The Designs of Merriman, Century, August. Child, Richard Washburn, A Thief Indeed, Pictorial Review, June. Clausen, Carl, The Perfect Crime, Saturday Evening Post, the 25th of September. Cram, Mildred, The Ember, McCall's, June. Odell, Red Book, May. Wind, Munces, August. Dobsch, Charles Caldwell, Young China, Ladies' Home Journal, August. Edwards, Cleveland, Pride O' Name on Peachtree, Live Stories, February. Ferber, Edna, You've Got to Be Selfish, McLeod's, April. Fitzgerald, Scott, The Camel's Back, Saturday Evening Post, the 24th of April. The Cut Glass Bowl, Scribner's, May. The Offshore Pirate, Saturday Evening Post, the 29th of May. Forbes, Esther, Breakneck Hill, Grinnell Review, September. Gilpatrick, Guy, Black Art and Ambrose, Collier's, the 21st of August. Hartman, Lee Foster, The Judgment of Vulcan, Harper's, March. Hergeshima, Joseph, Read Them and Weep, Century, January. Hooker, Brian, Branwen, Romance, June. Hull, Alexander, The Argosies, Scribner's, September. Hume, Wilkie, The Metamorphosis of Hyola, Live Stories, June. Kabula, Hugh, Fools First, Saturday Evening Post, the 20th of November. Kerr, Sophie, Divine Waste, Women's Home Companion, May. Lamotte, Widows and Orphans, Century, September. Lewis, O.F., Alma Mater, Red Book, June. Sparks That Flash in the Night, Red Book, October. Marquise, Don Cale, Everybody's, September. Death and Old Man Matry, New Republic, February 4. Marshall, Edison, Brother Bill the Elk, Blue Book, May. Means, E.K., The 10-Share Horse, Munces, May. Miller, Alice Dewar, Slow Poison, Saturday Evening Post, the 12th of June. Montague, Margaret Prescott, Uncle Sam of Freedom Ridge, Atlantic Monthly, June. 4. Mumford, Ethel Watts, A Look of the Coppolays, Ladies' Home Journal, April, Red Gulls, Pictorial Review, October. Newell, Maud Woodruff, Salvage, Green Book, July. Noyes, Francis Ubold, Contact. 5. Pictorial Review, December. Pelly, William Dudley, The Face in the Window, Red Book, May. The Showdown, Red Book, June. Perry, Lawrence, The Real Game, Everybody's, July. A Matter of Loyalty, Red Book, July. The Lothario of the Seabird, Ladies' Home Journal, August. The Rocks of Avalon, Red Book, December. Post, Melville Davison, The House by the Loch, Hearsts, May. Readington, Sarah, A Certain Rich Woman, Outlook, May the 5th. Reed, M.F., Doodle Buys a Bull Pup, Everybody's, August. Richardson, Norval, The Bracelet, McClure's, July. Robbins, L.H., Ain't This the Darndest World? American, May. Professor Todd's Used Car, Everybody's, July. Rutledge, Maurice the Thing They Loved, Century, May. Ryan, Catherine White, A Man of Cone, Munces, March. Scarborough, Dorothy, The Drought, Century, May. Sydney, Rose Butterflies, Pictorial Review, September. Smith, Gordon Arthur, No Flowers, Harper's, May. The Aristocrat, Harper's, November. Steele, Wilbur Daniel, Both Judge and Jury, Harper's, January. God's Mercy, Pictorial Review, July. Footfalls, Pictorial Review, October. Sinan, Mary, On Scarlet Wings, Red Book, July. Titus, Harold, Aliens, Ladies' Home Journal, May. Tuckerman, Arthur, Black Magic, Scribner's, August. Wells, Harriet, According to Ruskin, Woman's Home Companion, June. Distracting Adeline, Scribner's, May. Whitman, Stephen French, The Last Room of All, Harper's, June. Wilkes, Alan Tupper, Toop Goes Skating, Woman's Home Companion, November. Footnote 3, listed alphabetically by authors. Footnote 4, a member of the Committee of Award, this author refused as a matter of course to allow consideration of her stories for republication here or for the prizes. But the other members insist upon their being listed, and upon mention of Red Gulls as one of the best stories of 1920. Footnote 5, reprinted as by Francis Noyes Hart. From this list were selected 17 stories which, in the judgment of the committee, rank highest and which, therefore, are reprinted in this volume. Since, as will be recalled from the conditions of the award, only American authors were considered, certain familiar foreign names are conspicuously absent. Ahmed Abdullah, Stacey Armanier, F. Britton Austin, Phyllis Bottom, Thomas Burke, Coningsby Dawson, Mrs. Henry Dudini, Lord Dunsany, John Galsworthy, Percival Gibbon, Blasco Ibanez, Maurice Level, Anil Lyons, Seumas MacManus, Leonard Merrick, Maria Moravsky, Alfred Noyes, May Sinclair and Hugh Walpole all illustrate recovery from the World War. But with their stories the committee had nothing to do. The committee cannot forbear mention, however, of Under the Tulips, Detective Stories, the 10th of February, one of the two best horror specimens of the year. It is by an Englishwoman, May Edgington. Half a dozen names from the foreign list just given are synonymous with the best fiction of the period. Yet the short story as practiced in its native home continues to excel the short story written in other lands. The English, the Russian, the French, it is being contended in certain quarters, write better literature. They do not, therefore, write better stories. If literature is of a magnificent depth and intricate subtlety in a measure proportionate to its reflection of the vast complexity of a nation that has existed as such for centuries, conceivably it will be facile and clever in a measure proportionate to its reflection of the spirit of the Commonwealth which in a few hundred years has acquired a place with age-old empires. The American short story is simple, economical, and brilliantly effective. H. L. Mencken admits. 6. Yet the same hollowness that marks the American novel, he continues, also marks the short story. And of many current makers of magazine short stories, he asseverates, such stuff has no imaginable relation to life as men live it in the world. He further comments, the native author of any genuine force and originality is almost invariably found to be under strong foreign influences, either English or continental. With due regard for the justice of this slant, that of a student of Shaw, Ibsen, and Nietzsche, we believe that the best stories written in America today reflect life, even life that is sordid and dreary or only commonplace. In the New York Evening Post, 7, the present writer observed, a backward glance over the short stories of the preceding 12 months discovers two facts. There are many of them, approximately between 1,500 and 2,000. There are, comparatively, few of merit. Footnote 6. The National Letters, in Prejudices, 2nd Series, Knopf, N.Y., 1920. Footnote 7. The 24th of April, 1920. You have looked from the rear platform of the Limited, across the widening distance, at a town passed a moment ago. A flourishing city, according to the prospectus, a commonplace aggregation of architecture, you say, respectable middle-class homes, time-serving cottages built on the same plan, a heaven-seeking spire, perhaps a work of art in library or town hall. You are rather glad that you have left it behind, rather certain that soon you will have rolled through another, its counterpart. But there may be hope, here, of sorts. For a typical American town represents 20th century life and development, just as current short stories reflect conditions. If the writer failed to represent his age, to reflect its peculiar images, he would not serve it truly. It is significant that these words preceded by only a few months the publication of Sinclair Lewis's Main Street, which illustrates in a big and popular way the point in question. Work of satire that it is, it cannot but hold out a solution of the problem presented. In the sweep of the land to the Rockies lies a dominion which will rise to unexampled greatness when other empires have grown senile. America is young, its writers are young. But they are reflecting the many-colored, multiform life of America, in journalism and in art. Quite naturally, they profit by all that has preceded them in other literatures. Since their work stands rooted in Romanticism, it may legitimately heighten the effects and lights of everyday life. A glance at the stories republished by the O. Henry Memorial Award Committee for 1920 will reveal their varied nature. The genus Africanus is represented by Black Art and Ambrose, which has a close second in another on the list, The Metamorphosis of Hyola, and a third in the 10-share Horse of E.K. Means. The tabulation reveals a number of cosmic types: Jewish, Chinese, English, French, Irish, Italian, American. The Chinese character is even more ubiquitous than in 1919, but the tales wherein he figures appear to the committee to be the last drops in the bucket. Two exceptions occur: Young China by Charles Caldwell Dobsh, and Widows and Orphans by Ellen Lamott. The former knows San Francisco Chinatown. The latter is acquainted with the Oriental at home. One of the committee regards The Daughter of the Bernsteins as the best story of Jewish character. Another sees in it a certain crudeness. Its companions in the year were the tales of Bruno Lessing, Montague Glass, and, in particular, a story by Leon Kelly entitled Speeches Ain't Business. Pictorial Review, July. But this note on the list is a digression. With regard to the stories reprinted, The Last Room of all illustrates Old World influence, surely, in its recountal of events in an age long past, the time of the Second Emperor Frederick of Swabia. In its revival of old forms, old customs, it is a masquerade. But behold that it is a gorgeous blood-colored masquerade, and that Circamort is a distinct portrait of the swashbuckler hero of those times. The young Americans in the Camel's Back support a critical thesis made for their author that he is evolving an idiom. It is the idiom of young America. If you are over 30, read one of this prodigy's 10,000-word narratives and discover for the first time that you are separated by a hopeless chasm from the infant world. Professor Todd's Used Car and Alma Mater are two of the numerous stories published in 1920 which take up the cudgels for the undertrodden college professor. Incidentally, it is interesting to read from a letter of Mr. Lewis. The brevity, and the twist in the plot at the end, were consciously patterned on O. Henry's methods. Without further enumeration of the human types, it is a matter of observation that they exist in many moods and ages as they exist in real life. A revenant who lived 100 years ago might pick up this volume and secure a fairly accurate idea of society today. A visitor from another country might find it a guide to national intelligence and feeling. A few stories appealed to the committee for their poetry. The Funeral of John Bixby by Stephen Vincent Benet, and The Duke's Opera by Jack Spelden, the first an allegorical fantasy and the second a poetic romance, are at the head of this division. With these should be included Don Marquise's Death and Old Man Matry for its sardonic allegory, and The Designs of Merriman by James Branch Cabell, for its social satire. Individual members of the committee would have liked to include these, different members preferring different ones of the four, but the committee as a whole saw the allegory or satire or poetry predominant over story values. The mysterious and the tragic are found in the work of Mildred Cram and Wilbur Daniel Steele. Odell and Wind illustrate Miss Cram's particular genius in this direction, but The Ember, it is voted, ranks first of her publications. Mr. Steele's both Judge and Jury and God's Mercy are exotic, perhaps, but the atmosphere he creates is beguiling in comparison with that of mere everyday. Footfalls was selected out of an embarrassment of riches offered by this author. The best horror story of the year is Rose Sidney's Butterflies. It is a Greek tragedy, unrelieved, to be taken or left without palliation. Athletics, no one will deny, constitutes a definite phase of American life. The sport struggle is best illustrated in the fiction of Lawrence Perry, whether it be that of a polo match, tennis game, or crew race. A Matter of Loyalty is representative of this contest, and in the combined judgment of the committee the highest ranking of all Mr. Perry's stories. Bills Playable by Jonathan Brooks conceives athletics in a more humorous spirit. Animal stories fill page upon page of 1920 magazines. Edison Marshall, represented in the 1919 volume, by The Elephant Remembers, has delivered the epic of Brother Bill the Elk. In spite of its length, some 15,000 words, the committee were mightily tempted to request it for republication. Its Western author knows the animals in their native les. Breakneck Hill, for which a member of the committee suggests the more poignant Heartbreak Hill as title, expresses sympathy for the horse in a way the committee believe hitherto unexploited. Aliens received more votes as the best dog story of the year. Among a number of sea tales are those by Richard Matthews Hawlett, wherein Big Captain Hat appears. The woman sea captain is by way of being, for the moment, a novel figure. Anecdotal stories and very brief tales appear to have received editorial sanction in 1920. No Flowers is of the former genre, and whereas certain of the committee see in the same authors The Aristocrat a larger story, they agree with the majority that the scintillance of this well-polished gem should give it setting here. Variety of setting and diversity of emotion the reader will find in greater measure, perhaps, than in the first volume of this series. Butterflies, for example, spells unrelieved horror. The face in the window demands sympathetic admiration for its heroine. To read Contact means to suffer the familiar Aristotelian purging of the emotions through tears. And their locales are as widely dissimilar as are their emotional appeals. With these, all of which are reprinted herein, the reader will do well to compare Dorothy Scarborough's Drought for the pathos of a situation brought about by the elements of nature in Texas. The committee could not agree upon the first and second prize stories. The leaders were, each in his generation, Contact, The Thing They Loved, The Last Room of All, Slow Poison, God's Mercy, and Alma Mater. No story headed more than one list. The point system, to which resort was made, resulted in the first prize falling to Each in His Generation by Maxwell Struthers Burt, and the second to Contact, by Francis Houbold Noyes, now Francis Noyes Hart. Mr. Burt's story of Henry McCain and his nephew Adrian compresses within legitimate story limits the antagonism between successive generations. Each representative, bound by traditions and customs of the particular age to which he belongs, is bound also by the chain of inheritance. One interested in the outcome of the struggle between the inexorable thrall of period and the inevitable bond of race will find the solution of the problem satisfactory, as will the reader who enjoys the individual situation and wishes most to find out whether Uncle Henry left his money to Adrian or rejected that choice for marriage with the marvelous lady of his own era. Contact is the first story by the author of My AEF, and in its every line testifies to the vital interest Miss Noyes had and has in the boys who won the war, whether American, French or English. So much one would know from a single rapid reading. A critic might guess that it would have been impossible as a first story if the author had not lived much abroad, as she has done since she was very much of a child. At Oxford, or in the home of Gaston Paris, or travelling around the globe, she received the foundation for the understanding sympathy which ended her as petite to her soldier boys. A critic might also aver that the steady moving forward of the action, joined to the backward progress, yet both done so surely, could not have been achieved without years of training. And in this respect the narrative is little short of being a tour de force. But, as a matter of fact, Miss Noyes dreamed the whole thing. Her antecedent experience proved greater than mere technique. The committee wished to comment upon the irregularity of the output of fiction from month to month. May brought forth the greatest number of good stories, as November reaped the fewest. They wish, also, to register notice of the continued flexibility of the short story form. The judgment of Vulcan at one extreme, in some 13,000 words, nonetheless relates a short story. Alma Mater at the other, accomplishes the same end in 2,000. It is a matter of record that the committee discovered a number of excellent examples containing not more than 2/3 this latter number, a fact that argues against the merging of the short story and the novel. Finally, the committee believe the fiction of the year 1920 superior to that of 1919. Blanche Colton Williams, New York City, 3 March 1921. Each in His Generation by Maxwell Struthers Burt, from Scribner's Magazine, every afternoon at 4 o'clock, except when the weather was very bad, autumn, winter, and spring. Old Mr. Henry McCain drove up to the small, discreet, polished front door, in the small, discreet, fashionable street in which lived fairly old Mrs. Thomas Denby, got out, went up the white marble steps, rang the bell, and was admitted into the narrow but charming hall, dim turquoise blue velvet panelled into the walls, an etching or two, Whistler, Brangwyn, by a trim parlourmaid. 10 generations, at least, of trim parlourmaids had opened the door for Mr. McCain. They had seen the sparkling Victoria change, not too quickly, to a plum-coloured limousine. They had seen Mr. McCain become perhaps a trifle thinner, the colour in his cheeks become a trifle more confined and fixed, his white hair grow somewhat sparser, but beyond that they had seen very little indeed, although, when they had left Mr. McCain in the drawing-room with the announcement that Mrs. Denby would be down immediately, and were once again seeking the back of the house, no doubt their eyebrows, blonde, brunette, or red, apexed to a questioning angle. In the manner of youth the parlourmaids had come, worked, fallen in love and departed, but Mr. McCain, in the manner of increasing age, had if anything grown more faithful and exact to the moment. If he were late the fraction of 5 minutes, one suspected that he regretted it, that it came near to spoiling his entire afternoon. He was not articulate, but occasionally he expressed an idea, and the most common was that he liked his things as he liked them, his eggs, in other words, boiled just so long, no more. After 60 years of inner debate on the subject he had apparently arrived at the conclusion that boiled eggs were the only kind of eggs permissible, his life punctual and serene. The smallest manifestation of unexpectedness disturbed him. Obviously that was one reason why, after a youth not altogether constant, he had become so utterly constant where Mrs. Denby was concerned. She had a quality of perenniality, charming and assuring, even to each strand of her delicate brown hair. Grayness should have been creeping upon her, but it was not. It was doubtful if Mr. McCain permitted himself, even secretly, to wonder why. Effects, fastidious and constant, were all he demanded from life. This had been going on for 20 years, this afternoon call, this slow drive afterward in the park, this return by dusk to the shining small house in the shining small street, the goodbye, reticently ardent, as if it were not fully Mr. McCain's intention to return again in the evening. Mr. McCain would kiss Mrs. Denby's hand, slim, lovely, with a single gorgeous sapphire upon the third finger. "Goodbye, my dear," he would say, "you have given me the most delightful afternoon of my life." For a moment Mrs. Denby's hand would linger on the bowed head, then Mr. McCain would straighten up, smile, square his shoulders in their smart, young-looking coat, and depart to his club, or the large, softly lit house where he dwelt alone. At dinner he would drink 2 glasses of champagne. Before he drained the last sip of the second pouring he would hold the glass up to the fire, so that the bronze coruscations at the heart of the wine glowed like fireflies in a gold dusk. One imagined him saying to himself, "A perfect woman. A perfect woman, God bless her." Saying God bless anyone, mind you, with a distinct warming of the heart, but a thoroughly late Victorian disbelief in any God to bless. At least, you thought as much. And, of course, one had not the slightest notion whether he, old Mr. Henry McCain, was aware that this 20 years of devotion on his part to Mrs. Denby was the point upon which had come to focus the not inconsiderable contempt and hatred for him of his nephew Adrian. It was an obvious convergence, this devotion of all the traits which composed, so Adrian imagined, the despicable soul that lay beneath his uncle's unangled exterior, undeviating self-indulgence, secrecy, utter selfishness. He was selfish even to the woman he was supposed to love, that is, if he was capable of loving anyone but himself, a bland hypocrisy, an unthinking conformation to the dictates of an unthinking world. The list could be multiplied. But to sum it up, here was epitomized, beautifully, concretely, the main and minor vices of a generation for which Adrian found little pity in his heart, a generation brittle as ice, a generation of secret diplomacy, a generation that in its youth had covered a lack of bathing by a vast amount of perfume. That was it. That expressed it perfectly. The just summation. Camellias, and double intentions in speech, and unnecessary reticences, and refusals to meet the truth, and a deliberate hiding of uglinesses. Most of the time Adrian was too busy to think about his uncle at all. He was a very busy man with his writing, journalistic writing, essays, political reviews, propaganda, and because he was busy he was usually well content, and not uncharitable, except professionally. But once a month it was his duty to dine with his uncle, and then, for the rest of the night, he was disturbed, and awoke the next morning with the dusty feeling in his head of a man who has been slightly drunk. Old wounds were recalled, old scars inflamed, a childhood in which his uncle's figure had represented to him the terrors of sarcasm and repression, a youth in which, as his guardian, his uncle had deprecated all first fine hot-bloodednesses and enthusiasms, a young manhood in which he had been told cynically that the ways of society were good ways, and that the object of life was material advancement, advice which had been followed by the stimulus of an utter refusal to assist financially, except where absolutely necessary. There had been willingness, you understand, to provide a gentleman's education, but no willingness to provide beyond that any of a gentleman's perquisites. That much of his early success had been due to this heroic upbringing, Adrian was too honest not to admit, but then, by God, it had been hard. All the color of youth. No time to dream, except sorely. Some warping, some perversion. A gasping, heart-breaking knowledge that you could not possibly keep up with the people with whom, paradoxically enough, you were supposed to spend your leisure hours. Here was the making of a radical. And yet, despite all this, Adrian dined with his uncle once a month. The mere fact that this was so, that it could be so, enraged him. It seemed a renunciation of all he affirmed, an implicit falsehood. He would have liked very much to have got to his feet, standing firmly on his two long, well-made legs, and have once and for all delivered himself of a final philippic. The philippic would have ended something like this, and this, sir, is the last time I sacrifice any of my good hours to you. Not because you are old, and therefore think you are wise, when you are not, not because you are blind and besotted and damned, a trunk of a tree filled with dry rot that presently a clean wind will blow away, not because your opinions, and the opinions of all like you, have long ago been proven the lies and idiocies that they are, not even because you haven't one single real right left to live. I haven't come to tell you these things, although they are true, for you are past hope and there is no use wasting words upon you. I have come to tell you that you bore me inexpressibly. That would be the most dreadful revenge of all. He could see his uncle's face. That you have a genius for taking the wrong side of every question, and I can no longer endure it. I dissipate my time. Good night. He wouldn't have said it in quite so stately a way, possibly. The sentences would not have been quite so rounded, but the context would have been the same. Glorious, but it wasn't said. Instead, once a month, he got into his dinner jacket, brushed his hair very sleekly, walked 6 blocks, said good evening to his uncle's butler, and went on back to the library, where, in a room rich with costly bindings, and smelling pleasantly of leather, and warmly yellow with the light of 2 shaded lamps, he would find his uncle reading before a crackling wood fire. What followed was almost a formula, an exquisite presentation of stately manners, an exquisite avoidance of any topic which might cause a real discussion. The dinner was invariably gentle, persuasive, a thoughtful gastronomic achievement. Heaven might become confused about its weather, and about wars, and things like that, but Mr. McCain never became confused about his menus. He had a habit of commending wine. "Try this claret, my dear fellow, I want your opinion. A drop of this Napoleonic brandy won't hurt you a bit." He even sniffed the bouquet before each sip, passed, that is, the glass under his nose and then drank. But Adrian, with a preconceived image of the personality back of this, and the memory of too many offenses busy in his mind, saw nothing quaint or amusing. His gorge rose. Damn his uncle's wines, and his mushrooms, and his soft-footed servants, and his house of nuances and evasions, and his white grapes, large and outwardly perfect, and inwardly sentimental as the generation whose especial fruit they were. As for himself, he had a recollection of 10 years of poverty after leaving college, a recollection of sweat and indignities. He had also a recollection of some poor people whom he had known. Afterward, when the dinner was over, Adrian would go home and awake his wife, Cecil, who, with the brutal honesty of an honest woman, also some of the ingenuosity, had early in her married life flatly refused any share in the ceremonies described. Cecil would lie in her small white bed, the white of her boudoir cap losing itself in the white of the pillow, a little sleepy and a little angrily perplexed at the perpetual Jesuitical philosophy of the male. If you feel that way, she would ask, why do you go there, then? Why don't you banish your uncle utterly? She asked this not without malice, her long, violet, Slavic eyes widely open, and her red mouth, a trifle too large, perhaps, a trifle cruel, fascinatingly interrogative over her white teeth. She loved Adrian and had at times, therefore, the right and desire to torture him. She knew perfectly well why he went. He was his uncle's heir, and until such time as money and other anachronisms of the present social system were done away with, there was no use throwing a fortune into the gutter, even if by your own efforts you were making an income just sufficiently large to keep up with the increased cost of living. Sooner or later Adrian's mind reverted to Mrs. Denby. This was usually after he had been in bed and had been thinking for a while in the darkness. He could not understand Mrs. Denby. She affronted his modern habit of thought. The whole thing is so silly and adventitious. What thing? Adrian was aware that his wife knew exactly of what he was talking, but he had come to expect the question. Mrs. Denby and my uncle. He would grow rather gently cross. It has always reminded me of those present-day sword and cloak romances fat businessmen used to write about 10 years ago and sell so enormously. There's an atmosphere of unnecessary intrigue. What's it all about? Here's the point. Why, if she felt this way about things, didn't she divorce that gentle drunkard of a husband of hers years ago and marry my uncle outright and honestly? Or why, if she couldn't get a divorce, which she could, didn't she leave her husband and go with my uncle? Anything in the open. Make a break, have some courage of her opinions. Smash things, build them up again. Thank God nowadays, at least, we have come to believe in the cleanness of surgery rather than the concealing palliatives of medicine. We are no longer, we modern people, afraid of the world, and the world can never hurt for any length of time anyone who will stand up to it and tell it courageously to go to hell. No. It comes back and licks hands. I'll tell you why. My uncle and Mrs. Denby are the typical moral cowards of their generation. There's selfishness, too. What a travesty of love. Of course there's scandal, a perpetual scandal, but it's a hidden, sniggering scandal they don't have to meet face to face, and that's all they ask of life, they, and people like them, never to have to meet anything face to face. So long as they can bury their heads like ostriches. 4. There would be a moment's silence, then Adrian would complete his thought. In my uncle's case he would grumble in the darkness. One phase of the selfishness is obvious. He couldn't even get himself originally, I suppose, to face the inevitable matter-of-fact moments of marriage. It began when he was middle-aged, a bachelor. I suppose he wants the sort of Don Juan, 1880, perpetual sort of romance that doesn't exist outside the brains of himself and his like. Camellias. Usually he tried to stir up argument with his wife, who in these matters agreed with him utterly, even more than agreed with him, since she was the escaped daughter of rich and stodgy people, and had insisted upon earning her own living by portrait painting. Theoretically, therefore, she was, of course, an anarchist. But at moments like the present her silent assent and the aura of slight weariness over an ancient subject which emanated from her in the dusk, affronted Adrian as much as positive opposition. Why don't you try to understand me? I do, dearest. a pathetic attempt at eager agreement. Well, then, if you do, why is the tone of your voice like that? You know by now what I think. I'm not talking convention. I believe there are no laws higher than the love of a man for a woman. It should seek expression as a seed seeks sunlight. I'm talking about honesty, bravery, a willingness to accept the consequences of one's acts and come through, about the intention to sacrifice for love just what has to be sacrificed. What's the use of it otherwise? That's one real advance the modern mind has made, anyhow, despite all the rest of the welter and uncertainty. Of course, dearest. He would go on. After a while Cecil would awake guiltily and inject a fresh, almost gay interest into her sleepy voice. She was not so unfettered as not to dread the wounded esteem of the unlistened to male. She would lean over and kiss Adrian. Do go to sleep, darling. What's the sense? Pretty soon your uncle will be dead, wretched old man. Then you'll never have to think of him again. Being a childless woman, her red, a trifle cruel mouth would twist itself in the darkness into a small, secretive, maternal smile. But old Mr. Henry McCain didn't die. Instead he seemed to be caught up in the condition of static good health which frequently companions entire selfishness and a careful interest in oneself. His butler died, which was very annoying. Mr. McCain seemed to consider it the breaking of a promise made 15 or so years before. It was endlessly a trouble instructing a new man. And then, of course, there was Adlington's family to be looked after, and taxes had gone up, and Mrs. Adlington was a stout woman who, despite the fact that Adlington, while alive, had frequently interrupted Mr. McCain's breakfast newspaper reading by asserting that she was a person of no character, now insisted upon weeping noisily every time Mr. McCain granted her an interview. Also, and this was equally unexpected, since one rather thought he would go on living forever, like one of the damper sort of fungi, Mr. Denby came home from the club one rainy spring night with a slight cold and died, 3 days later, with extraordinary gentleness. My uncle, said Adrian, is one by one losing his accessories. After a while it will be his teeth. Cecil was perplexed. I don't know exactly what to do, she complained. I don't know whether to treat Mrs. Denby as a bereaved aunt, a non-existent family skeleton, or a released menace. I dare say now, pretty soon, she and your uncle will be married. Meanwhile, I suppose it is rather silly of me not to call and see if I can help her in any way. After all, we do know her intimately, whether we want to or not, don't we? We meet her about all the time, even if she wasn't motoring over to your uncle's place in the summer when we stop there. So she went, being fundamentally kindly and fundamentally curious. She spoke of the expedition as a descent upon Fair Rosamond's Tower. The small, yellow-panelled drawing room, where she awaited Mrs. Denby's coming, was lit by a single silver vase lamp under an orange shade and by a fire of thin logs, for the April evening was damp with a hesitant rain. On the table, near the lamp, was a silver vase with 3 yellow tulips in it, and Cecil, wandering about, came upon a double photograph frame, back of the vase, that made her gasp. She picked it up and stared at it. Between the alligator edgings, facing each other obliquely, but with the greatest amity, were Mr. Thomas Denby in the fashion of 10 years before, very handsome, very well groomed, with the startled expression which any definite withdrawal from his potational pursuits was likely to produce upon his countenance, and her uncle-in-law, Mr. Henry McCain, also in the fashion of 10 years back. She was holding the photographs up to the light, her lips still apart, when she heard a sound behind her, and, putting the frame back guiltily, turned about. Mrs. Denby was advancing toward her. She seemed entirely unaware of Cecil's malfeasance. She was smiling faintly, her hand was cordial, grateful. "You are very good," she murmured. "Sit here by the fire. We will have some tea directly." Cecil could not but admit that she was very lovely, particularly lovely in the black of her mourning, with her slim neck, rising up from its string of pearls, to a head small and like a delicate white and gold flower. An extraordinarily well-bred woman, a sort of Misty du Maurier woman, of a type that had become almost non-existent, if ever it had existed in its perfection at all. And, curiously enough, a woman whose beauty seemed to have been sharpened by many fine-drawn renunciations. Now she looked at her hands as if expecting Cecil to say something. "I think such calls as this are always very useless, but then, exactly, but then. They mean more than anything else in the world, don't they? When one reaches 55 one is not always used to kindness." "You are very kind." She raised her eyes. Cecil experienced a sudden impulsive warmth. After all, what did she or anyone else know about other people's lives? Poor souls! What a base thing life often was. "I want you to understand that we are always so glad, both Adrian and myself. Any time we can help in any way, you know." "Yes, I think you would. I have watched you both. You don't mind, do you? I think you're both rather great people, at least, my idea of greatness." Cecil's eyes shone just a little, then she sat back and drew together her eager, rather childish mouth. This wouldn't do. She had not come here to encourage sentimentalization. With a determined effort she lifted her mind outside the circle of commiseration which threatened to surround it. She deliberately reset the conversation to impersonal limits. She was sure that Mrs. Denby was aware of her intention, adroitly concealed as it was. This made her uncomfortable, ashamed. And yet she was irritated with herself. Why should she particularly care what this woman thought in ways as subtle as this? Obvious kindness was her intention, not mental charity pursued into tortuous bypaths. And, besides, her frank, boyish cynicism, its wariness, revolted, even while she felt herself flattered at the prospect of the confidences that seemed to tremble on Mrs. Denby's lips. It wouldn't do to let herself in for anything, to give herself away. No. She adopted a manner of cool, entirely reflective kindliness. But all along she was not sure that she was thoroughly successful. There was a lingering impression that Mrs. Denby was penetrating the surface to the unwilling interest beneath. Cecil suspected that this woman was trained in discriminations and half-lights to which she and her generation had joyfully made themselves blind. She felt uncomfortably young, a little bit smiled at in the most kindly of hidden ways. Just as she was leaving, the subversive softness came close to her again, like a wave of too much perfume as you open a church door, as if someone were trying to embrace her against her will. "You will understand," said Mrs. Denby, "that you have done the very nicest thing in the world. I am horribly lonely. I have few women friends. Perhaps it is too much to ask, but if you could call again sometime." "Yes. I would appreciate it so greatly." She let go of Cecil's hand and walked to the door, and stood with one long arm raised against the curtain, her face turned toward the hall. "There is no use," she said, "in attempting to hide my husband's life, for everyone knows what it was. But then, yes, I think you will understand. I am a childless woman, you see." He was infinitely pathetic. Cecil felt that she must run away, instantly. "I do," she said brusquely. "I understand more than other women." "Perfectly. Goodbye." She found herself brushing past the latest trim parlourmaid, and out once more in the keen, sweet, young dampness. She strode briskly down the deserted street. Her fine bronze eyebrows were drawn down to where they met. Good Lord! Damn! Cecil swore very prettily and modernly. What rotten taste! Not frankness, whatever it might seem outwardly, not frankness, but devious excuses. Some more of Adrian's hated past generation stuff. And yet, no. The woman was sincere, perfectly. She had meant it, that about her husband. And she was lovely, and she was fine, too. It was impossible to deny it. But, a childless woman. About that drunken tailor's model of a husband. And then, Uncle Henry. Cecil threw back her head, her eyes gleamed in the wet radiance of a corner lamp. She laughed without making a sound, and entirely without amusement. But it is not true that good health is static, no matter how carefully looked after. And, despite the present revolt against the Greek spirit, time persists in being bigotedly Greek. The tragedy, provided one lives long enough, is always played out to its logical conclusion. For every hour you have spent, no matter how quietly or beautifully or wisely, Nemesis takes toll in the end. You peter out, the engine dulls, the shining coin wears thin. If it's only that it is all right, you are fortunate if you don't become greasy, too, or blurred, or scarred. And Mr. McCain had not spent all his hours wisely or beautifully, or even quietly, underneath the surface. He suddenly developed what he called acute indigestion. Odd, he complained, and exceedingly tiresome. I've been able to eat like an ostrich all my life." Adrian smiled covertly at the simile, but his uncle was unaware that it was because in Adrian's mind the simile applied to his uncle's conscience, not his stomach. It was an odd disease, that acute indigestion. It manifested itself by an abrupt tragic stare in Mr. McCain's eyes, a whiteness of cheek, a clutching at the left side of the breast. It resulted also in his beginning to walk very slowly indeed. One day Adrian met Karen, his uncle's physician, as he was leaving a club after luncheon. Karen stopped him. "Look here, Adrian," he said, "is that new man of your uncle's, that valet, or whatever he is, a good man?" Adrian smiled. "I didn't hire him," he answered, "and I couldn't discharge him if I wanted. In fact, any suggestion of that kind on my part would lead to his employment for life." "Why?" "Because," said Karen, "he impresses me as being rather young and flighty, and someday your uncle is going to die suddenly. He may last 5 years, he may snuff out tomorrow. It's his heart." His lips twisted pityingly. "He prefers to call it by some other name," he added, "and he would never send for me again if he knew I had told you, but you ought to know. He's a game old cock, isn't he?" "Oh, very," agreed Adrian. "Yes, game. Very, indeed." He walked slowly down the sunlit courtway on which the back door of the club opened, swinging his stick and meditating. Spring was approaching its zenith. In the warm May afternoon pigeons tumbled about nearby church spires which cut brown inlays into the soft blue sky. There was a feeling of open windows, a sense of unseen tulips and hyacinths, of people playing pianos. Too bad, an old man dying that way, his hand furtively seeking his heart, when all this spring was about. Terror in possession of him, too. People like that hated to die, they couldn't see anything ahead. Well, Adrian reflected, the real tragedy of it hadn't been his fault. He had always been ready at the slightest signal to forget almost everything, yes, almost everything. Even that time when, as a sweating newspaper reporter, he had, one dusk, watched in the park his uncle and Mrs. Denby drive past in the cool seclusion of a shining Victoria. Curious. In itself the incident was small, but it had stuck in his memory more than others far more serious, as concrete instances are likely to do. No, he wasn't sorry, not a bit. He was glad, despite the hesitation he experienced in saying to himself the final word. He had done his best, and this would mean his own release and Cecil's. It would mean at last the blessed feeling that he could actually afford a holiday, and a little unthinking laughter, and, at 39, the dreams for which, at 25, he had never had full time. He walked on down the courtway more briskly. That Saturday night was the night he dined with his uncle. It had turned very warm, unusually warm for the time of year. When he had dressed and had sought out Cecil to say goodbye to her, he found her by the big studio window on the top floor of the apartment where they lived. She was sitting in the window seat, her chin cupped in her hand, looking out over the city, in the dark pool of which lights were beginning to open like yellow water lilies. Her white arm gleamed in the gathering dusk, and she was dressed in some diaphanous blue stuff that enhanced the bronze of her hair. Adrian took his place silently beside her and leaned out. The air was very soft and hot and embracing, and up here it was very quiet, as if one floated above the lower clouds of perpetual sound. Cecil spoke at last. "It's lovely, isn't it?" she said. "I should have come to find you, but I couldn't. These first warm nights. You really understand why people live, after all, don't you? It's like a pulse coming back to a hand you love." She was silent a moment. "Kiss me," she said, finally. I'm so glad I love you, and we're young." He stooped down and put his arms about her. He could feel her tremble. How fragrant she was, and queer, and mysterious, even if he had lived with her now for almost 15 years. He was infinitely glad at the moment for his entire life. He kissed her again, kissed her eyes, and she went down the stairs with him to the hall door. She was to stop for him at his uncle's, after a dinner to which she was going. Adrian lit a cigarette and walked instead of taking the elevator. It was appropriate to his mood that on the second floor someone with a golden Italian voice should be singing Louise. He paused for a moment. He was reminded of a night long ago in Verona, when there had been an open window and moonlight in the street. Then he looked at his watch. He was late, he would have to hurry. It amused him that at his age he should still fear the silent rebuke with which his uncle punished unpunctuality. He arrived at his destination as a nearby church clock struck the half-hour. The new butler admitted him and led him back to where his uncle was sitting by an open window. The curtains stirred in the languid breeze. The suave room was a little penetrated by the night, as if some sly, disorderly spirit was investigating uninvited. It was far too hot for the wood fire. That part of the formula had been omitted, but otherwise each detail was the same. The 200th time. Adrian thought to himself. The 200th time, at least. It will go on forever. And then the formula was altered again, for his uncle got to his feet, laying aside the evening paper with his usual precise care. "My dear fellow," he began, "so good of you. On the minute, too." And then he stumbled and put out his hand. "My glasses," he said. Adrian caught him and held him upright. He swayed a little. Lately I have had to use them sometimes, even when not reading," he murmured. "Thank you. Thank you." Adrian went back to the chair where his uncle had been sitting. He found the glasses, gold pince-nez, but they were broken neatly in the middle, lying on the floor, as if they had dropped from someone's hand. He looked at them for a moment, puzzled, before he gave them back to his uncle. "Here they are, sir," he said. "But, it's very curious. They're broken in such an odd way." His uncle peered down at them. He hesitated and cleared his throat. Yes, he began, then he stood up straight, with an unexpected twist of his shoulders. I was turning them between my fingers, he said, just before you came in. I had no idea, no idea. Shall we go in? I think dinner has been announced. There was the sherry in the little, deeply cut glasses, and the clear soup, with a dash of lemon in it, and the fish, and afterward the roast chicken, with vegetables discreetly limited and designed not to detract from the main dish, and there was a pint of champagne for Adrian and a mild white wine for his uncle. The latter twisted his mouth in a dry smile. One finds it difficult to get old, he said. I have always been very fond of champagne. More aesthetically, I think, than the actual taste. It seems to sum up so well the evening mood, dinner and laughter and forgetting the day. But now, he flicked contemptuously the stem of his glass, I am only allowed this uninspired stuff. He stopped suddenly and his face twisted into the slight grimace which Adrian in the last few weeks had been permitted occasionally to see. His hand began to wander vaguely over the white expanse of his shirt. Adrian pushed back his chair. Let me, he began, but his uncle waved a deprecating hand. Sit down, he managed to say. Please? Adrian sank back again. The color returned to his uncle's cheeks and the staring question left his eyes. He took a sip of wine. I cannot tell you, he observed with elaborate indifference, how humiliating this thing is becoming to me. I have always had a theory that invalids and people when they begin to get old and infirm, should be put away some place where they can undergo the unpleasant struggle alone. It's purely selfish, there's something about the sanctity of the individual. Dogs have it right, you know the way they creep off. But I suppose I won't. Pride fails when the body weakens, doesn't it, no matter what the will may be. He lifted his wine glass. I am afraid I am giving you a very dull evening, my dear fellow, he apologized. Forgive me. We will talk of more pleasant things. I drink wine with you. How is Cecil? Doing well with her painting. Adrian attempted to relax his own inner grimness. He responded to his uncle's toast. But he wished this old man, so very near the mysterious crisis of his affairs, would begin to forego to some extent the habit of a lifetime, become a little more human. This ridiculous facade. The dinner progressed. Through an open window the night, full of soft, distant sound, made itself felt once more. The candles, under their red shades, flickered at intervals. The noiseless butler came and went. How old his uncle was getting to look, Adrian reflected. There was a grayness about his cheeks, fine, wire-like lines about his mouth. And he was falling into that sure sign of age, a vacant absent-mindedness. Half the time he was not listening to what he, Adrian, was saying. Instead, his eyes sought constantly the shadows over the carved sideboard across the table from him. What did he see there? What question was he asking? Adrian wondered. Only once was his uncle very much interested, and that was when Adrian had spoken of the war and the psychology left in its train. Adrian himself had not long before been released from a weary round of training camps, where, in Texas dust, or the unpleasant resinous summer of the South, he had gone through a repetition that in the end had threatened to render him an imbecile. He was not illusioned. As separate personalities, men had lost much of their glamour for him. There had been too much sweat, too much crowding, too much invasion of dignity, of everything for which the world claimed it had been struggling and praying. But alongside of this revolt on his part had grown up an immense pity and belief in humanity as a mass, struggling, worm-like, aspiring, idiotic, heroic. The thought of it made him uncomfortable and at the same time elate. His uncle shook a dissenting head. On this subject he permitted himself mild discussion, but his voice was still that of an old, wearied man, annoyed and bewildered. "Oh, no," he said. "That's the very feature of it that seems to me most dreadful. The vermicular aspect, the massed uprising, the massed death. About professional armies there was something decent, about professional killing. It was cold-blooded and keen, anyway. But this modern war, and this modern craze for self-revelation. Naked. Why, these books. The young men kept their fingers on the pulses of their reactions. It isn't clean, it makes the individual cheap. War is a dreadful thing, it should be as hidden as murder." He sat back, smiled. "We seem to have a persistent tendency to become serious tonight," he remarked. "Serious?" Adrian saw a vision of the drill grounds, and smiled sardonically. Then he raised his head in surprise, for the new butler had broken all the rules of the household and was summoning his uncle to the telephone in the midst of dessert. He awaited the expected rebuke, but it did not come. Instead, his uncle paused in the middle of a sentence, stared, and looked up. "Ah, yes," he said, and arose from his chair. "Forgive me, Adrian, I will be back shortly." He walked with a new, just noticeable, infirmness toward the door. Once there he seemed to think an apology necessary, for he turned and spoke with absent-minded courtesy. "You may not have heard," he said, "but Mrs. Denby is seriously ill. Her nurse gives me constant bulletins over the telephone." Adrian started to his feet, then sat down again. "But," he stuttered, "but, is it as bad as all that?" "I am afraid," said his uncle gently, "it could not be worse." The curtain fell behind him. Adrian picked up his fork and began to stir gently the melting ice on the plate before him, but his eyes were fixed on the wall opposite, where, across the shining table, from a mellow gold frame, a portrait of his grandfather smiled with a benignity, utterly belying his traditional character, into the shadows above the candles. But Adrian was not thinking of his grandfather just then, he was thinking of his uncle, and Mrs. Denby. What in the world? Dangerously ill, and yet here had been his uncle able to go through with, not entirely calmly, to be sure. Adrian remembered the lack of attention, the broken eyeglasses, and yet, still able to go through with, not obviously shaken, this monthly farce, this dinner that in reality mocked all the real meaning of blood relationship. Good Lord! To Adrian's modern mind, impatient and courageous, the situation was preposterous, grotesque. He himself would have broken through to the woman he loved, were she seriously ill, if all the city was cordoned to keep him back. What could it mean? Entire selfishness on his uncle's part? Surely not that. That was too inhuman. Adrian was willing to grant his uncle exceptional expertness in the art of self-protection, but there was a limit even to self-protection. There must be some other reason. Discretion. More likely, and yet how absurd. Had Mr. Denby been alive, a meticulous, a fantastic delicacy might have intervened, but Mr. Denby was dead. Who were there to wound, or who left for the telling of tales? A doctor and the servants. This was not altogether reasonable, despite what he knew of his uncle. Here was some oddity of psychology he could not follow. He heard the curtains stir as his uncle re-entered. He looked up, attentive and curious, but his uncle's face was the mask to which he was accustomed. "How is Mrs. Denby?" he asked. Mr. McCain hesitated for the fraction of a second. "I am afraid, very ill," he said. "Very ill, indeed. It is pneumonia. The doctor thinks it is only a question of a little time, but, well, I shall continue to hope for the best." There was a metallic harshness to his concluding words. "Shall we go into the library?" he continued. "I think the coffee will be pleasanter there." They talked again of the war, of revolution, of the dark forces at large in the world. Through that hour or two Adrian had a nakedness of perception unusual even to his sensitive mind. It seemed to him three spirits were abroad in the quiet, softly lit, book-lined room, three intentions that crept up to him like the waves of the sea, receded, crept back again, or were they currents of air? Or hesitant, unheard feet that advanced and withdrew? In at the open windows poured at times the warm, enveloping scent of the spring, pervading, easily overlooked, lawless, persistent, inevitable. Adrian found himself thinking it was like the presence of a woman. And then, overlapping this, would come the careful, dry, sardonic tones of his uncle's voice, as if insisting that the world was an ordinary world, and that nothing, not even love or death, could lay disrespectful fingers upon or hurry for a moment the trained haughtiness of the will. Yet even this compelling arrogance was at times overtaken, submerged, by a third presence, stronger even than the other two, a presence that entered upon the heels of the night, the ceaseless murmur of the streets, the purring of rubber tires upon asphalt, a girl's laugh, high, careless, reckless. Life went on. Never for a moment did it stop. "I am not sorry that I am getting old," said Mr. McCain. "I think nowadays is an excellent time to die. Perhaps for the very young, the strong, but for me, things are too busy, too hurried. I have always liked my life like potpourri. I liked to keep it in a china jar and occasionally take off the lid. Otherwise one's sense of perfume becomes satiated. Take your young girls, they remain faithful to a love that is not worth being faithful to, all noise, and flushed laughter, and open doors. Quite unexpectedly he began to talk in a way he had never talked before. He held his cigar in his hand until the ash turned cold, his ringers trembled just a little. "You have been very good to me," he said. Adrian raised startled eyes. "Very good. I am quite aware that you dislike me." He hesitated and the ghost of a smile hovered about his lips, "and I have always disliked you." "Please?" He raised a silencing hand. "You don't mind my saying so?" "No." "Very well, then, there is something I want to tell you. Afterward I will never mention it again. I dare say our mutual dislike is due to the inevitable misunderstanding that exists between the generations. But it is not important. The point is that we have always been well bred toward each other." "Yes, that is the point. You have always been a gentleman, very considerate, very courteous. I cannot but admire you. And I think you will find I have done the best I could. I am not a rich man, as such things go nowadays, but I will hand you on the money that will be yours quite unimpaired, possibly added to. I feel very strongly on that subject. I am old-fashioned enough to consider the family the most important thing in life. After all, we are the only two McCains left." He hesitated again, and twisted for a moment his bloodless hands in his lap, then he raised his eyes and spoke with a curious hurried embarrassment. "I have sacrificed a great deal for that," he said. "Yes, a great deal." The soft-footed butler stood at his elbow, like an actor in comedy suddenly cast for the role of a portentous messenger. "Miss Niles is calling you again, sir," he said. Yes, Adrian, I am very sorry, my dear fellow. I will finish the conversation when I come back." This time the telephone was within earshot, in the hall outside. Adrian heard his uncle's slow steps end in the creaking of a chair as he sat down, then the picking up of the receiver. The message was a long one, for his uncle did not speak for fully a minute. Finally his voice drifted in through the curtained doorway. "You think, only a few minutes?" Yes." "Conscious?" "Yes." "Well, will you tell her, Miss Niles?" "Yes. Please listen very carefully. Tell her this. That I am not there because I dared not come." "Yes, on her account." "She will understand." "My heart, it's my heart." "She will understand." "I did not dare." "For her sake, not mine." "Tell her that." "She will understand." "Please be very careful in repeating the message, Miss Niles. Tell her I dared not come because of my heart." "Yes, thank you." "That's it." "What?" "Yes, I will wait, Miss Niles." Adrian, sitting in the library, suddenly got to his feet and crossed to the empty fireplace and stood with his back to it, enlightenment and a puzzled frown struggling for possession of his face. His uncle's heart. Ah, he understood, then. It was discretion, after all, but not the kind he thought, a much more forgivable discretion. And, yet, what possible difference could it make should his uncle die suddenly in Mrs. Denby's house? Fall dead across her bed, or die kneeling beside it? Poor, twisted old fool, afraid even at the end that death might catch him out, afraid of a final undignified gesture. A motor blew its horn for the street crossing. Another girl laughed, a young, thin, excited girl, to judge by her laughter. The curtains stirred and again there was that underlying scent of tulips and hyacinths, and then, from the hall outside, came the muffled thud of a receiver falling to the floor. Adrian waited. The receiver was not picked up. He strode to the door. Crumpled up over the telephone was old Mr. McCain. Cecil came later. She was very quick and helpful, and jealously solicitous on Adrian's account, but in the taxicab going home she said the one thing Adrian had hoped she wouldn't say, and yet was sure she would. She belonged to a sex which, if it is honest at all, is never reticently so. She believed that between the man she loved and herself there were no possible mental withdrawals. It is very tragic, she said, but much better, you know it is better. He belonged to the cumberers of the earth. Yes, so much better, and this way, too. In the darkness her hand sought his. Adrian took it, but in his heart was the same choked feeling, the same knowledge that something was gone that could not be found again, that, as a little boy, he had had when they sold, at his father's death, the country place where he had spent his summers. Often he had lain awake at night, restless with the memory of heliotrope, and phlox, and mignonette, and afternoons quiet except for the sound of bees. Contact. By Francis Noyes Hart, 8, footnote 8, Francis Houbold Noyes, in Pictorial Review for December, 1920. The first time she heard it was in the silk-hung and flower-scented piece of the little drawing-room in Curzon Street. His sister Rosemary had wanted to come up to London to get some clothes, Victory clothes they called them in those first joyous months after the armistice, and decked their bodies in scarlet and silver, even when their poor hearts went in black, and Janet had been urged to leave her own drab boarding-house room to stay with the forlorn small butterfly. They had struggled through dinner somehow, and Janet had finished her coffee and turned the great chair so that she could watch the dancing fire. It was cool for May, her cloudy brown head tilted back against the rose-red cushion, shadowy eyes half closed, idle hands linked across her knees. She looked every one of her 30 years, and mortally tired, and careless of both facts. But she managed an encouraging smile at the sound of Rosemary's shy, friendly voice at her elbow. "Janet, these are yours, aren't they? Mummy found them with some things last week, and I thought that you might like to have them." She drew a quick breath at the sight of the shabby packet. "Why, yes," she said evenly. That's good of you, Rosemary. Thanks a lot. That's all right, murmured Rosemary diffidently. Wouldn't you like something to read? There's a most frightfully exciting Western novel. The smile took on a slightly ironical edge. Don't bother about me, my dear. You see, I come from that frightfully exciting West, and I know all about the pet rattlesnakes and the wildly bohemian cowboys. Run along and play with your book, I'll be off to bed in a few minutes. Rosemary retired obediently to the deep chair in the corner, and with the smile gone but the irony still hovering, she slipped the cord off the packet. A meager and sorry enough array, words had never been for her the swift, docile servitors that most people found them. But the thin grey sheet in her fingers started out gallantly enough, beloved. Beloved. She leaned far forward, dropping it with deft precision into the glowing pocket of embers. What next? This was more like, it began Dear Captain Langdon in the small, contained, even writing that was her pride, and it went on soberly enough, I shall be glad to have tea with you next Friday, not Thursday, because I must be at the hut then. It was stupid of me to have forgotten you, next time I will try to do better. Well, she had done better the next time. She had not forgotten him again, never, never again. That had been her first letter. How absurd of Jerry, the magnificently careless, to have treasured it all that time, the miserable, stilted little thing. She touched it with curious fingers. Surely he must have cared, to have cared so much for that. It seemed incredible that she hadn't remembered him at once when he came into the hut that second time. Of course she had only seen him for a moment and 6 months had passed, but he was so absurdly vivid, every inch of him, from the top of his shining, dark head to the heels of his shining, dark boots, and there were a great many inches. How could she have forgotten, even for a minute, those eyes dancing like blue fire in the brown young face, the swift, disarming charm of his smile, and, above all, his voice? How, in the name of absurdity, could anyone who had once heard it ever forget Jeremy Langdon's voice? Even now she had only to close her eyes, and it rang out again, with its clipped, British accent and its caressing magic, as un-English as any provincial troubadours. And yet she had forgotten, he had had to speak twice before she had even lifted her head. Miss America, oh, I say, she's forgotten me, and I thought that I'd made such an everlasting impression. The delighted amazement reached even her tired ears, and she had smiled wanly as she pushed the pile of coppers nearer to him. Have you been in before? It's stupid of me, but there are such hundreds of thousands of you, and you are gone in a minute, you see. That's your change, I think. Hundreds of thousands of me, hey? He had leaned across the counter, his face alight with mirth. I wish to the Lord my angel mother could hear you, it's what I'm forever telling her, though just between us, it's stuff and nonsense. I've got a well-founded suspicion that I'm absolutely unique. You wait and see. And she had waited, and she had seen. She stirred a little, dropped the note into the flames, and turned to the next, the quiet, mocking mouth suddenly tortured and rebellious. "No, you must be mad," it ran, the trim writing strangely shaken. "How often have you seen me? 5 times. Do you know how old I am? How hard and tired and useless? No, no, 1,000 times. In a little while we will wake up and find that we were dreaming." That had brought him to her swifter than fate, triumphant mischief in every line of his exultant face. "Just let those damned old cups slip from your palsied fingers, will you? I'm going to take your honorable age for a little country air. It may keep you out of the grave for a few days longer. Never can tell. No use your scowling like that. The car's outside, and the big chief says to be off with you. Says you have no more color than a banshee, and not half the life, can't grasp the fact that it's just chronic antiquity. Fasten the collar about your throat, no, higher. Darling, darling, think of having a whole ripping day to ourselves. You're glad, too, aren't you, my little stubborn saint?" Oh, that joyous and heart-breaking voice, running on and on, it made all the other voices that she had ever heard seem colorless and unreal. "Darling idiot, what do I care how old you are? 30, hey? Almost old enough to be an ancestor. Look at me, no, look at me. Dare you to say that you aren't mad about me? Mad about him, mad, mad." She lifted her hands to her ears, but she could no more shut out the exultant voice now than she could on that windy afternoon. "Other fellow got tired of you, did he? Good luck for us, what? You're a fearfully tiresome person, darling. It's going to take me 9/10 of eternity to tell you how tiresome you are. Give a chap a chance, won't you? The tiresomest thing about you is the way you leash up that dimple of yours. No, by George, there it is. Janie, look at me." She touched the place where the leashed dimple had hidden with a delicate and wondering finger. Of all Jerry's gifts to her, the most miraculous had been that small fugitive. Exiled now, forever and forever. "Are you coming down to White Orchards next weekend?" "I'm off for France on the 12th and you've simply got to meet my people. You'll be insane about Rosemary's the most beguiling flibbertigibbet, and I can't wait to see you being a kind of an elderly grandmother to her. What a bewitching little grandmother you're going to be one of these days, oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry, Jerry." She twisted in her chair, her face suddenly a small mask of incredulous terror. "No, no, it wasn't true, it wasn't true, never, never, never." And then, for the first time, she heard it. Far off but clear, a fine and vibrant humming, the distant music of wings. The faint, steady pulsing was drawing nearer and nearer, nearer still. It must be flying quite high. The hateful letters scattered about her as she sprang to the open window. No, it was too high to see, and too dark, though the sky was powdered with stars, but she could hear it clearly, hovering and throbbing like some gigantic bird. It must be almost directly over her head, if she could only see it. It sounds the way a hummingbird would look through a telescope, she said half aloud, and Rosemary murmured sleepily but courteously, "What, Janet? Just an airplane?" "No, gone now." It sounded like a bird. "Didn't you hear it?" "No," replied Rosemary drowsily. "We get so used to the old things that we don't even notice them anymore. Queer time to be flying." "It sounded rather beautiful," said Janet, her face still turned to the stars. "Far off, but so clear and sure. I wonder whether it will be coming back." Well, it came back. She went down to White Orchards with Rosemary for the following weekend, and after she had smoothed her hair and given a scornful glance at the pale face in the mirror, with its shadowy eyes and defiant mouth, she slipped out to the lower terrace for a breath of the soft country air. Halfway down the flight of steps she stumbled and caught at the balustrade, and stood shaking for a moment, her face pressed against its rough surface. Once before she had stumbled on those steps, but it was not the balustrade that had saved her. She could feel his arms about her now, holding her up, holding her close and safe. The magical voice was in her ears. "Let you go. I'll never let you go." Poor little feet, stumbling in the dark, what would you do without Jerry? "Time's coming, you cheeky little devils, when you'll come running to him when he whistles. No use trying to get away, you belong to him. Oh, whistle to them now, Jerry, they would run to you across the stars. How'd you like to marry me before I go back tomorrow?" "No. No accounting for tastes, Miss Abbott, lots of people would simply jump at it." "All right, April, then. Birds and flowers and all that kind o' thing, pretty intoxicating, what?" "No, keep still, darling goose. What fella taught you to wear a dress that looks like roses and smells like roses and feels like roses?" "This fella. Lord help us, what a lovely liar." And suddenly she found herself weeping helplessly, desperately, like an exhausted child, shaken to the heart at the memory of the rose-colored dress. "You like me just a bit, don't you, funny, quiet little thing? But you'd never lift a finger to hold me, that's the wonder of you, that's why I'll never leave you. No, not for heaven. You can't lose me, no use trying." But she had lost you, Jerry, you had left her, for all your promises, to terrified weeping in the hushed loveliness of the terrace, where your voice had turned her still heart to a dancing star, where your fingers had touched her quiet blood to flowers and flames and butterflies. She had believed you then, what would she ever believe again? And then she caught back the despairing sobs swiftly, for once more she heard, far off, the rushing of wings. Nearer, nearer, humming and singing and hovering in the quiet dusk. Why, it was over the garden. She flung back her head, suddenly eager to see it. It was a friendly and thrilling sound in all that stillness. Oh, it was coming lower, lower still, she could hear the throb of the propellers clearly. Where was it? Behind those trees, perhaps. She raced up the flight of steps, dashing the treacherous tears from her eyes, straining up on impatient tiptoes. Surely she could see it now. But already it was growing fainter, drifting steadily away, the distant hum growing lighter and lighter, lighter still. "Janet," called Mrs. Langdon's pretty, patient voice. "Dinner time, dear. Is there anyone with you?" "No one at all, Mrs. Langdon. I was just listening to an airplane." "An airplane?" "Oh, no, dear, they never pass this way anymore. The last one was in October, I think." The soft, plaintive voice trailed off in the direction of the dining room and Janet followed it, a small, secure smile touching her lips. The last one had not passed in October. It had passed a few minutes before, over the lower garden. She quite forgot it by the next week. She was becoming an adept at forgetting. That was all that was left for her to do. Day after day and night after night she had raised the drawbridge between her heart and memory, leaving the lonely thoughts to shiver desolately on the other side of the moat. She was weary to the bone of suffering, and they were enemies, for all their dear and friendly guise. They would tear her to pieces if she ever let them in. No, no, she was done with them. She would forget, as Jerry had forgotten. She would destroy every link between herself and the past, and pack the neat little steamer trunk neatly, and bid these kind and gentle people goodbye, and take herself and her bitterness and her dullness back to the classroom in the Western University town, back to the Romance languages. The Romance languages. She would finish it all that night, and leave as soon as possible. There were some trinkets to destroy, and his letters from France to burn. She would give Rosemary the rose-colored dress, foolish, lovely little Rosemary, whom he had loved, and who was lying now fast asleep in the next room curled up like a kitten in the middle of the great bed, her honey-colored hair falling about her in a shining mist. She swept back her own cloud of hair resolutely, frowning at the candle-lit reflection in the mirror. Two desolate pools in the small, pale oval of her face stared back at her, 2 pools with something drowned in their lonely depths. Well, she would drown it deeper. The letters first, how lucky that they still used candlelight. It would make the task much simpler, the funeral pyre already lighted. She moved one of the tall candelabra to the desk, sitting for a long time quite still, her chin cupped in her hands, staring down at the bits of paper. She could smell the wallflowers under the window as though they were in the room, drenched in dew and moonlight. They were reckless of their fragrance. All this peace and cleanliness and orderly beauty, what a ghastly trick for God to have played, to have taught her to adore them, and then to snatch them away. All about her, warm with candlelight, lay the gracious loveliness of the little room with its dark waxed furniture, its bright glazed chintz, its narrow bed with the cool linen sheets smelling of lavender, and its straight, patterned curtains. Oh, that hateful, mustard-colored den at home, with its golden oak daybed. She wrung her hands suddenly in a little hunted gesture. How could he have left her to that, he who had sworn that he would never leave her? In every one of those letters beneath her linked fingers he had sworn it, in every one perjured, false 100 times. Pick up any one of them at random, Janie, you darling stick. Is dear Jerry the best that you can do? You ought to learn French. I took a perfectly ripping French kid out to dinner last night, name's Leon, from the Varieties, and she was calling me mon grand chéri before the salad, and mon petit amour before the green mint. Maybe that'll buck you up. And I'd have you know that she's so pretty that it's ridiculous, with black velvet hair that she wears like a little oriental turban, and eyes like golden pansies, and a mouth between a kiss and a prayer, and a nice affable nature into the bargain. But I'm a ghastly jackass. I didn't get any fun out of it at all, because I really didn't even see her. Under the pink-shaded candles to my blind eyes it seemed that there was seated the coolest, quietest, whitest little thing, with eyes that were as indifferent as my velvety Leon's were kind, and mockery in her smile. Oh, little masquerader! If I could get my arms about you even for a minute, if I could kiss so much as the tips of your lashes, would you be cool and quiet and mocking then? Janie, Janie, rosy red as flowers on the terrace and sweeter, sweeter, they are about you now, they'll be about you always. Burn it fast, candle, faster, faster. Here's another for you. So the other fellow cured you of using pretty names, did he? You don't care much for dear and darling anymore. Bit hard on me, but fortunately for you, Janie Janet, I'm rather a dab at languages, specially when it comes to what the late lamented Bosch referred to as cozy names. Querida mi alma, Douchka, Herlibchin, Carissima, and BN Amy, I'll not run out of salutations for you this side of heaven, no, nor t'other. I adore the serene grace with which you ignore the ravishing Leon. Haven't you any curiosity at all, my Sphinx? No. Well, then, just to punish you, I'll tell you all about it. She's married to the best fellow in the world, a liaison officer working with our squadron, and she worships the ground that he walks on and the air that he occasionally flies in. So whenever I run up to the City of Light, en permission, I look her up, and take her the latest news, and for an hour, over the candles, we pretend that I am Philippe, and that she is Janie. Only she says that I don't pretend very well, and it's just possible that she's right. Mon petit coeur grand tisseur, I wish that I could take you flying with me this evening. You'd be daft about it. Lots of it's a rotten bore, of course, but there's something in me that doesn't live at all when I'm on this too solid earth. Something that lies there, crouched and dormant, waiting until I've climbed up into the seat, and buckled the strap about me and laid my hands on the stick. It's waiting, waiting for a word, and so am I. And I lean far forward, watching the figure toiling out beyond till the call comes back to me, clear and confident, "Contact, sir." And I shout back, as restless and exultant as the first time that I answered it, "Contact." And I'm off, and I'm alive, and I'm free. Ho, Janie. That's simpler than abracadabra or open sesame, isn't it? But it opens doors more magical than ever they swung wide, and something in me bounds through, more swift and eager than any Aladdin. Free. I'm a crazy sort of a beggar, my little love, that same thing in me hungers and thirsts and aches for freedom. I go half mad when people or events try to hold me. You, wise beyond wisdom, never will. Somehow, between us, we've struck the spark that turns a mere piece of machinery into a wonder with wings. Somehow, you are forever setting me free. It is your voice of silver and peace, that's eternally whispering contact to me, and I am released, heart, soul, and body. And because you speed me on my way, Janie, I'll never fly so far, I'll never fly so long, I'll never fly so high that I'll not return to you. You hold me fast, forever and forever. You had flown high and far indeed, Jerry, and you had not returned. Forever and forever. Burn faster, flame. My blessed child, who's been frightening you? Airplanes are by all odds safer than taxis, and no end safer than the infernal duffer who's been chaffing you would be if I could once get my hands on him. Damn fool. Don't care if you do hate swearing, damn fools are damn fools, and there's an end to it. All those statistics are sheer melodramatic rot. The chap who fired at you probably has all his money invested in submarines, and is fairly delirious with jealousy. Peg. Did I ever formally introduce you to Pegasus, the best pursuit plane in the R.F.C. or out of it? Peg's about as likely to let me down as you are. We'd do a good deal for each other, she and I, nobody else can really fly her, the darling. But she'd go to the stars for me, and farther still. Never you fear, we have charmed lives, Peg and I, we belong to Janie. I think that people make an idiotic row about dying, anyway. It's probably jolly good fun. And I can't see what difference a few years here would make if you're going to have all eternity to play with. Of course you're a ghastly little heathen, and I can see you wagging a mournful head over this already, but every time that I remember what a shocking sell the afterlife, exquisite phrase, is going to be for you, darling, I do a bit of head wagging myself. And it's not precisely mournful. I can't wait to see your blank consternation, and you needn't expect any sympathy from me. My very first words will be, I told you so. Maybe I'll rap them out to you with a table leg. What do you think of all this Ouija planched rumpus, anyway? I can't for the life of me see why anyone with a whole new world to explore should hang around chattering with this one. I know that I'd be half mad with excitement to get at the new job, and that I'd find reassuring the loved ones, exquisite phrase number 2, a hideous bore. Still, I can see that it would be nice from their selfish point of view. Well, I'm no ghost yet, thank God, nor yet are you, but if ever I am one, I'll show you what devotion really is. I'll come all the way back from heaven to play with foolish Janie, who doesn't believe that there is one to come from. To foolish Janie, who still will be dearer than the prettiest angel of them all, no matter how alluringly her halo may be tilted or her wings ruffled. To Janey, who, heaven forgive him, will be all that one poor ghost has ever loved. Had there come to him, the radiant and the confident, a moment of terrible and shattering surprise, a moment when he realized that there were no pretty angels with shining wings waiting to greet him, a moment when he saw before him only the overwhelming darkness, blacker and deeper than the night would be, when she blew out the little hungry flame that was eating up the sheet that held his laughter. Oh, gladly would she have died 1,000 deaths to have spared him that moment. My little Greethit, did you think that I did not know how brave you are? You are the truest soldier of us all, and I, who am not much given to worship, am on my knees before that shy gallantry of yours, which makes what courage we poor duffers have seem a vain and boastful thing. When I see you as I saw you last, small and white and clear and brave, I can't think of anything but the first crocuses at White Orchards, shining out, demure and valiant, fearless of wind and storm and cold, fearless of fear itself. You see, you're so very, very brave that you make me ashamed to be afraid of poetry and sentiment and pretty words, things of which I have a good, thumping Anglo-Saxon terror, I can tell you. It's because I know what a heavenly brick you are that I could have killed that statistical jackass for bothering you, but I'll forgive him, since you say that it's all right. And so ghosts are the only things in the world that frighten you, even though you know that there aren't any. You and Madame de Stael, hey. I do not believe in ghosts, but I fear them. It's pretty painful to learn that the mere sight of one would turn you into a gibbering lunatic. Nice sell for an enthusiastic spirit who'd romped clear back from heaven to give you a pleasant surprise, I don't think. Well, no fear, young Janey, I'll find some way if I'm put to it, some nice, safe, pretty way that wouldn't scare a neurasthenic baby, let alone the dauntless Miss Abbott. I'll find, oh, no more of that, no more. She crushed the sheet in her hands fiercely, crumpling it into a little ball. The candle flame was too slow. No, she couldn't stand it, she couldn't, and there was an end to it. She would go raving mad, she would kill herself, she would. She lifted her head, wrenched suddenly back from that chaos of despair, alert and intent. There it was again, coming swiftly nearer and nearer from some immeasurable distance, down, down, nearer still. The very room was humming and throbbing with it. She could almost hear the singing in the wires. She swung far out over the window edge, searching the moon-drenched garden with eager eyes. Surely it would never fly so low unless it were about to land. Engine trouble, perhaps, though she could detect no break in the huge, rhythmic pulsing that was shaking the night. Still, Rosemary, she called urgently. Rosemary, listen, is there a place where it can land? Where what can land? Asked a drowsy voice. An airplane. It's flying so low that it must be in some kind of trouble, do come and see. Rosemary came pattering obediently toward her, a small, docile figure, dark eyes misted with dreams, wide with amazement. I must be 9/10 asleep, she murmured gently. because I don't hear a single thing, Janet." "Perhaps." "Hush, listen," begged Janet, raising an imperative hand, and then her own eyes widened. "Why, it's gone." There was a note of flat incredulity in her voice. "Heavens, how those things must eat up space. Not a minute ago it was fairly shaking this room, and now—" Rosemary stifled a small pink yawn and smiled ingratiatingly. "Perhaps you were asleep too," she suggested humbly. "I don't believe that airplanes ever fly this way anymore. Or it might have been that fat Hodges boy on his motorcycle. He does make the most dreadful racket." "Oh, Janet, what a perfectly ripping night, do see." They leaned together on the window-sill, silenced by the white and shining beauty that had turned the pleasant garden into a place of magic and enchantment. The corners of Janet's mouth lifted suddenly. How absurd people were! The fat Hodges boy and his motorcycle. Did they all regard her as an amiable lunatic, even little, lovely, friendly Rosemary, wavering sleepily at her side? It really was maddening. But she felt, amazingly enough, suddenly quiet and joyous and indifferent, and passionately glad that the wanderer from the skies had won safely through and was speeding home. Home. Oh, it was a crying pity that it need ever land. Anything so fleet and strong and sure should fly forever. But if they must rest, those beating wings, the old RFC toast went singing through her head and she flung it out into the moonlight, smiling, "Happy landings. Happy landings, you." The next day was the one that brought to White Orchards what was to be known for many moons as the big storm. It had been gathering all afternoon, and by evening the heat had grown appalling and incredible, even to Janet's American and exigent standards. The smoldering copper sky looked as though it had caught fire from the world and would burn forever. There was not so much as a whisper of air to break the stillness. It seemed as though the whole tortured earth were holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Everyone had struggled through the day assuring one another that when evening came it would be all right, dangling the alluring thought of the cool darkness before each other's hot and weary eyes. But the night proved even more outrageous than the day. To the little group seated on the terrace, dispiritedly playing with their coffee, it seemed almost a personal affront. The darkness closed in on them, smothering, heavy, intolerable. They could feel its weight, as though it were some hateful and tangible thing. Like black cotton wool, explained Rosemary, stirred to unwanted resentment. She had spent the day curled up in the largest Indian chair on the terrace, round-eyed with fatigue and incredulity. "I honestly think that we must be dreaming," she murmured to her feverish audience. "I do, honestly. Why, it's only May, and we never. There was that day in August about 5 years ago that was almost as bad, though. Do you remember, Mummy? It's hardly the kind of thing that one is likely to forget, love. Do you think that it is necessary for us to talk? I feel somehow that I could bear it much more easily if we kept quite quiet." Janet stirred a little, uneasily. She hated silence, that terrible, Empty space waiting to be filled up with your thoughts, why, the idlest chatter spared you that. She hated the terrace, too. She closed her eyes to shut out the ugly darkness that was pressing against her. Behind the shelter of her lids it was cooler and stiller, but open-eyed or closed, she could not shut out memory. The very touch of the bricks beneath her feet brought back that late October day. She had been sitting curled up on the steps in the warm sunlight, with the keen, sweet air stirring her hair and sending the beech leaves dancing down the flagged path. There had been a heavenly smell of burning from the farm meadow, and she was sniffing it luxuriously, feeling warm and joyous and protected in Jerry's great tweed coat, watching the tall figure swinging across from the lodge gate with idle, happy eyes, not even curious. It was not until he had almost reached the steps that she had noticed that he was wearing a foreign uniform, and even then she had promptly placed him as one of Rosemary's innumerable conquests, bestowing on him a friendly and inquiring smile. "Were you looking for Miss Langdon?" Even now she could see the courteous, grave young face soften as he turned quickly toward her, bearing his dark head with that swift foreign grace that turns our perfunctory habits into something like a ritual. "But no," he had said gently, "I was looking for you, Miss Abbott. Now will you please tell me how in the world you knew that I was Miss Abbott?" And he had smiled, with his lips, not his eyes. "I should be dull indeed if that I did not know. I am Philippe Laurent, Miss Abbott." And oh, she had cried joyously, "Léon's Philippe." But yes, Léon's Philippe. "They are not here, the others. Madame Langdon, the little Miss Rosemary. No, they've gone to some parish fair, and I've been wicked and stayed home. Won't you sit down and talk to me? Please? Miss Abbott, it is not to you that I must talk. What I have to say is indeed most difficult, and it is to Jeremy's Janie that I would say it." "May I, then?" It had seemed to Jeremy's Janie that the voice in which she answered him came from a great distance, but she never took her eyes from the grave and vivid face. "Yes. And quickly, please." So he had told her, quickly, in his exquisitely careful English, and she had listened as attentively and politely, huddled up on the brick steps in the sunlight, as though he were running over the details of the last drive, instead of tearing her life to pieces with every word. She remembered now that it hadn't seemed real at all. If it had been to Jerry that these horrors had happened, could she have sat there so quietly, feeling the color bright in her cheeks, and the wind stirring in her hair, and the sunlight warm on her hands? Why, for less than this people screamed, and fainted, and went raving mad. "You say that his back is broken." But yes, my dear, Léon's Philippe had told her, and she had seen the tears shining in his grey eyes. "And he is badly burned." "My brave Janie, these questions are not good to ask, not good to answer. This I will tell you. He lives, our Jerry, and so dearly does he love you that he will drag back that poor body from hell itself, because it is yours, not his. This he has sent me to tell you, most lucky lady ever loved." "You mean that he isn't going to die. I tell you that into those small hands of yours he has given his life. Hold it fast. Will he get well? He will not walk again, but have you not swift feet to run for him? And there had come to her, sitting on the terrace in the sunshine, an overwhelming flood of joy, reckless and cruel and triumphant. Now he was hers forever, the restless wanderer, delivered to her bound and helpless, never to stray again. Hers to worship and serve and slave for, his troth to freedom broken, hers at last. I'm coming, she had told the tall young Frenchman breathlessly. Take me to him, please, let's hurry. Ma pauvre petite, this is war. One does not come and go at will. God knows by what miracle enough red tape unwound to let me through to you, to bring my message and to take one back. What message, Philippe? That is for you to say, little Janie. He told me, say to her that she has my heart. If she needs my body, I will live. Say to her that it is an ugly, broken, and useless thing, still, hers. She must use it as she sees fit. Say to her, no, say nothing more. She is my Janie, and has no need of words. Tell her to send me only one, and I will be content. For that one word, Janie, I have come many miles. What shall it be? And she had cried out exultantly, why, tell him that I say, but the word had died in her throat. Her treacherous lips had mutinied, and she had sat there, feeling the blood drain back out of her face, out of her heart, feeling her eyes turn back with sheer terror, while she fought with those stiffened rebels. Such a little word, live. Surely they could say that. Was it not what he was waiting for, lying far away and still, schooled at last to patience, the reckless and the restless? Oh, Jerry, Jerry, live. Even now she could feel her mind, like some frantic little wild thing, racing to escape memory. What had he said to her? You, wise beyond wisdom, will never hold me, you will never hold me, you will never. And suddenly she had dropped her twisted hands in her lap and lifted her eyes to Jerry's ambassador. Will you please tell him, will you please tell him that I say, contact. Contact. He had stood smiling down at her, ironical and tender. Ah, what a race. That is the prettiest word that you can find for Jerry. But then it means to come very close, to touch, that poor harsh word. There he must find what comfort he can. We, too, in aviation use that word, it is the signal that says, now, you can fly. You do not know our vocabulary, perhaps. I know very little. That is all then. No other message. He will understand, our Jerry. And Janie had smiled, rather a terrible small smile. Oh, yes, she told him. He will understand. It is the word that he is waiting for, you see. I see. But there had been a grave wonder in his voice. Would it? She had framed the words as carefully as though it were a strange tongue that she was speaking. Would it be possible to buy his machine? He wouldn't want anyone else to fly it. Little Janie, never fear. The man does not live who shall fly poor Peg again. Smashed to kindling wood and burned to ashes, she has taken her last flight to the heaven for good and brave birds of war. Not enough was left of her to hold in your 2 hands. I'm glad. Then that's all, isn't it? And thank you for coming. It is I who thank you. What was hard as death you have made easy. I had thought the lady to whom Jeremy Langdon gave his heart the luckiest creature ever born, now I think him that luckiest one. The grave grace with which he had bent to kiss her hand made of the formal salutation an accolade, my homage to you, Jerry's Janie. A quick salute, and he had turned on his heel, swinging off down the flagged path with that swift, easy stride, past the sundial, past the lily pond, past the beech trees, gone. For hours and hours after he had passed out of sight she had sat staring after him, her hands lying quite still in her lap, staring. They had found her there when they came back, sitting where Rosemary was seated now. Why, there, on those same steps, a bare 6 months ago, something snapped in her head, and she stumbled to her feet, clinging to the arm of her chair. I can't stand it, she gasped. No, it's no use, I can't, I tell you. Rosemary's arm was about her, Mrs. Langdon's soft voice in her ears, a deeper note from Rosemary's engineer. Oh, I say, poor girl. What is it, dear child, what's the matter? Is it the heat, Janie? The heat. She could hear herself laughing, frantic, hateful, jangling laughter that wouldn't stop. Oh, Jerry. Jerry. It's this ghastly day. Let me get her some water, Mrs. Langdon. Don't cry so, Janie, please don't, darling. I see can't he help it, she paused, listening intently, her hand closing sharply over Rosemary's wrist. Oh, listen, there it comes again, I told you so. Thank heaven, murmured Mrs. Langdon devoutly, I thought that it never was going to rise this evening. It's from the south, too, so I suppose that it means rain. Rain, repeated Janet vaguely. Why in the world should it mean rain? Her small, pale face looked suddenly brilliant and enchanted, tilted up to meet the thunderous music that was swinging nearer and nearer. Oh, do listen, you people. This time it's surely going to land. Rosemary stared at her blankly. Land? What are you talking about, Janie? My airplane, the one that you said was the fat Hodges boy on a motorcycle. Is there any place near here that it can make a landing? Darling child, Mrs. Langdon's gentle voice was gentler than ever. Darling child, it's this wretched heat. There isn't any airplane, dear, it's just the wind rising in the beaches. The wind. Janet laughed aloud, they really were too absurd. Why, Mrs. Langdon, you can hear the engines, if you'll only listen. You can hear them, can't you, Mr. Bain? The young engineer shook his head. No plane would risk flying with this storm coming, Miss Abbott. There's been thunder for the last hour or so, and it's getting nearer, too. It's only the wind, I think. Oh, you're laughing at me, of course you hear it. Why, it's as clear as, her voice trailed off into silence. Quite suddenly, without any transition or warning, she knew. She could feel her heart stand perfectly still for a minute, and then plunge forward in mad flight, racing, oh, it knew, too, that eager heart. She took her hand from the arm of the chair, releasing Rosemary's wrist very gently. Yes, of course, it's the heat, she said quietly. She must be careful not to frighten them, these kind ones. If you don't mind, Mrs. Langdon, I think that I'll go down to the gate to watch the storm burst. No, please, don't any of you come. I'll promise to change everything if I get caught. Yes, everything. I won't be long, don't wait for me. She walked sedately enough until she came to the turn in the path, but after that she ran, only pausing for a minute to listen breathlessly. Oh, yes, following, that gigantic music. How he must be laughing at her now, blind, deaf, incredulous little fool that she had been, to doubt that Jerry would find a way. But where could he land? Not in the garden, not at the gates. Oh, now she had it, the farm meadow. She turned sharply. It was dark, but the path must be here. Yes, this was the wicket gate. Her groping fingers were quite steady. They found the latch, released it. The gate swung to behind her flying footsteps. Oh, Jerry, sang her heart. Why hadn't she worn the rose-colored frock? It was she who would be a ghost in that trailing white thing. To the right here, yes, there was the hawthorn hedge, only a few steps more. Oh, now. She stood as still as a small statue, not moving, not breathing, her hands at her heart, her face turned to the black and torn sky. Nearer, circling and darting and swooping, the gigantic humming grew louder, louder still. It swept about her thunderously, so close that she clapped her hands over her ears. But she stood her ground, exultant and undaunted. Oh, louder still, and then suddenly the storm broke. All the winds and the rains of the world were unleashed, and fell howling and shrieking upon her. She staggered under their onslaught, drenched to the bone, her dress whipping frantically about her, blinded and deafened by that tumultuous clamor. She had only one weapon against it, laughter, and she laughed now, straight into its teeth. And as though hell itself must yield to mirth, the fury wavered, failed, sank to muttering. But Janey, beaten to her knees and laughing, never even heard it die. Jerry, she whispered into the darkness, Jerry. Oh, more wonderful than wonder, he was there. She could feel him stir, even if she could not hear him, so close was he that if she even reached out her hand, she could touch him. She stretched it out eagerly, but there was nothing there, only a small, remote sound of withdrawal, as though someone had moved a little. You're afraid that I'll be frightened, aren't you? She asked wistfully. I wouldn't be, I wouldn't. Please come back. He was laughing at her, she knew, tender and mocking and caressing. She smiled back, tremulously. You're thinking, I told you so. Have you come far to say it to me? Only that little stir. The wind was rising again. Jerry, come close, come closer still. What are you waiting for, dear and dearest? This time there was not even a stir to answer her. She felt suddenly cold to the heart. What had he always waited for? You aren't waiting to go. She fought to keep the terror out of her voice, but it had her by the throat. Oh, no, no, you can't, not again. Jerry, Jerry, don't go away and leave me. Truly and truly I can't stand it, truly. She wrung her hands together desperately. She was on her knees to him. Did he wish her to go lower still? Oh, she had never learned to beg. I can't send you away again, I can't. When I sent you to France I killed my heart. When I let you go to death, I crucified my soul. I haven't anything left but my pride. You can have that, too. I can't send you back to your heaven. Stay with me, Jerry. Not a sound, not a stir, but well she knew that he was standing there, waiting. She rose slowly to her feet. Very well, you've won, she said hardly. Go back to your saints and seraphs and angels. I'm beaten. I was mad to think that you ever cared. Go back. She turned, stumbling, the sobs tearing at her throat. He had gone several steps before she realized that he was following her, and all the hardness and bitterness and despair fell from her like a cloak. Oh, Jerry, she whispered, Jerry, darling, I'm so sorry. And you've come so far, just to find this. What is it that you want, can't you tell me? She stood tense and still, straining eyes and ears for her answer, but it was not to eyes or ears that it came. Oh, of course, she cried clearly. Of course, my wanderer. Ready. She stood poised for a second, head thrown back, arms flung wide, a small figure of victory, caught in the flying wind. And, contact, Jerry, she called joyously into the darkness. Contact. There was a mighty whirring, a thunder and a roaring above the storm. She stood listening breathlessly to it rise and swell, and then grow fainter, fainter still, dying, 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 but Janey, her small white face turned to the storm-swept sky behind which shone the stars, was smiling radiantly. For she had sped her wanderer on his way, she had not failed him. The Camel's Back by F. Scott Fitzgerald from the Saturday Evening Post. The restless, wearied eye of the tired magazine reader resting for a critical second on the above title will judge it to be merely metaphorical. Stories about the cup and the lip and the bad penny and the new broom rarely have anything to do with cups and lips and pennies and brooms. This story is the great exception. It has to do with an actual, material, visible and large as life camel's back. Starting from the neck we shall work tailward. Meet Mr. Perry Parkhurst, 28, lawyer, native of Toledo. Perry has nice teeth, a Harvard education, and parts his hair in the middle. You have met him before, in Cleveland, Portland, St. Paul, Indianapolis, Kansas City and elsewhere. Baker Brothers, New York, pause on their semi-annual trip through the West to clothe him. Montmorency and Company dispatch a young man post-asked every 3 months to see that he has the correct number of little punctures on his shoes. He has a domestic roadster now, will have a French roadster if he lives long enough, and doubtless a Chinese one if it comes into fashion. He looks like the advertisement of the young man rubbing his sunset-colored chest with liniment, goes east every year to the Harvard reunion, does everything, smokes a little too much. Oh, you've seen him. Meet his girl. Her name is Betty Medill, and she would take well in the movies. Her father gives her $200 a month to dress on, and she has tawny eyes and hair, and feather fans of 3 colors. Meet her father, Cyrus Medill. Though he is to all appearances flesh and blood, he is, strange to say, commonly known in Toledo as the Aluminum Man. But when he sits in his club window with 2 or 3 Iron Men and the White Pine Man and the Brass Man, they look very much as you and I do, only more so, if you know what I mean. Meet the Camel's Back, or no, don't meet the Camel's Back yet. Meet the story. During the Christmas holidays of 1919, the first real Christmas holidays since the war, there took place in Toledo, counting only the people with the italicized the, 41 dinner parties, 16 dances, 6 luncheons male and female, 11 luncheons female, 12 teas, 4 stag dinners, 2 weddings and 13 bridge parties. It was the cumulative effect of all this that moved Perry Parkhurst on the 29th day of December to a desperate decision. Betty Medill would marry him and she wouldn't marry him. She was having such a good time that she hated to take such a definite step. Meanwhile, their secret engagement had got so long that it seemed as if any day it might break off of its own weight. A little man named Warburton, who knew it all, persuaded Perry to Superman her, to get a marriage license and go up to the Medill house and tell her she'd have to marry him at once or call it off forever. This is some stunt, but Perry tried it on December the 29th. He presented self, heart, license, and ultimatum, and within 5 minutes they were in the midst of a violent quarrel, a burst of sporadic open fighting such as occurs near the end of all long wars and engagements. It brought about one of those ghastly lapses in which 2 people who are in love pull up sharp, look at each other coolly and think it's all been a mistake. Afterward they usually kiss wholesomely and assure the other person it was all their fault. Say it all was my fault. Say it was. I want to hear you say it. But while reconciliation was trembling in the air, while each was, in a measure, stalling it off, so that they might the more voluptuously and sentimentally enjoy it when it came, they were permanently interrupted by a 20-minute phone call for Betty from a garrulous aunt who lived in the country. At the end of 18 minutes Perry Parkhurst, torn by pride and suspicion and urged on by injured dignity, put on his long fur coat, picked up his light brown soft hat and stalked out the door. "It's all over," he muttered brokenly as he tried to jam his car into first. "It's all over, if I have to choke you for an hour, darn you." This last to the car, which had been standing some time and was quite cold. He drove downtown, that is, he got into a snow rut that led him downtown. He sat slouched down very low in his seat, much too dispirited to care where he went. He was living over the next 20 years without Betty. In front of the Clarendon Hotel he was hailed from the sidewalk by a bad man named Bailey, who had big huge teeth and lived at the hotel and had never been in love. "Perry," said the bad man softly when the roadster drew up beside him at the curb, "I've got 6 quarts of the doggonedest champagne you ever tasted. A third of it's yours, Perry, if you'll come upstairs and help Martin Macy and me drink it." "Bailey," said Perry tensely. "I'll drink your champagne. I'll drink every drop of it. I don't care if it kills me. I don't care if it's 50 proof wood alcohol." "Shut up, you nut," said the bad man gently. "They don't put wood alcohol in champagne. This is the stuff that proves the world is more than 6,000 years old. It's so ancient that the cork is petrified. You have to pull it with a stone drill." "Take me upstairs," said Perry moodily. "If that cork sees my heart it'll fall out from pure mortification." The room upstairs was full of those innocent hotel pictures of little girls eating apples and sitting in swings and talking to dogs. The other decorations were neckties and a pink man reading a pink paper devoted to ladies in pink tights. "When you have to go into the highways and byways," said the pink man, looking reproachfully at Bailey and Perry. "Hello, Martin Macy," said Perry shortly, "where's this Stone Age champagne? What's the rush? This isn't an operation, understand? This is a party." Perry sat down dully and looked disapprovingly at all the neckties. Bailey leisurely opened the door of a wardrobe and brought out 6 wicked-looking bottles and 3 glasses. "Take off that darn fur coat," said Martin Macy to Perry. "Or maybe you'd like to have us open all the windows." "Give me champagne," said Perry. "Going to the Townsend Circus Ball tonight." "I'm not." "Vitted." "Aha. Why not go?" "Oh, I'm sick of parties," exclaimed Perry, "I'm sick of 'em. I've been to so many that I'm sick of 'em." "Maybe you're going to the Howard Tate's party." "No, I tell you, I'm sick of 'em." "Well," said Macy consolingly, "the Tates is just for college kids anyway. I tell you, I thought you'd be going to one of 'em anyways. I see by the papers you haven't missed a one this Christmas." Grunted Perry morosely. He would never go to any more parties. Classical phrases played in his mind. That side of his life was closed. Now when a man says closed like that, you can be pretty sure that some woman has double-closed him, so to speak. Perry was also thinking that other classical thought, about how cowardly suicide is. A noble thought, that one, warm and uplifting. Think of all the fine men we should lose if suicide were not so cowardly. An hour later was 6 o'clock, and Perry had lost all resemblance to the young man in the liniment advertisement. He looked like a rough draft for a riotous cartoon. They were singing an impromptu song of Bailey's improvisation. One Lump Perry, the parlor snake, famous through the city for the way he drinks his tea, plays with it, toys with it, makes no noise with it, balanced on a napkin on his well-trained knee. Trouble is, said Perry, who had just banged his hair with Bailey's comb and was tying an orange tie round it to get the effect of Julius Caesar, that you fellas can't sing worth a damn. Soon's I leave THR and start singin' tenor, you start singin' tenor too. A natural tenor, said Macy gravely. Voice lacks cultivation, THA's all. Got a natural voice, Aunt used say. Naturally good singer. Singers, all good singers, remarked Bailey, who was at the telephone. No, not the cabaret, I want night clerk. I mean refreshment clerk or some doggone clerk that's got food. I want, Julius Caesar, announced Perry, turning round from the mirror. Man of iron will and stern termination. Shut up, yelled Bailey. Say, is Mr. Bailey. Sen up enormous supper. Use my own judgment. Right away. He connected the receiver and the hook with some difficulty, and then, with his lips closed and an air of solemn intensity in his eyes, went to the lower drawer of his dresser and pulled it open. Look it, he commanded. In his hands he held a truncated garment of pink gingham. Pants, he explained gravely. Look it. This was a pink blouse, a red tie and a Buster Brown collar. Look it, he repeated. Costume for the Townsend's circus ball. I'm Lee Elboy carries water for the elephants. Perry was impressed in spite of himself. I'm going to be Julius Caesar, he announced after a moment of concentration. Thought you weren't going, said Macy. Me? Sure, I'm going. Never miss a party. Good for the nerves, like celery. Caesar, scoffed Bailey. Can't be Caesar. He's not about a circus. Caesar's Shakespeare. Go as a clown. Perry shook his head. Nope, Caesar. Caesar. Sure. Chariot. Light dawned on Bailey. That's right. Good idea. Perry looked round the room searchingly. You lend me a bathrobe and this tie, he said finally. Bailey considered. No good. Sure, THA's all I need. Caesar was a savage. They can't kick if I come as Caesar if he was a savage. No, said Bailey, shaking his head slowly. Get a costume over at a costumer's. Over at Nolax. Closed up. Find out. After a puzzling 5 minutes at the phone, a small, weary voice managed to convince Perry that it was Mr. Nolax speaking, and that they would remain open until 8 because of the Townsend's ball. Thus assured, Perry ate a great amount of filet mignon and drank his third of the last bottle of champagne. At 8:15 the man in the tall hat who stands in front of the Clarendon found him trying to start his roadster. "Froze up," said Perry wisely. "The cold froze it." "The cold air froze, eh?" "Yes. Cold air froze it. Can't start it." "Nope. Let it stand here till summer. One those hot ole August days I'll thaw it out a right. Going let it stand." "Sure. Let her stand. Take a hot thief to steal it. Gem taxi." The man in the tall hat summoned a taxi. "Where to, mister?" "Go to Nolak's, costume fella." To Mrs. Nolak was short and ineffectual looking, and on the cessation of the World War had belonged for a while to one of the new nationalities. Owing to the unsettled European conditions she had never since been quite sure what she was. The shop in which she and her husband performed their daily stint was dim and ghostly and peopled with suits of armor and Chinese mandarins and enormous papier-mâché birds suspended from the ceiling. In a vague background many rows of masks glared eyelessly at the visitor, and there were glass cases full of crowns and scepters and jewels and enormous stomachers and paints and powders and crepe hair and face creams and wigs of all colors. When Perry ambled into the shop Mrs. Nolak was folding up the last troubles of a strenuous day, so she thought, in a drawer full of pink silk stockings. "Something for you?" she queried pessimistically. "Want costume of Julius the charioteer." Mrs. Nolak was sorry, but every stitch of charioteer had been rented long ago. "Was it for the Townsend Circus ball?" "It was." "Sorry," she said, "but I don't think there's anything left that's really circus." This was an obstacle. Said Perry. An idea struck him suddenly. "If you've got a piece of canvas I could go a tent." "Sorry, but we haven't anything like that. A hardware store is where you'd have to go to. We have some very nice Confederate soldiers." "No, no soldiers. And I have a very handsome king." He shook his head. "Several of the gentlemen," she continued hopefully, "are wearing stovepipe hats and swallowtail coats and going as ringmasters, but we're all out of tall hats. I can let you have some crepe hair for a moustache. Want smepem stinctive? Something, let's see. Well, we have a lion's head, and a goose, and a camel. The idea seized Perry's imagination, gripped it fiercely. "Yes, but it needs 2 people. Camel. That's an idea. Lemme see it." The camel was produced from his resting place on a top shelf. At first glance he appeared to consist entirely of a very gaunt, cadaverous head and a sizable hump, but on being spread out he was found to possess a dark brown, unwholesome-looking body made of thick, cottony cloth. "You see it takes 2 people," explained Mrs. Nolak, holding the camel up in frank admiration. "If you have a friend he could be part of it. You see there's sorta pants for 2 people. One pair is for the fella in front and the other pair for the fella in back. The fella in front does the looking out through these here eyes, and the fella in back he's just gotta stoop over and follow the front fella round. Put it on, commanded Perry. Obediently Mrs. Nolak put her tabacat face inside the camel's head and turned it from side to side ferociously. Perry was fascinated. "What noise does a camel make?" "What?" asked Mrs. Nolak as her face emerged, somewhat smudgy. "Oh, what noise?" "Why, he sorta brays. Lemme see it in a mirror." Before a wide mirror Perry tried on the head and turned from side to side appraisingly. In the dim light the effect was distinctly pleasing. The camel's face was a study in pessimism, decorated with numerous abrasions, and it must be admitted that his coat was in that state of general negligence peculiar to camels. In fact, he needed to be cleaned and pressed, but distinctive he certainly was. He was majestic. He would have attracted attention in any gathering if only by his melancholy cast of feature and the look of pensive hunger lurking round his shadowy eyes. "You see, you have to have two people," said Mrs. Nolak again. Perry tentatively gathered up the body and legs and wrapped them about him, tying the hind legs as a girdle round his waist. The effect on the whole was bad. It was even irreverent, like one of those medieval pictures of a monk changed into a beast by the ministrations of Satan. At the very best the ensemble resembled a humpbacked cow sitting on her haunches among blankets. "Don't look like anything at all," objected Perry gloomily. "No," said Mrs. Nolak, "you see, you got to have two people." A solution flashed upon Perry. "You got a date tonight?" "Oh, I couldn't possibly." "Oh, come on," said Perry encouragingly. "Sure you can. Here. Be a good sport and climb into these hind legs." With difficulty he located them and extended their yawning depths ingratiatingly. But Mrs. Nolak seemed loath. She backed perversely away. "Oh, no, CM on. Why, you can be the front if you want to. Or we'll flip a coin." "Oh, no, make it worth your while." Mrs. Nolak set her lips firmly together. "Now you just stop," she said with no coyness implied. "None of the gentlemen ever acted up this way before." "My husband, you got a husband?" demanded Perry. "Where is he?" "He's home." "What's telephone number?" After considerable parley he obtained the telephone number pertaining to the Nolak penates and got into communication with that small, weary voice he had heard once before that day. But Mr. Nolak, though taken off his guard and somewhat confused by Perry's brilliant flow of logic, stuck staunchly to his point. He refused firmly but with dignity to help out Mr. Parkhurst in the capacity of back part of a camel. Having rung off, or rather having been rung off on, Perry sat down on a three-legged stool to think it over. He named over to himself those friends on whom he might call, and then his mind paused as Betty Medill's name hazily and sorrowfully occurred to him. He had a sentimental thought. He would ask her. Their love affair was over, but she could not refuse this last request. Surely it was not much to ask, to help him keep up his end of social obligation for one short night. And if she insisted, she could be the front part of the camel and he would go as the back. His magnanimity pleased him. His mind even turned to rosy-colored dreams of a tender reconciliation inside the camel, there hidden away from all the world. "Now you'd better decide right off." The bourgeois voice of Mrs. Nolak broke in upon his mellow fancies and roused him to action. He went to the phone and called up the Medill house. Miss Betty was out, had gone out to dinner. Then, when all seemed lost, the camel's back wandered curiously into the store. He was a dilapidated individual with a cold in his head and a general trend about him of downwardness. His cap was pulled down low on his head, and his chin was pulled down low on his chest. His coat hung down to his shoes. He looked run down at the heels, and, Salvation Army to the contrary, down and out. He said that he was the taxicab driver that the gentleman had hired at the Clarendon Hotel. He had been instructed to wait outside, but he had waited some time and a suspicion had grown upon him that the gentleman had gone out the back way with purpose to defraud him. Gentlemen sometimes did, so he had come in. He sank down onto the three-legged stool. "Want to go to a party?" demanded Perry sternly. "I gotta work," answered the taxi driver lugubriously. "I gotta keep my job." "It's a very good party." "'S a very good job." "Come on," urged Perry. "Be a good fella. See, it's pretty." He held the camel up and the taxi driver looked at it cynically. "Ha!" Perry searched feverishly among the folds of the cloth. "See," he cried enthusiastically, holding up a selection of folds. "This is your part. You don't even have to talk. All you have to do is to walk, and sit down occasionally. You do all the sitting down. Think of it. I'm on my feet all the time and you can sit down some of the time. The only time I can sit down is when we're lying down, and you can sit down when, any time. See?" "What's that thing?" demanded the individual dubiously. "A shroud?" "Not at all," said Perry hurriedly. "It's a camel." "Ha!" Then Perry mentioned a sum of money, and the conversation left the land of grunts and assumed a practical tinge. Perry and the taxi driver tried on the camel in front of the mirror. "You can't see it," explained Perry, peering anxiously out through the eye holes, "but honestly, ole man, you look simply great. Honestly." A grunt from the hump acknowledged this somewhat dubious compliment. "Honestly, you look great," repeated Perry enthusiastically. "Move round a little." The hind legs moved forward, giving the effect of a huge cat-camel hunching his back preparatory to a spring. "No, move sideways." The camel's hips went neatly out of joint. A hula dancer would have writhed in envy. "Good, isn't it?" demanded Perry, turning to Mrs. Nolak for approval. "It looks lovely," agreed Mrs. Nolak. "We'll take it," said Perry. The bundle was safely stowed under Perry's arm and they left the shop. "Go to the party," he commanded as he took his seat in the back. "What party?" "Fawn's address party." "Whereabouts is it?" This presented a new problem. Perry tried to remember, but the names of all those who had given parties during the holidays danced confusedly before his eyes. He could ask Mrs. Nolak, but on looking out the window he saw that the shop was dark. Mrs. Nolak had already faded out, a little black smudge far down the snowy street. "Drive uptown," directed Perry with fine confidence. "If you see a party, stop. Otherwise I'll tell you when we get there." He fell into a hazy daydream and his thoughts wandered again to Betty. He imagined vaguely that they had had a disagreement because she refused to go to the party as the back part of the camel. He was just slipping off into a chilly doze when he was wakened by the taxi driver opening the door and shaking him by the arm. "Here we are, maybe." Perry looked out sleepily. A striped awning led from the curb up to a spreading grey stone house, from inside which issued the low drummy whine of expensive jazz. He recognized the Howard Tate house. "Sure," he said emphatically, "'at's it. Tate's party tonight." "Sure, everybody's going." "Say," said the individual anxiously after another look at the awning, "you sure these people ain't gonna romp on me for coming here?" Perry drew himself up with dignity. "If anybody says anything to you, just tell 'em you're part of my costume." The visualization of himself as a thing rather than a person seemed to reassure the individual. "All right," he said reluctantly. Perry stepped out under the shelter of the awning and began unrolling the camel. "Let's go," he commanded. Several minutes later a melancholy, hungry-looking camel, emitting clouds of smoke from his mouth and from the tip of his noble hump, might have been seen crossing the threshold of the Howard Tate residence, passing a startled footman without so much as a snort, and leading directly for the main stairs that led up to the ballroom. The beast walked with a peculiar gait which varied between an uncertain lockstep and a stampede, but can best be described by the word halting. The camel had a halting gait, and as he walked he alternately elongated and contracted like a gigantic concertina. The Howard Tates are, as everyone who lives in Toledo knows, the most formidable people in town. Mrs. Howard Tate was a Chicago Todd before she became a Toledo Tate, and the family generally affect that conscious simplicity which has begun to be the earmark of American aristocracy. The Tates have reached the stage where they talk about pigs and farms and look at you icy-eyed if you are not amused. They have begun to prefer retainers rather than friends as dinner guests, spend a lot of money in a quiet way and, having lost all sense of competition, are in process of growing quite dull. The dance this evening was for little Millicent Tate, and though there was a scattering of people of all ages present, the dancers were mostly from school and college. The younger married crowd was at the Townsend Circus ball up at the Talio Club. Mrs. Tate was standing just inside the ballroom, following Millicent round with her eyes and beaming whenever she caught her eye. Beside her were two middle-aged sycophants who were saying what a perfectly exquisite child Millicent was. It was at this moment that Mrs. Tate was grasped firmly by the skirt and her youngest daughter, Emily, aged 11, hurled herself with an oof into her mother's arms. "Why, Emily, what's the trouble?" "Mamma," said Emily, wild-eyed but voluble, "there's something out on the stairs." "What?" "There's a thing out on the stairs, Mamma." "I think it's a big dog, Mamma, but it doesn't look like a dog." "What do you mean, Emily?" The sycophants waved their heads and hemmed sympathetically. "Mamma, it looks like a camel." Mrs. Tate laughed. "You saw a mean old shadow, dear, that's all." "No, I didn't." "No, it was some kind of thing, Mamma, big. I was downstairs going to see if there were any more people and this dog or something, he was coming upstairs. Kinda funny, Mamma, like he was lame. And then he saw me and gave a sort of growl and then he slipped at the top of the landing and I ran." Mrs. Tate's laugh faded. "The child must have seen something," she said. The sycophants agreed that the child must have seen something, and suddenly all three women took an instinctive step away from the door as the sounds of muffled footsteps were audible just outside. And then three startled gasps rang out as a dark brown form rounded the corner and they saw what was apparently a huge beast looking down at them hungrily. "OOF!" cried Mrs. Tate. "Oh!" cried the ladies in a chorus. The camel suddenly humped his back, and the gasps turned to shrieks. "Oh, look! What is it?" The dancing stopped, but the dancers hurrying over got quite a different impression of the invader from that of the ladies by the door. In fact, the young people immediately suspected that it was a stunt, a hired entertainer come to amuse the party. The boys in long trousers looked at it rather disdainfully and sauntered over with their hands in their pockets, feeling that their intelligence was being insulted. But the girls ran over with much hand-clapping and many little shouts of glee. "It's a camel. Well, if he isn't the funniest." The camel stood there uncertainly, swaying slightly from side to side and seeming to take in the room in a careful, appraising glance. Then, as if he had come to an abrupt decision, he turned and ambled swiftly out the door. Mr. Howard Tate had just come out of his den on the lower floor and was standing chatting with a good-looking young man in the hall. Suddenly they heard the noise of shouting upstairs and almost immediately a succession of bumping sounds, followed by the precipitous appearance at the foot of the stairway of a large brown beast who seemed to be going somewhere in a great hurry. "Now what the devil," said Mr. Tate, starting. The beast picked itself up with some dignity and affecting an air of extreme nonchalance, as if he had just remembered an important engagement, started at a mixed gait toward the front door. In fact, his front legs began casually to run. "See here now," said Mr. Tate sternly. "Here. Grab it, Butterfield. Grab it." The young man enveloped the rear of the camel in a pair of brawny arms, and evidently realizing that further locomotion was quite impossible, the front end submitted to capture and stood resignedly in a state of some agitation. By this time a flood of young people was pouring downstairs, and Mr. Tate, suspecting everything from an ingenious burglar to an escaped lunatic, gave crisp directions to the good-looking young man. "Hold him. Lead him in here, we'll soon see." The camel consented to be led into the den, and Mr. Tate, after locking the door, took a revolver from a table drawer and instructed the young man to take the thing's head off. Then he gasped and returned the revolver to its hiding place. "Well, Perry Parkhurst," he exclaimed in amazement. "I'm in the wrong pew," said Perry sheepishly. "Got the wrong party, Mr. Tate. Hope I didn't scare you." "Well, you gave us a thrill, Perry." Realization dawned on him. "Why, of course, you're bound for the Townsend Circus Ball. That's the general idea. Let me introduce Mr. Butterfield, Mr. Parkhurst. Parkhurst is our most famous young bachelor here." Then turning to Perry, "Butterfield is staying with us for a few days." "I got a little mixed up," mumbled Perry. "I'm very sorry." "Heavens, it's perfectly all right, most natural mistake in the world. I've got a clown costume and I'm going down there myself after a while. Silly idea for a man of my age." He turned to Butterfield. "Better change your mind and come down with us." The good-looking young man demurred. He was going to bed. "Have a drink, Perry," suggested Mr. Tate. "Thanks, I will. And, say," continued Tate quickly, "I'd forgotten all about your friend here." He indicated the rear part of the camel. "I didn't mean to seem discourteous. Is it anyone I know?" "Bring him out." "It's not a friend," explained Perry hurriedly. "I just rented him." "Does he drink?" "Do you?" demanded Perry, twisting himself tortuously round. There was a faint sound of assent. "Sure he does," said Mr. Tate heartily. "A really efficient camel ought to be able to drink enough so it'd last him 3 days." "Tell you, sir," said Perry anxiously, "he isn't exactly dressed up enough to come out. If you give me the bottle I can hand it back to him and he can take his inside." From under the cloth was audible the enthusiastic smacking sound inspired by this suggestion. When a butler had appeared with bottles, glasses, and siphon, one of the bottles was handed back, and thereafter the silent partner could be heard imbibing long potations at frequent intervals. Thus passed a peaceful hour. At 10 o'clock Mr. Tate decided that they'd better be starting. He donned his clown's costume. Perry replaced the camel's head with a sigh. Side by side they progressed on foot the single block between the Tate House and the Talio Club. The circus ball was in full swing. A great tent fly had been put up inside the ballroom and round the walls had been built rows of booths representing the various attractions of a circus sideshow, but these were now vacated and on the floor swarmed a shouting, laughing medley of youth and color, clowns, bearded ladies, acrobats, bareback riders, ringmasters, tattooed men and charioteers. The Townsends had determined to assure their party of success, so a great quantity of liquor had been surreptitiously brought over from their house in automobiles, and it was flowing freely. A green ribbon ran along the wall completely round the ballroom, with pointing arrows alongside of it and signs which instructed the uninitiated to follow the green line. The green line led down to the bar, where waited pure punch and wicked punch and plain dark green bottles. On the wall above the bar was another arrow, red and very wavy, and under it the slogan, "Now follow this." But even amid the luxury of costume and high spirits represented there, the entrance of the Camel created something of a stir, and Perry was immediately surrounded by a curious, laughing crowd who were anxious to penetrate the identity of this beast who stood by the wide doorway eyeing the dancers with his hungry, melancholy gaze. And then Perry saw Betty. She was standing in front of a booth talking to a group of clowns, comic policemen and ringmasters. She was dressed in the costume of an Egyptian snake charmer, a costume carried out to the smallest detail. Her tawny hair was braided and drawn through brass rings, the effect crowned with a glittering oriental tiara. Her fair face was stained to a warm olive glow, and on her bare arms and the half-moon of her back writhed painted serpents with single eyes of venomous green. Her feet were in sandals and her skirt was slit to the knees, so that when she walked one caught a glimpse of other slim serpents painted just above her bare ankles. Wound about her neck was a huge, glittering, cotton-stuffed cobra, and her bracelets were in the form of tiny garter snakes. Altogether a very charming and beautiful costume, one that made the more nervous among the older women shrink away from her when she passed, and the more troublesome ones to make great talk about shouldn't be allowed and perfectly disgraceful. But Perry, peering through the uncertain eyes of the Camel, saw only her face, radiant, animated and glowing with excitement, and her arms and shoulders, whose mobile, expressive gestures made her always the outstanding figure in any gathering. He was fascinated, and his fascination exercised a strangely sobering effect on him. With a growing clarity the events of the day came back. He had lost forever this shimmering princess in emerald green and black. Rage rose within him, and with a half-formed intention of taking her away from the crowd he started toward her, or rather he elongated slightly, for he had neglected to issue the preparatory command necessary to locomotion. But at this point fickle Kismet, who for a day had played with him bitterly and sardonically, decided to reward him in full for the amusement he had afforded her. Kismet turned the tawny eyes of the snake charmer to the Camel. Kismet led her to lean toward the man beside her and say, "Who's that?" "That Camel." They all gazed. "Darned if I know." But a little man named Warburton, who knew it all, found it necessary to hazard an opinion. "It came in with Mr. Tate. I think it's probably Warren Butterfield, the architect, who's visiting the Tates." Something stirred in Betty Medill, that age-old interest of the provincial girl in the visiting man. "Oh," she said casually after a slight pause. At the end of the next dance, Betty and her partner finished up within a few feet of the camel. With the informal audacity that was the keynote of the evening, she reached out and gently rubbed the camel's nose. "Hello, old camel." The camel stirred uneasily. "You 'fraid of me?" said Betty, lifting her eyebrows in mock reproof. "Don't be. You see, I'm a snake charmer, but I'm pretty good at camels too." The camel bowed very low and the groups round laughed and made the obvious remark about the beauty and the beast. Mrs. Townshend came bustling up. "Well, Mr. Butterfield," she beamed, "I wouldn't have recognized you." Perry bowed again and smiled gleefully behind his mask. "And who is this with you?" she inquired. "Oh," said Perry in a disguised voice, muffled by the thick cloth and quite unrecognizable, "he isn't a fellow, Mrs. Townshend. He's just part of my costume." This seemed to get by, for Mrs. Townshend laughed and bustled away. Perry turned again to Betty. So he thought, this is how much she cares. On the very day of our final rupture she starts a flirtation with another man, an absolute stranger. On an impulse he gave her a soft nudge with his shoulder and waved his head suggestively toward the hall, making it clear that he desired her to leave her partner and accompany him. Betty seemed quite willing. "Bye-bye, Bobby," she called laughingly to her partner. "This old camel's got me." "Where are we going, Prince of Beasts?" The noble animal made no rejoinder, but stalked gravely along in the direction of a secluded nook on the side stairs. There Betty seated herself, and the camel, after some seconds of confusion which included gruff orders and sounds of a heated dispute going on in his interior, placed himself beside her, his hind legs stretching out uncomfortably across 2 steps. "Well, camel," said Betty cheerfully, "how do you like our happy party?" The camel indicated that he liked it by rolling his head ecstatically and executing a gleeful kick with his hoofs. "This is the first time that I ever had a tête-à-tête with a man's valet round." She pointed to the hind legs, "or whatever that is." "Oh," said Perry, "he's deaf and blind." "Forget about him. That sure is some costume. But I should think you'd feel rather handicapped, you can't very well shimmy, even if you want to." The camel hung his head lugubriously. "I wish you'd say something," continued Betty sweetly. "Say you like me, camel. Say you think I'm pretty. Say you'd like to belong to a pretty snake charmer." The camel would. "Will you dance with me, camel?" The camel would try. Betty devoted half an hour to the camel. She devoted at least half an hour to all visiting men. It was usually sufficient. When she approached a new man, the current debutantes were accustomed to scatter right and left like a close column deploying before a machine gun. And so to Perry Parkhurst was awarded the unique privilege of seeing his love as others saw her. He was flirted with violently. For this paradise of frail foundation was broken into by the sound of a general ingress to the ballroom. The cotillion was beginning. Betty and the camel joined the crowd, her brown hand resting lightly on his shoulder, defiantly symbolizing her complete adoption of him. When they entered, the couples were already seating themselves at tables round the walls, and Mrs. Townsend, resplendent as a super bareback rider with rather too rotund calves, was standing in the center with the ringmaster who was in charge of arrangements. At a signal to the band, everyone rose and began to dance. "Isn't it just slick?" breathed Betty. "You bet," said the camel. "Do you think you can possibly dance?" Perry nodded enthusiastically. He felt suddenly exuberant. After all, he was here incognito talking to his girl. He felt like winking patronizingly at the world. "I think it's the best idea," cried Betty, "to give a party like this. I don't see how they ever thought of it. Come on, let's dance." So Perry danced the cotillion. I say danced, but that is stretching the word far beyond the wildest dreams of the jazziest terpsichorean. He suffered his partner to put her hands on his helpless shoulders and pull him here and there gently over the floor while he hung his huge head docilely over her shoulder and made futile dummy motions with his feet. His hind legs danced in a manner all their own, chiefly by hopping first on one foot and then on the other. Never being sure whether dancing was going on or not, the hind legs played safe by going through a series of steps whenever the music started playing. So the spectacle was frequently presented of the front part of the camel standing at ease and the rear keeping up a constant energetic motion calculated to rouse a sympathetic perspiration in any soft-hearted observer. He was frequently favored. He danced first with a tall lady covered with straw who announced jovially that she was a bale of hay and coyly begged him not to eat her. "I'd like to, you're so sweet," said the camel gallantly. Each time the ringmaster shouted his call of "men up," he lumbered ferociously for Betty with the cardboard wienerwurst or the photograph of the bearded lady or whatever the favor chanced to be. Sometimes he reached her first, but usually his rushes were unsuccessful and resulted in intense interior arguments. "For heaven's sake," Perry would snarl fiercely between his clenched teeth, "get a little pep. I could have gotten her that time if you'd picked your feet up." "Well, gimme a little warning." "I did, darn you. I can't see a doggone thing in here. All you have to do is follow me. It's just like dragging a load of sand round to walk with you. Maybe you want to try back here." "You shut up. If these people found you in this room, they'd give you the worst beating you ever had. They'd take your taxi license away from you." Perry surprised himself by the ease with which he made this monstrous threat, but it seemed to have a soporific influence on his companion, for he muttered an ogwan and subsided into abashed silence. The ringmaster mounted to the top of the piano and waved his hand for silence. "Prizes," he cried. "Gather round." "Yeah. Prizes." Self-consciously the circle swayed forward. The rather pretty girl who had mustered the nerve to come as a bearded lady trembled with excitement, hoping to be rewarded for an evening's hideousness. the man who had spent the afternoon having tattoo marks painted on him by a sign painter skulked on the edge of the crowd, blushing furiously when anyone told him he was sure to get it. Lady and gent performers of the circus, announced the ringmaster jovially, I am sure we will all agree that a good time has been had by all. We will now bestow honor where honor is due by bestowing the prizes. Mrs. Townsend has asked me to bestow the prizes. Now, fellow performers, the first prize is for that lady who has displayed this evening the most striking, becoming, at this point the bearded lady sighed resignedly, and original costume. Here the bale of hay pricked up her ears. Now I am sure that the decision which has been decided upon will be unanimous with all here present. The first prize goes to Miss Betty Medill, the charming Egyptian snake charmer. There was a great burst of applause, chiefly masculine, and Miss Betty Medill, blushing beautifully through her olive paint, was passed up to receive her award. With a tender glance the ringmaster handed down to her a huge bouquet of orchids. And now, he continued, looking round him, the other prize is for that man who has the most amusing and original costume. This prize goes without dispute to a guest in our midst, a gentleman who is visiting here but whose stay we will hope will be long and merry, in short to the noble camel who has entertained us all by his hungry look and his brilliant dancing throughout the evening. He ceased and there was a hearty burst of applause, for it was a popular choice. The prize, a huge box of cigars, was put aside for the camel, as he was anatomically unable to accept it in person. And now, continued the ringmaster, we will wind up the cotillion with the marriage of mirth to folly. Form for the grand wedding march, the beautiful snake charmer and the noble camel in front. Betty skipped forward cheerily and wound an olive arm round the camel's neck. Behind them formed the procession of little boys, little girls, country jakes, policemen, fat ladies, thin men, sword swallowers, wild men of Borneo, armless wonders and charioteers, some of them well in their cups, all of them excited and happy and dazzled by the flow of light and color round them and by the familiar faces strangely unfamiliar under bizarre wigs and barbaric paint. The voluminous chords of the wedding march done in mad syncopation issued in a delirious blend from the saxophones and trombones, and the march began. "Aren't you glad, camel?" demanded Betty sweetly as they stepped off. "Aren't you glad we're going to be married and you're going to belong to the nice snake charmer ever afterward?" The camel's front legs pranced, expressing exceeding joy. "Minister, minister! Where's the minister?" cried voices out of the revel. "Who's going to be the clergyman?" The head of Jumbo, rotund Negro waiter at the Talio Club for many years, appeared rashly through a half-opened pantry door. "Oh, Jumbo. Get old Jumbo. He's the fella. Come on, Jumbo. How about marrying us a couple?" "Yeah." Jumbo, despite his protestations, was seized by 4 brawny clowns, stripped of his apron and escorted to a raised dais at the head of the ball. There his collar was removed and replaced backside forward to give him a sanctimonious effect. He stood there grinning from ear to ear, evidently not a little pleased, while the parade separated into two lines leaving an aisle for the bride and groom. "Lordy, man," chuckled Jumbo, "I got ole Bible en everythin', sho 'nuff." He produced a battered Bible from a mysterious interior. "Yeah, old Jumbo's got a Bible. Razor, too, I'll bet. Marry 'em off, Jumbo." Together the snake charmer and the camel ascended the cheering aisle and stopped in front of Jumbo, who adopted a grave pontifical air. "Where's your license, camel? Make it legal, camel." A man nearby prodded Perry. "Give him a piece of paper, camel. Anything'll do." Perry fumbled confusedly in his pocket, found a folded paper and pushed it out through the camel's mouth. Holding it upside down, Jumbo pretended to scan it earnestly. "Dis yere's a special camel's license," he said. "Get you ring ready, camel." Inside the camel, Perry turned round and addressed his latter half. "Gimme a ring, for Pete's sake." "I ain't got none," protested a weary voice. "You have. I saw it. I ain't going to take it off'n my hand. If you don't, I'll kill you." There was a gasp and Perry felt a huge affair of rhinestone and brass inserted into his hand. Again he was nudged from the outside. "Speak up." "I do," cried Perry quickly. He heard Betty's responses given in a laughing, debonair tone, and the sound of them even in this burlesque thrilled him. If it was only real, he thought. If it only was. Then he had pushed the rhinestone through a tear in the camel's coat and was slipping it on her finger, muttering ancient and historic words after Jumbo. He didn't want anyone to know about this ever. His one idea was to slip away without having to disclose his identity, for Mr. Tate had so far kept his secret well. A dignified young man, Perry, and this might injure his infant law practice. "Kiss her, camel. Embrace the bride. Unmask, camel, and kiss her." Instinctively his heart beat high as Betty turned to him laughingly and began playfully to stroke the cardboard muzzle. He felt his self-control giving away. He longed to seize her in his arms and declare his identity and kiss those scarlet lips that smiled teasingly at him from only a foot away, when suddenly the laughter and applause round them died away and a curious hush fell over the hall. Perry and Betty looked up in surprise. Jumbo had given vent to a huge hello, in such a startled and amazed voice that all eyes were bent on him. "Hello," he said again. He had turned round the camel's marriage license, which he had been holding upside down, produced spectacles and was studying it intently. "Why," he exclaimed, and in the pervading silence his words were heard plainly by everyone in the room, "this year's a show 'nuff marriage permit." "What? Ha! Say it again, Jumbo. Sure you can read." Jumbo waved them to silence and Perry's blood burned to fire in his veins as he realized the break he had made. "Yes ya," repeated Jumbo. "This year's a show 'nuff license, and the parties concerned one of 'em is dis year young lady, Miss Betty Medill, and th others Mr. Perry Parkhurst. There was a general gasp, and a low rumble broke out as all eyes fell on the camel. Betty shrank away from him quickly, her tawny eyes giving out sparks of fury. "Is you Mr. Parkhurst, you camel?" Perry made no answer. The crowd pressed up closer and stared at him as he stood frozen rigid with embarrassment, his cardboard face still hungry and sardonic, regarding the ominous Jumbo. "You all better speak up," said Jumbo slowly, "this year's a mighty serious matter. Outside my duties at this club I happens to be a show-nuff minister in the furs-colored Baptist church. It done look to me as though you all is gone and got married. The scene that followed will go down forever in the annals of the Talio Club. Stout matrons fainted, strong men swore, wild-eyed debutantes babbled in lightning, groups instantly formed and instantly dissolved, and a great buzz of chatter, virulent yet oddly subdued, hummed through the chaotic ballroom. Feverish youths swore they would kill Perry or Jumbo or themselves or someone, and the Baptist preacher was besieged by a tempestuous covey of clamorous amateur lawyers, asking questions, making threats, demanding precedents, ordering the bonds annulled, and especially trying to ferret out any hint or suspicion of prearrangement in what had occurred. On the corner Mrs. Townsend was crying softly on the shoulder of Mr. Howard Tate, who was trying vainly to comfort her. They were exchanging all my faults volubly and voluminously. Outside on a snow-covered walk Mr. Cyrus Medill, the aluminum man, was being paced slowly up and down between two brawny charioteers, giving vent now to a grunt, now to a string of unrepeatables, now to wild pleadings that they'd just let him get at Jumbo. He was facetiously attired for the evening as a wild man of Borneo, and the most exacting stage manager after one look at his face would have acknowledged that any improvement in casting the part would have been quite impossible. Meanwhile the two principals held the real center of the stage. Betty Medill, or was it Betty Parkhurst, weeping furiously, was surrounded by the plainer girls. The prettier ones were too busy talking about her to pay much attention to her, and over on the other side of the hall stood the camel, still intact except for his headpiece, which dangled pathetically on his chest. Perry was earnestly engaged in making protestations of his innocence to a ring of angry, puzzled men. Every few minutes, just as he had apparently proved his case, someone would mention the marriage certificate, and the inquisition would begin again. A girl named Marion Cloud, considered the second-best belle of Toledo, changed the gist of the situation by a remark she made to Betty. "Well," she said maliciously, "it'll all blow over, dear. The courts will annul it without question." Betty's tears dried miraculously in her eyes, her lips shut tightly together, and she flashed a withering glance at Marion. Then she rose and, scattering her sympathizers right and left, walked directly across the room to Perry, who also rose and stood looking at her in terror. Again silence crept down upon the room. "Will you have the decency," she said, "to grant me 5 minutes conversation, or wasn't that included in your plans?" He nodded, his mouth unable to form words. Indicating coldly that he was to follow her, she walked out into the hall with her chin up-tilted and headed for the privacy of one of the little card rooms. Perry started after her, but was brought to a jerky halt by the failure of his hind legs to function. "You stay here," he commanded savagely. "I can't," whined a voice from the hump, "unless you get out first and let me get out." Perry hesitated, but the curious crowd was unbearable, and unable any longer to tolerate eyes, he muttered a command, and with as much dignity as possible the camel moved carefully out on its four legs. Betty was waiting for him. "Well," she began furiously, "you see what you've done? You and that crazy license. I told you, you shouldn't have gotten it. I told you. My dear girl, don't dear girl me. Save that for your real wife if you ever get one after this disgraceful performance. And don't try to pretend it wasn't all arranged. You know you gave that colored waiter money. You know you did. Do you mean to say you didn't try to marry me?" "No, I mean, yes, of course, yes, you'd better admit it. You tried it, and now what are you going to do? Do you know my father's nearly crazy? It'll serve you right if he tries to kill you. He'll take his gun and put some cold steel in you. Oh. Even if this thing can be annulled, it'll hang over me all the rest of my life." Perry could not resist quoting softly, "Oh, camel, wouldn't you like to belong to the pretty snake charmer for all your—" "Shut up," cried Betty. There was a pause. "Betty," said Perry finally with a very faint hopefulness, "there's only one thing to do that will really get us out clear. That's for you to marry me." "Marry you?" "Yes. Really, it's the only—" "You shut up. I wouldn't marry you if, I know. If I were the last man on earth. But if you care anything about your reputation, she cried. You're a nice one to think about my reputation now. Why didn't you think about my reputation before you hired that horrible Jumbo to? Perry tossed up his hands hopelessly. Very well. I'll do anything you want. Lord knows I renounce all claims. But, said a new voice, I don't. Perry and Betty started, and she put her hand to her heart. For heaven's sake, what was that? It's me, said the camel's back. In a minute Perry had whipped off the camel's skin, and a lax, limp object, his clothes hanging on him damply, his hand clenched tightly on an almost empty bottle, stood defiantly before them. Oh, cried Betty, tears starting again to her eyes, you brought that object in here to frighten me. You told me he was deaf, that awful person. The ex-camel's back sat down on a chair with a sigh of satisfaction. Don't talk that way about me, lady. I ain't no person. I'm your husband. Husband. The cry was wrung simultaneously from Betty and Perry. Why, sure. I'm as much your husband as that jink is. The smoke didn't marry you to the camel's front. He married you to the whole camel. Why, that's my ring you got on your finger. With a little cry she snatched the ring from her finger and flung it passionately at the floor. "What's all this?" demanded Perry dazedly. "Jay's that you better fix me and fix me right. If you don't I'm gonna have the same claim you got to being married to her." "That's bigamy," said Perry, turning gravely to Betty. Then came the supreme moment of Perry's early life, the ultimate chance on which he risked his fortunes. He rose and looked first at Betty, where she sat weakly, her face aghast at this new complication, and then at the individual who swayed from side to side on his chair, uncertainly yet menacingly. "Very well," said Perry slowly to the individual, "you can have her. Betty, I'm going to prove to you that as far as I'm concerned our marriage was entirely accidental. I'm going to renounce utterly my rights to have you as my wife, and give you to the man whose ring you wear, your lawful husband." There was a pause and 4 horror-stricken eyes were turned on him. "Goodbye, Betty," he said brokenly. "Don't forget me in your newfound happiness. I'm going to leave for the far west on the morning train. Think of me kindly, Betty." With a last glance at them he turned on his heel and his head bowed on his chest as his hand touched the doorknob. "Goodbye," he repeated. He turned the doorknob. But at these words a flying bundle of snakes and silk and tawny hair hurled itself at him. "Oh, Perry, don't leave me. I can't face it alone. Perry, Perry, take me with you." Her tears rained down in a torrent and flowed damply on his neck. Calmly he folded his arms about her. "I don't care," she cried tearfully. "I love you, and if you can wake up a minister at this hour and have it done over again I'll go west with you." Over her shoulder the front part of the camel looked at the back part of the camel, and they exchanged a particularly subtle, esoteric sort of wink that only true camels can understand. Breakneck Hill by Esther Forbes. From the Grinnell Review. Down Holly Street the tide had set in for church. It was a proper, dilatory tide. Every silk hat glistened, every shoe was blacked, the flowers on the women's hats were as fresh as the daffodils against the house fronts. Few met face to face. Now and then a faster walker would catch up with acquaintances and join them, or, with a flash of raised hat, bow, and pass on down the stream. Then the current met an obstacle. A man, young and graceful and very much preoccupied, walked through the churchgoers, faced in the opposite direction. His riding breeches and boots showed in spite of the loose overcoat worn to cover them. He bowed continually, like royalty from a landau, almost as mechanically, and answered the remarks that greeted him. "Hello, Geth." "Hello. Good morning, Mr. Gething. Not going to church this morning?" This from a friend of his mother. "Good morning. No, not this morning." He met a chum. "Good riding day, eh?" "Great." "Well, Geth, don't break your neck." "You bet not." "I'll put a PS on the prayer for you," said the wag. "Thanks a lot." The wag was always late, even to church on Easter morning. So Gething knew the tale of the deluge was reached and past. He had the street almost to himself. It was noticeable that the man had not once called an acquaintance by name or made the first remark. His answers had been as reflex as his walking. Geth was thinking, and in the somber eyes was the dumb look of a pain that would not be told. Perhaps he considered it too slight. He left Holly Street and turned into Holly Park. Here from the grass that bristled so freshly, so ferociously green, the tree trunks rose black and damp. Brown pools of water reflected a blue radiant sky through blossoming branches. Gething subsided on a bench well removed from the children and nursemaids. First he glanced at the corner of Holly Street and the boulevard where a man from his father's racing stable would meet him with his horse. His face, his figure, his alert bearing, even his clothes promised a horseman. The way his stirrups had worn his boots would class him as a rider. He rode with his foot through as the hunter, steeplechaser, and polo player do, not on the ball of his foot in park fashion. He pulled off his hat and ran his hand over his close-cropped head. Evidently he was still thinking. Across his face the look of pain ebbed and returned, then he grew impatient. His wristwatch showed him his horse was late and he was in a hurry to be started, for what must be done had best be done quickly. Done quickly and forgotten, then he could give his attention to the other horses. There was Happiness, an hysterical child, and Goblin, who needed training over water jumps, and Song Susai, whose lame leg should be cocained to locate the trouble. All of his father's stable of great thoroughbreds needed something except Cuddy, who waited only for the bullet. Gething's square brown hand went to his breeches pocket, settled on something that was cold as ice and drew it out, the revolver. The horse he had raced so many times at Piping Rock, Brookline, Saratoga had earned the right to die by this hand which had guided him. Cuddy's high-bred face came vividly before his eyes and the white star would be the mark. He thrust the revolver back in his pocket hastily for a child had stopped to look at him, then slowly rose and fell to pacing the gravel walk. A jay screamed overhead, "Jay, Jay, Jay." "You fool," Geth called to him and then muttered to himself. "Fool, fool, oh, Geth," from the boulevard a voice called him. "Mr. Gething, if you please, sir." It was Willett the trainer. "All right, Willett." The trainer was mounted holding a lean greyhound of a horse. Gething pulled down the stirrups. "I meant to tell you to bring Cuddy for me to ride, last time, you know. Not that devil. I could never lead him in. Frenchman, here, is well behaved in cities." Gething swung up. He sat very relaxed upon a horse. There was a lifetime of practice behind that graceful seat and manner with the reins. The horse started a low shuffling gait that would take them rapidly out of the city to the Gething country place and stables. "You know," Geth broke silence, "Cuddy's got his, going to be shot." "Not one of us, sir," said Willett, "but we'll sing hallelujah. He kicked a hole in Muggins yesterday. None of the boys dare touch him," So he hasn't been groomed proper since your father said he was to go. It's more dangerous wiping him off than to steeplechase the others. Geth agreed. I know it isn't right to keep a brute like that. No, sir. When he was young and winning stakes it seemed different. I tell you what, we'll all pay $1 a cake for soap made out of old Cuddy. There'll be no soap made out of old Cuddy. Gething interrupted him. I'll ride him out, up to the top of Breakneck Hill and shoot him there. You'd better begin the trench by noon. When it's dug I'll take him to the top but nobody's been on his back since your father said it was useless to try to make him over. Too old for steeplechasing and too much the racer for anything else, and too much the devil to keep for a souvenir. Well, I'll ride him once again. But, Mr. Geth, he's just been standing in his box or the paddock for 4 weeks now. We've been waiting for you to say when he was to be shot. He's in a sweet temper and no, I think, I do. What do you think? Willett blushed purple. I think Cuddy's got something in his head, some plan if he gets out. I think he wants to kill someone before he dies. Yes, sir, kill him. And you know if he gets the start of you there is no stopping the dirty devil. Yes, he does tear a bit, Geth admitted. But I never was on a surer jumper. Lord! How the old horse can lift you! Gething dropped into a disconsolate silence, interrupted before long by Willett. Happiness will get Cuddy's box, she's in a stall. Cuddy was always mean to her, used to go out of his way to kick her, and she, sweet as a kitten. So you'll give her his box in revenge. Revenge? Oh, no sir. Just common sense. Any thought of a sentimental revenge was distasteful to the trainer, but he was glad that good Happiness should get his box and disappointed about the soap. It would have lent relish to his somewhat perfunctory washings to say to himself, doubtless this here bit of soap is a piece of old Cuddy. How long will the trench take? A good bit of time, sir. Cuddy isn't no kitten we're laying by. I'll put them gardeners on the job, with your permission, and they know how to shovel. You'll want an old saddle on him. No, no, the one I've raced him in, number 12, and his old bridle with the chain bit. Well, well, said Willett, rubbing his veiny nose. He considered the horse unworthy of any distinction, but in his desire to please Geth, took pains to prepare Cuddy for his death and burial. Gething was still at the big house although it was 4 o'clock and the men on Breakneck Hill were busy with their digging. Willett called them the sextons. And we, Joey, he addressed a stable boy, we're the undertakers. Handsome corpse, what? Cuddy stood in the center of the barn floor fastened to be groomed. He was handsome, built on the cleanest lines of speed and strength, lean as an anatomical study, perfect for his type. The depth of chest made his legs, neck, and head look fragile. His face was unusually beautiful, the white starred face which had been before Geth's eyes as he had sat in Holly Park. His pricked ears strained to hear, his eyes to see, The men working over him were beneath his notice. "Look at him," complained Joey. "He pays no more attention to us than as if we weren't here." Cuddy usually kicked during grooming, but his present indifference was more insulting. "Ha," said Willett. "He knows them sextons went to Breakneck to dig the grave for him. Don't you, devil? Say, Joey, look at him listening like he was counting the number of spadefuls it takes to make a horse's grave. He's thinking, old Cuddy is, and scheming what he'd like to do. I wouldn't ride him from here to Breakneck, not for $1,000. He began rapidly with the body brush on Cuddy's powerful haunch, then burst out, "He thinks he'll be good and we'll think he's hit the sawdust trail, or perhaps he wants to look pretty in his coffin. Ha! Give me that curry. You wash off his face a bit." Cuddy turned his aristocratic face away from the wet cloth and blew tremulously. Joey tapped the blazing star on his forehead. "Right there," he explained to Willett, "but anyhow he's begun to show his age." He pointed the muzzle, which had the run-forward look of an old horse, and to the pits above the eyes. The grooming was finished, but neither Gething came to the stable from the big house nor the trench diggers from Breakneck to say that their work was done. "Say, Joey," suggested Willett, "I'll do up his mane in red and yellow worsteds, like he was going to be exhibited. Red and yellow look well on a bay. You get to the paddock and see Frenchman hasn't slipped his blanket while I fetch the worsteds from the office." Cuddy, left alone, stopped his listening and began pulling at his halter. It held him firm. From the brown dusk of their box stalls 2 lines of expectant horses' faces watched him. The pretty chestnut, Happiness, already had been transferred to his old box. Her white striped face was barely visible. Farther down, on the same side, Goblin stood staring stupidly, and beyond were the heads of the 3 brothers, Song Perile, Song Pure, and the famous Song Susai, who could clear 7 feet of timber, and now was lame. Opposite stood Bohemia, cold blood in her veins as a certain thickness about the throat testified, and little Martini, the flat racer. On either side of him were Hotspur and Meteor, and there were a dozen others as famous. Above each stall was hung the brass plate giving the name and pedigree, and above that up to the roof the hay was piled sweet and dusty-smelling. The barn swallows twittered by an open window in the loft. In front of Cuddy the great double doors were open to the fields and pastures, the grey hills and the radiant sky. Cuddy reared abruptly, striking out with his front legs, crouched and sprang against his halter again, but it held him fast. Willett, on returning with his worsted, found him as he had left him, motionless as a bronze horse on a black marble clock. Willett stood on a stool the better to work on the horse's neck. His practiced fingers twisted and knotted the mane and worsted, then cut the ends into hard tassels. The horse's withers were reached, and the tassels bobbing rakishly gave a hilarious look to the condemned animal. 4 men, very sweaty, carrying spades, entered. "It's done," said the first, nodding, "and it's a big grave. Glad pet horses don't die oftener." "This ain't a pet," snapped Willett. He's just that much property, and being of no more use is thrown away, just like an old tin can. No more sense in burying one than the other. If I had my way about it but Geth entered. With his coat off he gave an impression of greater size. Like Cuddy, his lines were graceful enough to minimize his weight. Hole dug. Well, let's saddle up and start out. He did not go up to Cuddy to speak to him as he usually would have done, but as if trying to avoid him, he fell to patting Happiness's striped face. She was fretful in her new quarters. Perhaps, thought Willett, she knows it's old Cuddy and he's gone out for good. All the horses seemed nervous and unhappy. It was as if they knew that one of their number was to be taken out to an inglorious death, not the fortune to die on the turf track as a steeplechaser might wish, but ignominiously, on a hilltop, after a soft canter through spring meadows. Cuddy stood saddled and bridled, and then Willett turned in last appeal to his master's son. "Mr. Geth, I wouldn't ride him, not even if I rode as well as you, which I don't. That horse has grown worse and worse these last months. He wants to kill someone, that's what he wants." Geth shook his head. "No use, Willett, trying to scare me. I know what I'm doing, Cuddy." He went to the horse and rubbed the base of his ears. The satin head dropped forward onto the man's chest, a rare response from Cuddy. Gething led him out of the stable. Willett held his head as the man mounted. As he thrust his foot in the stirrup, Cuddy lunged at Willett, his savage yellow teeth crushed into his shoulder. The rider pulled him off, striking him with his heavy hunting whip. The horse squealed, arched himself in the air and sidled down the driveway. He did not try to run or buck, but seemed intent on twisting himself into curves and figures. The two went past the big house with its gables and numberless chimneys and down to the end of the driveway. There is a 4-foot masonry wall around the Gething country place, farm they call it. The horse saw it and began jerking at his bit and dancing, for ever since Colthood walls had had but one meaning for him. "Well, at it, old man," laughed Gething. At a signal Cuddy flew at it, rose into the air with magnificent strength and landed like thistledown. "Cuddy," cried the man, "there never was a jumper like you. Breakneck will keep, we'll find some more walls first." He crossed the road and entered a rough pasture. It was a day of such abounding life one could pity the worm the robin pulled. For on such a day everything seemed to have the right to live and be happy. The crows sauntered across the sky, carefree as hobos. Underfoot the meadow turf oozed water, the shadbush petals fell like confetti before the rough assault of horse and rider. Gething liked this day of wind and sunshine. In the city there had been the smell of oiled streets to show that spring had come. Here was the smell of damp earth, pollen, and burnt brush. Suddenly he realized that Cuddy, too, was pleased and contented, for he was going quietly now. Occasionally he threw up his head and blew hair through his nostrils. Strange that Willett had thought Cuddy wanted to kill someone. All he really wanted was a bit of a canter. A brook was reached. It was wide, marshy, edged with cowslips. It would take a long jump to clear it. Gething felt the back gather beneath him, the tense body flung into the air, the flight through space, then the landing well upon the firm bank. "Bravo, Cuddy!" The horse plunged and whipped his head between his forelegs, trying to get the reins from the rider's hands. Gething let himself be jerked forward until his face almost rested on the veiny neck. "Old tricks, Cuddy. I knew that one before you wore your first shoes." He still had easy control and began to really let him out. There was a succession of walls and fences and mad racing through fields when the horse plunged in his gait, and frightened birds fluttered from the thicket, and Gething hissed between his teeth as he always did when he felt a horse going strong beneath him. Then they came to a hill that rose out of green meadows. It was covered with dingy pine trees except the top that was bared like a tonsure. A trail ran through the woods, a trail singularly morose and unattractive. The pines looked shabby and black in comparison to the sun on the spring meadows. This was Breakneck Hill. Perhaps Cuddy felt his rider stiffen in the saddle, for he refused passionately to take the path. He set his will against Gething's and fought, bucking and rearing. When a horse is capable of a 6-foot jump into the air, his great strength and agility make his bucking terrible. The Broncho is a child in size and strength compared to Cuddy's race of super horse. Twice Geth went loose in his flat saddle, and once Cuddy almost threw himself. The chain bit had torn the edges of his mouth and blood colored his froth. Suddenly he acquiesced, and quiet again, he took the somber path. Geth thrust his right hand into his pocket. The revolver was still there. His hand left it and rested on the bobbing, tasseled mane. "Old man," he addressed the horse, "I know you don't know where you're going, and I know you don't remember much, but you must remember Saratoga and how we beat them all. And Cuddy, you'd understand, if you could, how it's all over now and why I want to do it for you myself." The woods were cleared. It was good to leave their muffled dampness for the pure sunshine of the crest. On the very top of the hill, clean cut against the sky, stood a great wind-misshaped pine. At the foot of this pine was a bank of fresh earth, and Gething knew that beyond the bank was the trench. He bent in his saddle and pressed his forehead against the warm neck. Before his eyes was the past they had been together, the sweep of the turf course, the grandstand a-flutter, grooms with blankets, jockeys and gentlemen in silk, owners' wives with cameras, then the race that always seemed so short, a rush of horses, the stretching over the jumps, and the purse or not, it did not matter. He straightened up with a grim set to his jaw and gathered the loosened reins. Cuddy went into a canter and so approached the earth bank. Suddenly he refused to advance, and again the two wills fought, but not so furiously. Cuddy was shaking with fear. The bank was a strange thing, a fearsome thing, and the trench beyond, ghastly. His neck stretched forward. "He, he," he blew through his nostrils. 6 steps nearer, Cuddy. Geth struck him lightly with his spurs. The horse paused by the bank and began rocking slightly. "Sist! Be quiet," for they were on the spot Gething wished. The horse gathered himself, started to rear, then sprang into the air, cleared earth mound and trench and bounded down the hill. The tremendous buck jump he had so unexpectedly taken, combined with his frantic descent, gave Gething no chance to get control until the level was reached. Then, with the first pull on the bridle, he realized it was too late. For a while at least Cuddy was in command. Gething tried all his tricks with the reins. The horse dashed on like a furious gust of wind. He whirled through the valley, across a plowed field, over a fence and into more pastures. Gething, never cooler, fought for the control. The froth blown back against his white shirt was rosy with blood. Cuddy was beyond realizing his bit. Then Gething relaxed a little and let him go. He could guide him to a certain extent. Stop him he could not. The horse was now running flatly and rapidly. He made no attempt to throw his rider. What jumps were in his way he took precisely. Unlike the crazed runaway of the city streets, Cuddy never took better care of himself. It seemed that he was running for some purpose, and Gething thought of Willett's often repeated remark, "Look at him, old Cuddy, he's thinking." 2 miles had been covered and the gait had become businesslike. Gething, guiding always to the left, was turning him in a huge circle. The horse reeked with sweat. Now, thought Gething, he's had enough, but at the first pressure on the bit Cuddy increased his speed. His breath caught in his throat. There was another mile and the wonderful run grew slower. The man felt the great horse trip and recover himself. He was tired out. Again the fight between master and horse began. Cuddy resisted weakly, then threw up his beautiful, white-starred face as if in entreaty. "Oh, muttered Gething and let the reins lie loose on his neck. "Your own way, Cuddy. Your way is better than mine. Old friend, I'll not try to stop you again." For he knew if he tried he could now gain control. The early dusk of spring had begun to settle on the surface of the fields in a hazy radiance, a marvelous light that seemed to breathe out from the earth and stream through the sky. A mile to the east upon a hill was a farmhouse. The orange light from the sunset found every window, blinded them and left them blank oblongs of orange. The horse and rider passed closer to this farm. 2 collies rushed forward, then stopped to bark and jump. The light enveloped them and gave each a golden halo. Again Gething turned, still keeping toward the left. A hill began to rise before them and up it the horse sped, his breath whirring and rattling in his throat, but his strength still unspent. To the very top he made his way and paused dazed. "Oh," Cuddy cried Gething, "this is breakneck." For there was the wind-warped pine, the bank of earth, the trench. The horse came to a shivering standstill. The bank looked strange to him. He stood sobbing, his body rocking slightly, rocking gently, then with a sigh, came slowly down onto the turf. Gething was on his feet, his hand on the dripping neck. "You always were a bad horse and I always loved you," he whispered, "and that was a great ride, and now," he rose abruptly and turned away as he realized himself alone in the soft twilight. The horse was dead. Then he returned to the tense body, so strangely thin and wet, and removed saddle and bridle. With these hung on his arm he took the somber path through the pines for home. Black Art and Ambrose by Guy Gilpatrick from Collier's, The National Weekly. The natives of the seacoast told me many fearsome tales of these magicians, or voodoos, as they called them. It would seem that the mystic powers of these magicians is hereditary, and that the spells, incantations, and other secrets of their profession are passed on one to the other and holden in great awe by the people. The mark of this horrid cult is the likeness of a great human eye, carved in the flesh of the back, which rises in ridges as it heals and lasts forever. Extract from a truthful account of a voyage and journey to the land of Africa, together with numerous drawings and maps, and a most humble petition regarding the same. Presented by Robert Waiting, Gent. In London, Anno D 1651. A few blocks west of the subway, and therefore off the beaten track of the average New Yorker, is San Juan Hill. If you ever happen on San Juan unawares, you will recognize it at once by its clustering family of mammoth gas houses, its streets slanting down into the North River, and the prevailing duskiness of the local complexion. If you chance to stray into San Juan after sundown, you will be relieved to note that policemen are plentiful, and that they walk in pairs. This last observation describes the social status of San Juan or any other neighborhood better than volumes of detailed episodes could begin to do. Of late years many of the first families of San Juan have migrated northward to the teeming Negro districts of Harlem, but enough of the old stock remains to lend the settlement its time-honored touch of gloom. Occasionally, too, it still makes its way to the public notice by sanguinary affrays and race riots. San Juan Hill is a geographical, racial, and sociological fact, and will remain so until the day when safety razors become a universal institution. San Juan is a community in itself. It has its churches, its clubs, its theaters, its stores, and, sighs of relief from the police, it used to have its saloons. It is a cosmopolitan community, too, as cosmopolitan as it can be and still retain its Senegambian motif. Negroes from Haiti, Jamaica, Salvador, Cuba, from Morocco and Senegal, blue-black Negroes from the Pacific, ebony Negroes from the South, brown, tan, yellow, and buff Negroes from everywhere inhabit San Juan. Every language from Arabic to Spanish is spoken by these, the cosmopolites of cosmopolitan San Juan. Personally, Mr. Ambrose de Vere Travis spoke only English. Because he hailed from Galveston, Tex, he spoke it with a Gulf intonation at once liquid, rich, and musical. He stood 6'5" on his bare soles, so his voice was somewhat reminiscent of the Vatican organ. Ambrose was 24 years old. Our story finds him a New Yorker of 3 years' standing, all of which he had spent as a dweller on San Juan Hill. Originally the giant Mr. Travis had served as furnace tender in the subterraneous portions of the Swalacliff Arms Apartments, that turreted edifice in the 80s that frowns across at the Palisades from Riverside Drive. But his size and the size of his smile had won for Ambrose the coveted and uniformed position of doorman, a post at which he served with considerable success and the incidental tips. The recently wealthy Mr. Braumbauer, for instance, really felt that he was somebody, when Ambrose opened the door of his car and bowed him under the portcullis of Swalacliff. And why, understand me, a feller's willing he should pay a little something for service once in a while. And so, one way and another, Ambrose managed to eke from his job a great deal more than he drew on payday. But Mr. Travis's source of income did not stop there, far from it. He had brought from Galveston a genius for rolling sevens, or, if he missed seven the first roll, he could generally make his point within the next 3 tries. He could hold the dice longer than any man within the San Juan memory, which, in view of the fact that craps is to San Juan what bridge is to Boston, is saying a great deal. Ambrose was simply a demon with the bones, and he was big enough to get away with it. True, there had been difficulties. One evening at the social club Ambrose held the dice for a straight 16 passes. He and 5 other courtiers of fortune were bounding the ivories off the cushion of a billiard table, to the end that the contest be one of chance and not of science. In the midst of Ambrose's stentorian protests that the baby needed footwear, one of the losers forgot his breeding to the extent of claiming that Ambrose had introduced a loaded die. As he seconded his claims with a razor, the game met a temporary lull. When the furniture had ceased crashing, the members of the club emerged from beneath the pool tables to see Mr. Travis tying up a slashed hand, while he of the razor lay moaning over a broken shoulder and exuding teeth in surprising quantities. After this little incident no one ever so far forgot himself as to breathe the faintest aspersion on Mr. Travis, his dice, his way of throwing them down or of picking them up. It was generally conceded that his conduct throughout the fray had been of the best, and the affair did much to raise him in popular esteem, especially as he was able to prove the caviller's charges to be utterly unfounded. And so, with his physical beauty, his courage, and his wealth, Mr. Ambrose de Vere Travis became something of a figure in San Juan's social circles. Just when Ambrose fell in love with Miss Aphrodite Tate is not quite clear. Aphrodite, pronounced just as spelled, was so named because her father thought it had something to do with Africa. She was astoundingly, absolutely, and gratifyingly black, and Ambrose was sure that he had never seen anyone quite so beautiful. Aphrodite lived with her parents, the ancient and revered Fremont Tates, patroons of San Juan. In the daytime she was engaged as maid by a family that suttingly treated her lovely, while in the evening she could usually be found at the St. Benedict Young People's Club. And it was here that Ambrose met her. True love ran smoothly for a long time. At last, when he felt the tune was ripe, Ambrose pleaded urgent business for 2 evenings and shook down the social club dice fanciers for the price of the ring. Then Mr. Dominique Raffin loomed dark on the horizon. Mr. Raffin did not loom as dark as he might have loomed, however, because he was half white. He hailed from Haiti, and was the son of a French sailor and a transplanted Congo wench. He was slight of build and shifty of eye. His excuse for being was a genius for music. He could play anything, could this pasty Dominique, but of all instruments he was at his tuneful best on the alto saxophone. Lord! Oh, Lord! His audience would ejaculate, as with closed eyes and heads thrown back they would drink in the sonorous emanations from the brazen tube. That's de horn ob de angel Gabriel, that's de heavenly music ob de spears. And so Dominique's popularity grew among the ladies of San Juan, even if among the gentlemen it did not. To tell the truth, Dominique was something of a beau. Because he played in an orchestra, he had ample opportunity to study the deportment of people who passed as fashionable. His dress was immaculate, his hair was not so kinky that it couldn't be plastered down with brilliantine, and he perfumed himself copiously. His fingers were heavily laden with rings. Dominique's voice was whining, irritating. His native tongue was French, but he had learned to speak English in Jamaica. Thus his accent was a curious mixture of French and Cockney, lubricated with oily African. Altogether, it is not to be wondered that such sturdy sons of Ham as Ambrose disliked the snaky Mr. Raffin. Disliked him the more when his various musical and cultural accomplishments made him a general favorite with the ladies. And then, when he absolutely cut Mr. Travis from the affections of Miss Tate, the wrath of the blacker and more wholesome San Juan citizens knew no bounds. As for Ambrose, he sulked. Even his friends, the fur-lined tenants of Swalacliff Arms, noticed that something worried the swart guardian of their gate. In the evenings Ambrose gave his entire time to frenzied rolling of the bones and was surprised to see that here, at least, luck had not deserted him. On the few occasions when he forsook the green baize for an evening's dancing at the St. Benedict Young People's Guild, the sight of the coveted Miss Aphrodite whirling in the arms of the hated Raffin almost overcame him. Finally the lovesick Mr. Travis decided to call upon the lady of his heart and demand an explanation. After some rehearsal of what he wanted to say, Ambrose betook himself to the tenement in which the Tate family dwelt. At sight of her cast-off swain, Miss Aphrodite showed the whites of her eyes and narrowed her lips to a thin straight line, perhaps an inch and a half thin. Evidently she was displeased. Aphrodite opened the interview by inquiring why she was being pestered and intermediated by a low-down black nigger that didn't have no mo brains than he had manners. Her feelings was likely to get the better of her at any moment, in which event Mr. Travis had better watch out, that was all, just watch out. The astounded Mr. Travis did his best to pacify this Amazon, to explain that he had merely come to inquire the reason for her displeasure, to learn in what respect Mr. Raffin had proved himself so sweetly desirable. The answer was brief and crushing. It seemed that where Mr. Travis was a big, bulky opener of doors, Mr. Raffin was a sleek and cultured Chesterfield, a musician, an artist. Where Mr. Travis could not dance without stepping on everybody in the room, Mr. Raffin was a veritable Mordkin. Where Mr. Travis hung out with a bunch of no-good crap-shooting black buck niggers, Mr. Raffin's orchestral duties brought him into the most cultured society. In short, the yellow man from Haiti was a gentleman, the black man from Texas was a bore. This unexpected tirade made the unhappy Ambrose a trifle weak in the knees. Then pride came to the rescue, and he drew himself to his full and towering 6'5". He held out his mammoth hands before Miss Aphrodite and warned her that with them, at the first provocation, he would just take and bust Mr. Raffin in two. This done, he would throw the shuddering fragments into the street, and with his feet, Exhibit B, would kick them the entire length and breadth of the neighborhood. This threat only aroused new fires of scorn and vituperation, and Miss Tate informed her guest that, should he ever attempt the punitive measures described, Mr. Raffin would cut him up into little pieces. It seemed that Mr. Raffin carried a knife, and that he knew how to use it. Mr. Travis snorted at this, and stamped out of the Tate apartment. At his exit, doors closed softly on every floor, because the neighbors had listened to the tete-a-tete with intense interest. Even people in the next house had been able to hear most of it. Ambrose made his furious way toward the social club, his mind set on mortal encounter with the hated Dominique. But, here was an inspiration, why not win his money away from him first? To win away his last cent, to humble him, to ruin him, and then to break him in two and kick the pieces through the San Juan causeways, as per program. This would be a revenge indeed. Ambrose noted with satisfaction that Mr. Raffin was already at play, and crossing the smoke-filled room he threw down some money and took his place in the game. Now, Mr. Travis was ordinarily a very garrulous and vociferous crap shooter, but tonight he was savagely silent. There was a disturbing, electric something in the air that the neutrals felt and feared. There was a look in the Travis eye that boded ill for somebody, and one by one the more prudent gamesters withdrew. Then suddenly the storm broke. Later accounts were not clear as to just what started the fray, but start it did. Dominique's knife appeared from some place, and the table crashed. Then the knife swished through space like a hornet and buried its point harmlessly in a door across the room. What followed is still a subject of wondering conversation on San Juan Hill. It seems that Mr. Travis seized Mr. Raffin by the collar of his coat, and swung him round and over his head. Mr. Raffin streamed almost straight out, like the imitation airplanes that whirl dizzily about the tower in an amusement park. Suddenly there was a rending of cloth, and Dominique shot through the air to encounter the wall with a soul-satisfying thump. Ambrose looked bewildered at the torn clothing he held in his hand, and then at the limp form of his late antagonist. Mr. Raffin lay groaning, naked from the waist up. Ambrose strode across to administer further chastisement, but was halted by a cry from one of the onlookers. This man stood pointing at Dominique's naked back, pointing, and staring with eyes that rolled with genuine Negro terror. "Look," gasped the affrighted one. "Look! It's the voodoo eye, that man's a witch." Ambrose, for the Lord's sake, git away from here. "What you all talking about?" scoffed Ambrose, striding closer, and rolling Dominique so that the light shone full on his back. "What you all talking, good Lord?" This last ejaculation from Ambrose was caused by the sight that met his gaze. There, on the yellow back before him, reaching from shoulder to shoulder, was tattooed the likeness of a great human eye. Everyone saw it now. To some, the northern darkies, it meant nothing. But to the old-school southern Negroes it meant mystery, magic, death. It was the sign of the voodoo. Several of the more superstitious onlookers retreated in poor order, their teeth chattering. Their mammies had told them about the voodoo eye. They remembered the tales whispered in the slave quarters about people being prayed to death by these baleful creatures of ill omen. They weren't going to take any chances. Ambrose, for all his natural courage, was shaken. He remembered old Tom Blue, the Texas voodoo, who poisoned 21 people and came to life after the white men lynched him. And now he had laid rough hands on one of the deadly clan, had brought upon himself the wrath of a man who could simply wish him to death. Trembling, he stooped down and looked at the devil's sign. He looked again, closely. Then he broke out into a ringing peal of wholesome darky laughter. "Git up," he shouted, as Dominique showed signs of life. "Git up, Mr. Voodoo, before I gets impatient and throws you out the window." This recklessness, this defiance of the dread power, shocked even the least superstitious of the audience. By this time they were all under the spell of this mysterious mark. Those who hadn't recognized it at once had been quickly enlightened by the others. Ambrose seized Dominique by the shoulder and dragged him to his feet. Swaying unsteadily, the mulatto looked around him through eyes closed to snake-like slits. "Raffin," said Ambrose, "you all has on yo back de eye ob voodoo. Des gentlemen here thinks yo is a voodoo. I know yo ain't. I am a voodoo. And you sacred cock and hissed Raffin, I'll make you wish you had never been born." "Well, Jays for the present," laughed Ambrose, good humor spreading all over his face. "You all had better git out of my way, and stay out. Git out of here quick." Dominique, his evil face twitching with fury, picked up the ragged shreds of his coat and walked unsteadily out. At his exit a dead silence fell upon the remaining members. Then they gathered together in excited groups and discussed the incident in heated undertones. Ambrose, quite unconcerned, took up a pack of cards and commenced a game of solitaire. He wasn't worrying. He knew that Dominique was no more a voodoo than he was. Startled at first, he had noticed that the eye had not been carved in Dominique's back, as it should have been, but had been tattooed. This in itself made the thing doubtful. But more than this, the marks were the unmistakably accurate work of an electric tattooing machine. Ambrose had spent his youth on the Galveston waterfront, and knew tattooing in all its forms. Electric tattooing on a voodoo was about as much in keeping with the ancient and awesome dignity of the cult as spangled tights would be on the King of England. No, it was ridiculous. Dominique was not a voodoo. Ambrose continued his solitaire, humming as he played. Occasionally he cast an amused eye at the excited groups across the room, and was not surprised when Mr. Behemoth Scott, president of the club, at last came over to him. "Mr. Travis," began Mr. Scott deferentially, clearing his throat, "would you all be good enough to join our little gathering while we confabulate on this our recent contabulaneous incident?" "Certainly, Mr. Scott, certainly," said Ambrose, pushing back his chair, and crossing the room with the quaking official. "What can I do for you all?" "Well, just this," said Mr. Scott. "You gentlemen kindly correct me or bear out what I say. Leaving aside all argument whether they is such things as voodoos, I guess any of you gentlemen from the South will remember Aunt Belle Agassiz and Tom Blue. I guess yo mammies all done told 'bout the African voodoos, and how every now and den one of 'em crops up still. And I guess that we've seen tonight that we've got a voodoo among us. Now, Mr. Travis," here he turned to Ambrose, "we know what Aunt Belle Agassiz done on the Mathis plantation in Georgia, you ought to know what Tom Blue did in Texas. So we wants to warn you, as a friend and member of this club in good standing, that you better leave town tonight." An assenting murmur arose from the crowd, with much rolling of eyes and nodding of heads. Ambrose held up his hand for silence. A serious expression came over his features, and he towered tall and straight before them. "Gentlemen," he said, "I sure appreciates yo good spirit in this our unfortunate affair. But I tells you all higher and now that Dominique Raffin ain't no mo voodoo den I is. Now, I ain't saying that he ain't a voodoo, and I ain't saying that I am one. All I says is that I's as much of a voodoo as he is, and I am willing to prove it." "How you all do that, Ambrose?" asked somebody. "I am coming to that," replied Ambrose. "If you all wants to decide this matter beyond all doubt, I respectfully suggests that we hold a seance in this higher room, under any conditions that you all can devise. If I can't show yo mo supernatural manifestations dan he can, I gives him $50. If it's the other way round, he leaves the city within 24 hours. Is that fair?" "Well, it certainly sounds puffy," just replied Mr. Scott. "We all will up into committee to frame the rules of the seance, and make 'em fair for both. You's been willing to prove yo SEF, Ambrose, and yo couldn't do mo. If this latter voodoo don't want to do likewise, he can leave des parts mouty sudden. Ain't that so, gentlemen?" "Yes, ya, he'll leave quick," was the threatening reply. "All right den," Ambrose continued the spokesman, We'll range for disparate summonin' conties Jays as soon as we kin. We'll have it next Saturday night at lates. Meanwhile we all is mouty obliged to yo for yo willingness to do the right thing. The great night arrived, and San Juan, dressed in its gala finery, wended its chattering way to the Senegambian shores. But beneath the finery and the chatter ran a subtle undercurrent of foreboding, for your Negro is superstitious, and, well, voodoos are voodoos. Dominique Raffin, dressed in sombre black, went to the club alone and unattended save by Miss Aphrodite Tate. San Juan, fearing the Raffin mulatto and his ghostly powers, had held its respectful distance ever since the evening when Ambrose and his rage had revealed them. Familiarity breeding contempt, Miss Aphrodite knew her man, and feared him not. They found the rooms of the social club full of excited Negroes, for never before in San Juan's history had such a momentous event been scheduled. Raffin and Aphrodite were received with a fearsome respect by Behemoth Scott, who had been appointed Master of Ceremonies. "Jays make yo sef to home," he greeted them. "Mr. Travis ain't come yet, we has 10 minutes before the contest starts." At last, with a bare minute to spare, Ambrose smilingly entered. He wore his splendid full-dress suit, a wonderful creation of San Juan's leading tailor, who, at Ambrose's tasteful suggestion, had faced the lapels with satin of the most royal purple. Set out by this background of colorful lapel was a huge yellow chrysanthemum, while on the broad red band that diagonally traversed his shining shirt front glittered like a decoration, the insignia from his Swalacliff uniform cap. "Good evening, folks," was his cheerful greeting. "If you all is quite ready for dis seance, and provided me, for the opponent am ready, our DJs as soon _pro_seed." Miss Aphrodite gazed on the imposing figure of Ambrose with more than a little admiration. Comparing him with the trembling Raffin, she found much in his favor. All but his footwear. Accustomed as she had become to the glistening patent leathers affected by Raffin, Ambrose's clumsy Congress gaiters somewhat marred his gorgeousness. Nevertheless, she felt her affections wavering. Her speculations were interrupted by the voice of the Master of Ceremonies. "Ladies and gentlemen," began Mr. Scott, "we all has decided to form a circle of 12 of our members with des 2 voodoo gentlemen a set in OPP sight each other in the circle. In order to preclude any possibility of either Mr. Travis or Mr. Raffin from leaving their places, we has decided to tie them to their chairs by ropes passed round their bodies and fastened to the backs of the chairs. The lights will then be distinguished. When he lights is tuned out, Mr. Raffin will be given 15 minutes in which to summon the supernatural proofs, whatever they may be, of his being voodoo. Then Mr. Travis will be given his chant." Amid the hushed whisperings of the assemblage, the committee, 6 men and 6 women, Aphrodite included, took their places in the circle. Ambrose and the mulatto were seated opposite each other and were perhaps 12 feet apart. Raffin, nervously licking his lips, sat bolt upright while members of the committee passed ropes around him and the back of his chair, and tied his hands. In direct contrast to his rival, Ambrose slouched down in his seat and joked with the trembling members as they secured him in his place. Those not on the committee crowded close to the chair backs of the circle in order that nothing should escape them. The excitement was tense, and everyone was breathing hard. When all was ready, Mr. Behemoth Scott took his place in the circle. Drawing a long breath and grasping his chair for support, he spoke in a hushed and husky voice, "All ready, now. I'll ask silence from everybody. Turn out the lights." At the fateful words, Stygian darkness enveloped the crowded room. The shades had been drawn and not the faintest ray from the dim street lights penetrated the place. It was stifling hot, and the assembled investigators were perspiring freely. Silence, black, awe-inspired silence. 200 pairs of superstitious eyes peered into the horrible gloom. 200 pairs of ears strained at the tomb-like stillness. The suspense was awful, and none dared move. Occasionally some familiar sound came from the world outside, the clang of the 10th Avenue car or the whistle of a tugboat out in the river, but these sounds were of another existence. They seemed distant and unfamiliar and wholly out of place in the mystery and terror of the voodoo chaunts. The minutes slid by, and nothing happened. The suspense was worse than ever. Something stirred in the circle. 200 hearts missed a beat. Then the whining, terror-stricken voice of the mulatto broke the stillness. "Let Travis try," he whispered hoarsely. "My spirits will not come until he has tried. Let him try for 15 minutes, and when he has failed I will summon the ghost of Bulawayo, the king of all the tribes of the Niger. But let Travis try first." This last almost pleadingly. A moment more of silence and Ambrose's deep voice boomed forth in the darkness. "Us willin'," he declared. "Anything that now appears will be my doing. 10 minutes is all I asks. That satisfied our why?" "Yes," replied the voice of Behemoth Scott. "Go ahead with yo' spirit summoning, Mr. Travis." "I'll concentrate now," replied Ambrose, "and show TLY you all will witness ample proof of my being a genuine voodoo. Us startin'." Silence more terrible than ever fell upon the waiting Negroes. Then, horror of horrors! A peculiar grating, rustling sound came from the vicinity of Ambrose, a slight creaking, and again silence. The investigators held hands of neighbors who trembled from sheer panic, whose breath came hard and panting from this awful suspense. Another creaking, as though Ambrose had shifted his weight in his chair. Then, baleful, in its green, ghastly glow, a dim, indistinct light shone in the center of the circle. Moving slowly, like a newly awakened spirit, it waved in the very midst of the gasping committee. Back and forth, up and down, it moved, glowing, vaporous, ghostly. 200 pairs of bulging eyes saw the horror, and realized that it was an enormous hand, terribly deformed. Someone moaned with terror, a woman screamed. "The hand of death," shrieked a man. "Run, run for your lives." The stampede was spontaneous. Chairs were overturned and tables smashed in this frightful panic in the dark. No one thought of turning on the lights. Everyone's sole aim was to leave that appalling shining hand, and get out. A crashing on the stairway marked where Raffin, chair and all, was making his fear-stricken way to the street. In one brief minute the place was apparently empty save for Ambrose. Still tied to his chair, he inquired, "Is anyone higher?" For a second there was silence, then the dulcet tones of Miss Aphrodite fell on the big Negro's ear. "Us higher, Ambrose," she said. "Well, den," recognizing her voice, "would you mind lightin' de gas till I can tie myself loose from dis higher throne ob glory?" In a moment a feeble gaslight shone, disclosing Aphrodite, somewhat disarranged by the panic, standing smiling in front of the erstwhile Voodoo. She looked down at his feet. There, sure enough, one huge member was unshod and stockingless, the elastic slit Congress gaiter, lost in the shuffle, lay out of the radius of Ambrose's long leg. Miss Aphrodite picked it up and, stooping, slipped it over his mighty toes, noticing as she did so the thick coating of phosphorescent paint that still covered them. "Ambrose," she whispered, "I wasn't scared. No gozeber was born that had hands the size of yo feet." An embarrassed silence followed, the gas jet flickered weakly, then Ambrose said, "Untie my hands, Aphrodite, our DJs like to hug you." "Oh, Ambrose," she cried coyly. But she untied the rope just the same. Again came silence, broken only by a certain strange sound. Then Ambrose's voice came softly through the gloom. "Aphrodite," it said, "yo lips jays like plush." The Judgment of Vulcan by Lee Foster Hartman from Harper's Monthly Magazine. To dine on the veranda of the Marine Hotel is the one delightful surprise which Port Charlotte affords the adventurer who has broken from the customary paths of travel in the South Seas. On an eminence above the town, solitary and aloof like a monastery, and deep in its garden of lemon trees, it commands a wide prospect of sea and sky. By day, the Pacific is a vast stretch of blue, flat like a floor, with a blur of distant islands on the horizon, chief among them Mulot, with its single volcanic cone tapering off into the sky. At night, this smithy of Vulcan becomes a glow of red, throbbing faintly against the darkness, a capricious and sullen beacon immeasurably removed from the path of men. Viewed from the veranda of the Marine Hotel, its vast flare on the horizon seems hardly more than an insignificant spark, like the glowing cigar end of some guest strolling in the garden after dinner. It may very likely have been my lighted cigar that guided Eleanor Stanley to where I was sitting in the shadows. Her uncle, Major Stanley, had left me a few minutes before, and I was glad of the respite from the queer business he had involved me in. The two of us had returned that afternoon from Mulot, where I had taken him in my schooner, the Sylph, to seek out Leavitt and make some inquiries, very important inquiries, it seemed, in Miss Stanley's behalf. 3 days in Mulot, under the shadow of the grim and flame-throated mountain, while I was forced to listen to Major Stanley's persistent questionnaire and Leavitt's erratic and garrulous responses, all this, as I was to discover later, at the instigation of the Major's niece, had made me frankly curious about the girl. I had seen her only once, and then at a distance across the veranda, one night when I had been dining there with a friend, but that single vision of her remained vivid and unforgettable, a tall girl of a slender shapeliness, crowned by a mass of reddish gold hair that smoldered above the clear olive pallor of her skin. With that flawless and brilliant coloring she was marked for observation, had doubtless been schooled to a perfect indifference to it, for the slow, almost indolent, grace of her movements was that of a woman coldly unmindful of the gazes lingering upon her. She could not have been more than 26 or 7, but I got an unmistakable impression of weariness or balked purpose emanating from her in spite of her youth and glorious physique. I looked up to see her crossing the veranda to join her uncle and aunt, correct, well-to-do English people that one placed instantly, and my stare was only one of many that followed her as she took her seat and threw aside the light scarf that swathed her bare and gleaming shoulders. My companion, who happened to be the editor of the local paper, promptly informed me regarding her name and previous residence, the gist of some social item which he had already put into print. But these meant nothing, and I could only wonder what had brought her to such an out-of-the-way part of the world as Port Charlotte. She did not seem like a girl who was traveling with her uncle and aunt. One got rather the impression that she was bent on a mission of her own and was dragging her relatives along because the conventions demanded it. I hazarded to my companion the notion that a woman like Miss Stanley could have but one of two purposes in this lonely part of the world: she was fleeing from a lover or seeking one. In that case, rejoined my friend, with the cynical shrug of the newspaper man, she has very promptly succeeded. It's whispered that she is going to marry Joyce, of Maldonor Island, you know. Only met him a fortnight ago. Quite a romance, I'm told. I lifted my eyebrows at that, and looked again at Miss Stanley. Just at that instant she happened to look up. It was a wholly indifferent gaze. I am confident that she was no more aware of me than if I had been one of the veranda posts which her eyes bad chanced to encounter. But in the indescribable sensation of that moment I felt that here was a woman who bore a secret burden, although, as my informing host put it, her heart had romantically found its haven only 2 weeks ago. She was endeavoring to get trace of a man named Farquharson, as I was permitted to learn a few days later. Ostensibly, it was Major Stanley who was bent on locating this young Englishman. Miss Stanley's interest in the quest was guardedly withheld, and the trail had led them a pretty chase around the world until some clue, which I never clearly understood, brought them to Port Charlotte. The Major's immediate objective was an eccentric chap named Leavitt who had marooned himself in Mulot. The island offered an ideal retreat for one bent on shunning his own kind, if he did not object to the close proximity of a restive volcano. Clearly, Leavitt did not. He had a scientific interest in the phenomena exhibited by volcanic regions and was versed in geological lore, but the rumors about Leavitt, practically no one ever visited Mulot, did not stop at that. And, as Major Stanley and I were to discover, The fellow seemed to have developed a genuine affection for Lake Alasha, as the smoking cone was called by the natives of the adjoining islands. From long association he had come to know its whims and moods as one comes to know those of a petulant woman one lives with. It was a bizarre and preposterous intimacy, in which Leavitt seemed to find a wholly acceptable substitute for human society, and there was something repellent about the man's eccentricity. He had various names for the smoking cone that towered a mile or more above his head. Old Flame Eater or Lava Spitter he would at times familiarly and irreverently call it, or, again, the Maiden Who Never Sleeps or the Single-Breasted Virgin, these last, however, always in the musical Malay equivalent. He had no end of names, romantic, splenetic, of opprobrium, or outright endearment, to suit, I imagine, Lake Alasha's varying moods. In one respect they puzzled me. They were of conflicting genders, some feminine and some masculine, as if in Leavitt's loose frayed imagination the mountain that beguiled his days and disturbed his nights were hermaphroditic. Leavitt as a source of information regarding the missing Farquharson seemed preposterous when one reflected how out of touch with the world he had been, but, to my astonishment, Major Stanley's clue was right, for he had at last stumbled upon a man who had known Farquharson well and who was voluminous about him, quite willingly so. With the SYLPH at anchor, we lay off Mulo for 3 nights, and Leavitt gave us our fill of Farquharson, along with innumerable digressions about volcanoes, Neoplatonism, the single tax, and what not. There was no keeping Leavitt to a coherent narrative about the missing Farquharson. He was incapable of it, and Major Stanley and myself had simply to wait in patience while Leavitt, delighted to have an audience, dumped out for us the fantastic contents of his mind, odd vagaries, recondite trash, and all. He was always getting away from Farquharson, but, then, he was unfailingly bound to come back to him. We had only to wait and catch the solid grains that now and then fell in the winnowing of that unending stream of chaff. It was a tedious and exasperating process, but it had its compensations. At times Leavitt could be as uncannily brilliant as he was dull and boresome. The conviction grew upon me that he had become a little demented, as if his brain had been tainted by the sulphurous fumes exhaled by the smoking crater above his head. His mind smoked, flickered, and flared like an unsteady lamp, blown upon by choking gases, in which the oil had run low. But of the wanderer Farquharson he spoke with precision and authority, for he had shared with Farquharson his bungalow there in Mulo, a period of about 6 months, it seemed, and there Farquharson had contracted a tropic fever and died. Well, at last we have got all the facts. Major Stanley sighed with satisfaction when the SYLPH was heading back to Port Charlotte. Mulo, lying astern, we were no longer watching. Leavitt, at the water's edge, had waved us a last goodbye and had then abruptly turned back into the forest, very likely to go clambering like a demented goat up the flanks of his beloved volcano and to resume poking about in its steaming fissures, an occupation of which he never tired. The evidence is conclusive, don't you think? the grave, Farquharson's personal effects, those pages of the poor devil's diary. I nodded assent. In my capacity as owner of the SYLPH, I had merely undertaken to furnish Major Stanley with passage to Mulo and back, but the events of the last 3 days had made me a party to the many conferences, and I was now on terms of something like intimacy with the rather stiff and pompous English gentleman. How far I was from sharing his real confidence I was to discover later when Eleanor Stanley gave me hers. My wife and niece will be much relieved to hear all this, a family matter, you understand, Mr. Barnaby, he had said to me when we landed. I should like to present you to them before we leave Port Charlotte for home. But, as it turned out, it was Eleanor Stanley who presented herself, coming upon me quite unexpectedly that night after our return while I sat smoking in the shadowy garden of the Marine Hotel. I had dined with the Major, after he had explained that the ladies were worn out by the heat and general developments of the day and had begged to be excused. And I was frankly glad not to have to endure another discussion of the deceased Farquharson, of which I was heartily tired after hearing little else for the last 3 days. I could not help wondering how the verbose and pompous Major had paraphrased and condensed that inchoate mass of biography and reminiscence into an orderly account for his wife and niece. He had doubtless devoted the whole afternoon to it. Sitting under the cool green of the lemon trees, beneath a sky powdered with stars, I reflected that I, at least, was done with Farquharson forever. But I was not, for just then Eleanor Stanley appeared before me. I was startled to hear her addressing me by name, and then calmly begging me to resume my seat on the bench under the arbor. She sat down also, her flame-colored hair and bare shoulders gleaming in the darkness. She was the soul of directness and candor, and after a thoughtful, searching look into my face she came to the point at once. She wanted to hear about Farquharson, from me. Of course, my uncle has given me a very full account of what he learned from Mr. Leavitt, and yet many things puzzle me, this Mr. Leavitt most of all. A queer chap, I epitomized him. Frankly, I don't quite make him out, Miss Stanley, marooning himself on that infernal island and seemingly content to spend his days there. Is he so old? She caught me up quickly. No, he isn't, I reflected. Of course, it's difficult to judge ages out here. The climate, you know. Leavitt's well under 40, I should say. But that's a most unhealthy spot he has chosen to live in. Why does he stay there? I explained about the volcano. You can have no idea what an obsession it is with him. There isn't a square foot of its steaming, treacherous surface that he hasn't been over, mapping new fissures, poking into old lava beds, delving into the crater itself on favorable days. Isn't it dangerous? In a way, yes. The volcano itself is harmless enough. It smokes unpleasantly now and then, splutters and rumbles as if about to obliterate all creation, but for all its bluster it only manages to spill a trickle or two of fresh lava down its sides, just tamely subsides after deluging Leavitt with a shower of cinders and ashes. but leave it won't leave it alone. He goes poking into the very crater, half strangling himself in its poisonous fumes, scorching the shoes off his feet, and once, I believe, he lost most of his hair and eyebrows, a narrow squeak. He throws his head back and laughs at any word of caution. To my notion, it's foolhardy to push a scientific curiosity to that extreme. Is it, then, just scientific curiosity, mused Miss Stanley. Something in her tone made me stop short. Her eyes had lifted to mine, almost appealingly, I fancied. Her innocence, her candor, her warm beauty, which was like a pale phosphorescence in the starlit darkness, all had their potent effect upon me in that moment. I felt impelled to a sudden burst of confidence. At times I wonder. I've caught a look in his eyes, when he's been down on his hands and knees, staring into some infernal vent hole, a look that is, well, uncanny, as if he were peering into the bowels of the earth for something quite outside the conceptions of science. You might think that volcano had worked some spell over him, turned his mind. He prattles to it or storms at it as if it were a living creature. Queer, yes, and he's impressive, too, with a sort of magnetic personality that attracts and repels you violently at the same time. He's like a cake of ice dipped in alcohol and set aflame. I can't describe him. When he talks, does he talk about himself? I had to confess that he had told us practically not a word. He had discussed everything under heaven in his brilliant, erratic way, with a flair of cynicism toward it all, but he had left himself out completely. He had given us Farquharson with relish, and in infinite detail, from the time the poor fellow first turned up in Mulot, put ashore by a native craft. Talking about Farquharson was second only to his delight in talking about volcanoes. And the result for me had been innumerable vivid but confused impressions of the young Englishman who had by chance invaded Leavitt's solitude and had lingered there, held by some attraction, until he sickened and died. It was like a jumbled mosaic put together again by inexpert hands. Did you get the impression that the two men had very much in common? Quite the contrary, I answered. But Major Stanley should know, my uncle never met Mr. Farquharson. I was fairly taken aback at that, and a silence fell between us. It was impossible to divine the drift of her questions. It was as if some profound mistrust weighed upon her and she was not so much seeking to interrogate me as she was groping blindly for some chance word of mine that might illuminate her doubts. I looked at the girl in silent wonder, yes, and in admiration of her bronze and ivory beauty in the full flower of her glorious youth, and I thought of Joyce. I felt that it was like her to have fallen in love simply but passionately at the mere lifting of the finger of fate. It was only another demonstration of the unfathomable mystery, or miracle, which love is. Joyce was lucky, indeed favored of the gods, to have touched the spring in this girl's heart which no other man could reach, and by the rarest of chances, her coming out to this remote corner of the world. Lucky Joyce. I knew him slightly, a straightforward young fellow, very simple and whole-souled, enthusiastically absorbed in developing his rubber lands in Maldonor. Miss Stanley remained lost in thought while her fingers toyed with the pendant of the chain that she wore. In the darkness I caught the glitter of a small gold cross. My Barnaby, she finally broke the silence, and paused. I have decided to tell you something. This Mr. Farquharson was my husband. Again a silence fell, heavy and prolonged, in which I sat as if drugged by the night air that hung soft and perfumed about us. It seemed incredible that in that fleeting instant she had spoken at all. I was young, and very foolish, I suppose. With that confession, spoken with simple dignity, she broke off again. Clearly, some knowledge of the past she deemed it necessary to impart to me. If she halted over her words, it was rather to dismiss what was irrelevant to the matter in hand, in which she sought my counsel. I did not see him for 4 years, did not wish to. And he vanished completely. 4 years, just a welcome blank. Her shoulders lifted and a little shiver went over her. But even a blank like that can become unendurable. To be always dragging at a chain, and not knowing where it leads to. Her hand slipped from the gold cross on her breast and fell to the other in her lap, which it clutched tightly. 4 years. I tried to make myself believe that he was gone forever, was dead. It was wicked of me. My murmur of polite dissent led her to repeat her words. Yes, and even worse than that. During the past month I have actually prayed that he might be dead. I shall be punished for it. I ventured no rejoinder to these words of self-condemnation. Joyce, I reflected, mundanely, had clearly swept her off her feet in the ardor of their first meeting and instant love. It must be a great relief to you, I murmured at length, to have it all definitely settled at last. If I could only feel that it was. I turned in amazement, to see her leaning a little forward, her hands still tightly clasped in her lap, and her eyes fixed upon the distant horizon where the red spark of Lake Kalash's stertorous breathing flamed and died away. Her breast rose and fell, as if timed to the throbbing of that distant flare. I want you to take me to that island, tomorrow. Why, surely, Miss Stanley, I burst forth, there can't be any reasonable doubt. Leavitt's mind may be a little flighty, he may have embroidered his story with a few gratuitous details, but Farquharson's books and things, the material evidence of his having lived there, and having died there. Surely Leavitt wouldn't have fabricated that. If you had talked with him, I should not care to talk with Mr. Leavitt. Miss Stanley cut me short. I want only to go and see, if he is Mr. Leavitt. If he is Mr. Leavitt. For a moment I was mystified, and then in a sudden flash I understood. But that's preposterous, impossible. I tried to conceive of Leavitt in so monstrous a role, tried to imagine the missing Farquharson still in the flesh and beguiling Major Stanley and myself with so outlandish a story, devising all that ingenious detail to trick us into a belief in his own death. It would indeed have argued a warped mind, guided by some unfathomable purpose. "I devoutly hope you are right," Miss Stanley was saying, with deliberation. "But it is not preposterous, and it is not impossible, if you had known Mr. Farquharson as I have." It was a discreet confession. She wished me to understand, without the necessity of words. My surmise was that she had met and married Farquharson, whoever he was, under the spell of some momentary infatuation, and that he had proved himself to be an unspeakable brute whom she had speedily abandoned. "I am determined to go to Mulot, Mr. Barnaby," she announced, with decision. "I want you to make the arrangements, and with as much secrecy as possible. I shall ask my aunt to go with me." I assured Miss Stanley that the SYLPH was at her service. Mrs. Stanley was a large bland woman, inclined to stoutness and to making confidences, with an intense dislike of the tropics and physical discomforts of any sort. How her niece prevailed upon her to make that surreptitious trip to Mulot, which we set out upon 2 days later, I have never been able to imagine. The accommodations aboard the schooner were cramped, to say the least, and the good lady had a perfect horror of volcanoes. The fact that Lake Alasha had behind it a record of a century or more of good conduct did not weigh with her in the least. She was convinced that it would blow its head off the moment the SYLPH got within range. She was fidgety, talkative, and continually concerned over the state of her complexion, inspecting it in the mirror of her bag at frequent intervals and using a powder puff liberally to mitigate the pernicious effects of the tropic sun. But once having been induced to make the voyage, I must admit she stuck manfully by her decision, ensconcing herself on deck with books and cushions and numerous other necessities to her comfort, and making the best of the sleeping quarters below. As the captain of the SYLPH, she wanted me to understand that she had entrusted her soul to my charge, declaring that she would not draw an easy breath until we were safe again in Port Charlotte. This dreadful business of Eleanor's was the way she referred to our mission, and she got round quite naturally to telling me of Farquharson while acquainting me with her fears about volcanoes. Some years before, Pompeii and Herculaneum had had a most unsettling effect upon her nerves. Vesuvius was slightly in eruption at the time. She confessed to never having had an easy moment while in Naples. And it was in Naples that her niece and Farquharson had met. It had been, as I surmised, a swift, romantic courtship, in which Farquharson, quite irreproachable in antecedents and manners, had played the part of an impetuous lover. Italian skies had done the rest. There was an immediate marriage, in spite of Mrs. Stanley's protests, and the young couple were off on a honeymoon trip by themselves. But when Mrs. Stanley rejoined her husband at Nice, and together they returned to their home in Sussex, a surprise was in store for them. Eleanor was already there, alone, crushed, and with lips absolutely sealed. She had divested herself of everything that linked her to Farquharson. She refused to adopt her married name. "I shall bless every saint in heaven when we have quite done with this dreadful business of Eleanor's," Mrs. Stanley confided to me from her deck chair. This trip that she insists on making herself seems quite uncalled for. But you needn't think, Captain Barnaby, that I'm going to set foot on that dreadful island, not even for the satisfaction of seeing Mr. Farquharson's grave, and I'm shameless enough to say that it would be a satisfaction. If you could imagine the 10th part of what I have had to put up with, all these months we've been traveling about trying to locate the wretch. No, indeed, I shall stay right here on this boat and entrust Eleanor to your care while ashore. And I should not think it ought to take long, now should it? I confessed aloud that I did not see how it could. If by any chance the girl's secret conjecture about Leavitt's identity was right, it would be verified in the mere act of coming face to face with him, and in that event it would be just as well to spare the unsuspecting aunt the shock of that discovery. We reached Mullow just before nightfall, letting go the anchor in placid water under the lee of the shore while the Sylph swung to and the sails fluttered and fell. A vast hush lay over the world. From the shore the dark green of the forest confronted us with no sound or sign of life. Above, and at this close distance blotting out half the sky over our heads, towered the huge cone of Lake Alasha with scarred and blackened flanks. It was in one of its querulous moods. The feathery white plume of steam, woven by the wind into soft, fantastic shapes, no longer capped the crater. Its place had been usurped by thick, dark fumes of smoke swirling sullenly about. In the fading light I marked the red, malignant glow of a fissure newly broken out in the side of the ragged cone, from which came a thin, white trickle of lava. There was no sign of Leavitt, although the Sylph must have been visible to him for several hours, obviously making for the island. I fancied that he must have been unusually absorbed in the vagaries of his beloved volcano. Otherwise he would have wondered what was bringing us back again, and his tall figure in shabby white drill would have greeted us from the shore. Instead, there confronted us only the belt of dark, matted green girdling the huge bulk of Lake Alasha, which soared skyward, sinister, mysterious, eternal. In the brief twilight the shore vanished into dim obscurity. Miss Stanley, who for the last hour had been standing by the rail, silently watching the island, at last spoke to me over her shoulder. "Is it far inland, the place? Will it be difficult to find in the dark?" Her question staggered me, for she was clearly bent on seeking out Leavitt at once. A strange calmness overlay her. She paid no heed to Lake Alasha's gigantic, smoke-belching cone, but, with fingers gripping the rail, scanned the forbidding and inscrutable forest, behind which lay the answer to her torturing doubt. I acceded to her wish without protest. Leavitt's bungalow lay 1/4 of a mile distant. There would be no difficulty in following the path. I would have a boat put over at once, I announced in a casual way which belied my real feelings, for I was beginning to share some of her own secret tension at this night invasion of Leavitt's haunts. This feeling deepened within me as we drew near the shore. Leavitt's failure to appear seemed sinister and enigmatic. I began to evolve a fantastic image of him as I recalled his queer ways and his uncanny tricks of speech. It was as if we were seeking out the presiding deity of the island, who had assumed the guise of a Caliban holding unearthly sway over its unnatural processes. With Williams, the bosun, carrying a lantern, we pushed into the brush, following the choked trail that led to Leavitt's abode. But the bungalow, when we had reached the clearing and could discern the outlines of the building against the masses of the forest, was dark and deserted. As we mounted the veranda, the loose boards creaked hollowly under our tread. The doorway, from which depended a tattered curtain of coarse burlap, gaped black and empty. The lantern, lifted high in the bosun's hand, cleft at a stroke the darkness within. On the writing table, cluttered with papers and bits of volcanic rock, stood a bottle and half-empty glass. Things lay about in lugubrious disorder, as if the place had been hurriedly ransacked by a thief. Some of the geological specimens had tumbled from the table to the floor, and stray sheets of Leavitt's manuscripts lay under his chair. Leavitt's books, ranged on shelving against the wall, alone seemed undisturbed. Upon the top of the shelving stood two enormous stuffed birds, mouldering and decrepit, regarding the sudden illumination with unblinking, bead-like eyes. Between them a small dancing faun in greenish bronze tripped a Bacchic measure with head thrown back in a transport of derisive laughter. For a long moment the three of us faced the silent, disordered room, in which the little bronze faun alone seemed alive, convulsed with diabolical mirth at our entrance. Somehow it recalled to me Leavitt's own cynical laugh. Suddenly Miss Stanley made toward the photographs above the bookshelves. "This is he," she said, taking up one of the faded prints. "Yes, Leavitt," I answered. "Leavitt." Her fingers tightened upon the photograph. Then, abruptly, it fell to the floor. "Yes, yes, of course." Her eyes closed very slowly, as if an extreme weakness had seized her. In the shock of that moment I reached out to support her, but she checked my hand. Her grey eyes opened again. A shudder visibly went over her, as if the night air had suddenly become chill. From the shelf the two stuffed birds regarded us dolefully, while the dancing faun, with head thrown back in an attitude of immortal art, laughed derisively. "Where is he?" "I must speak to him," said Miss Stanley. "One might think he were deliberately hiding," I muttered, for I was at a loss to account for Leavitt's absence. "Then find him," the girl commanded. I cut short my speculations to direct Williams to search the hut in the rear of the bungalow, where, behind bamboo palings, Leavitt's Malay servant maintained an aloof and mysterious existence. I sat down beside Miss Stanley on the veranda steps to find my hands sooty from the touch of the boards. A fine volcanic ash was evidently drifting in the air, and now to my ear, attuned to the profound stillness, the wind bore a faint humming sound. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. It was like the far-off murmur of a gigantic cauldron, softly a-boil, a dull vibration that seemed to reach us through the ground as well as through the air. The girl listened a moment, and then started up. "I hear voices, somewhere voices." I strained my ears for sounds other than the insistent ferment of the great cone above our heads. Perhaps leave it. Why do you still call him leave it? Then you're quite certain, I began, but an involuntary exclamation from her cut me short. The light of Williams's lantern, emerging from behind the bamboo palings, disclosed the burly form of the boatswain with a shrinking Malay in tow. He was jabbering in his native tongue, with much gesticulation of his thin arms, and going into contortions at every dozen paces in a sort of pantomime to emphasize his words. Williams urged him along unceremoniously to the steps of the veranda. "Perhaps you can get the straight of this, Mr. Barnaby," said the boatswain. "He swears that the flame devil in the volcano has swallowed his master alive." The poor fellow seemed indeed in a state of complete funk. With his thin legs quaking under him, he poured forth in Malay a crazed, distorted tale. According to Wode Kimber, leave it, or Farquharson, to give him his real name, had awakened the high displeasure of the flame devil within the mountain. Had we not observed that the cone was smoking furiously, and the dust and heavy taint of sulphur in the air? Surely we could feel the very tremor of the ground under our feet. All that day the enraged monster had been spouting mud and lava down upon the white Tuan who had remained in the bungalow, drinking heavily and bawling out maledictions upon his enemy. At length, in spite of Wode Kimber's efforts to dissuade him, he had set out to climb to the crater, vowing to show the flame devil who was master. He had compelled the terrified Wode Kimber to go with him a part of the way. The White Tuan, was he really a god, as he declared himself to be, had gone alone up the tortuous, fissured slopes, at times lost to sight in yellowish clouds of gas and steam, while his screams and threats of vengeance came back to Wode Kimber's ears. Overhead, Lake Alasha continued to rumble and quiver and clear his throat with great showers of mud and stones. Farquharson must have indeed parted with his reason to have attempted that grotesque sally. Listening to Wode Kimber's tale, I pictured the crazed man, scorched to tatters, heedless of bruises and burns, scrambling up that difficult and perilous ascent, and hurling his ridiculous blasphemy into the flares of smoke and steam that issued from that vast cauldron lit by subterranean fires. At its simmering the whole island trembled. A mere whiff of the monster's breath and he would have been snuffed out, annihilated in an instant. According to Wode Kimber, the end had indeed come in that fashion. It was as if the mountain had suddenly given a deep sigh. The blast had carried away solid rock. A sheet of flame had licked the spot where Farquharson had been hurled headlong, and he was not. Wode Kimber, viewing all this from afar, had scuttled off to his hut. Later he had ventured back to the scene of the tragedy. He had picked up Farquharson's scorched helmet, which had been blown off to some distance, and he also exhibited a pair of binoculars washed down by the tide of lava, scarred and twisted by the heat, from which the lenses had melted away. I translated for Miss Stanley briefly, while she stood turning over in her hands the twisted and blackened binoculars, which were still warm. She heard me through without question or comment, and when I proposed that we get back to the Sylph at once, mindful of her aunt's distressed nerves, she assented with a nod. She seemed to have lost the power of speech. In a daze she followed as I led the way back through the forest. ********* Major Stanley and his wife deferred their departure for England until their niece should be properly married to Joyce. At Eleanor's wish, it was a very simple affair, and as Joyce's bride she was as eager to be off to his rubber plantation in Maldonor as he was to set her up there as mistress of his household. I had agreed to give them passage on the Sylph, since the next sailing of the mailboat would have necessitated a further fortnight's delay. Mrs. Stanley, with visions of seeing England again, and profoundly grateful to a benevolent Providence that had not only brought this dreadful business of Eleanor's to a happy termination, but had averted Lake Alasha's baptism of fire from descending upon her own head, thanked me profusely and a little tearfully. It was during the general chorus of farewells at the last moment before the Sylph cast off. Her last appeal, cried after us from the wharf where she stood frantically waving a wet handkerchief, was that I should give Milo a wide berth. It brought a laugh from Joyce. He had discovered the good lady's extreme perturbation in regard to Lake Alasha, and had promptly declared for spending a day there with his bride. It was an exceptional opportunity to witness the volcano in its active mood. Each time that Joyce had essayed this teasing pleasantry, which never failed to draw Mrs. Stanley's protests, I observed that his wife remained silent. I assumed that she had decided to keep her own counsel in regard to the trip she had made there. "I'm trusting you not to take Eleanor near that dreadful island, Mr. Barnaby," was the admonition shouted across the widening gap of water. It was a quite unnecessary appeal, for Joyce, who was presently sitting with his wife in a sheltered quarter of the deck, had not the slightest interest in the smoking cone which was as yet a mere smudge upon the horizon. Eleanor, with one hand in Joyce's possession, at times watched it with a seemingly vast apathy until some ardent word from Joyce would draw her eyes back to his and she would lift to him a smile that was like a caress. The look of weariness and balked purpose that had once marked her expression had vanished. In the week since she had married Joyce she seemed to have grown younger and to be again standing on the very threshold of life with girlish eagerness. She hung on Joyce's every word, communing with him hour after hour, utterly content, indifferent to all the world about her. In the cabin that evening at dinner, when the two of them deigned to take polite cognizance of my existence, I announced to Joyce that I proposed to hug the island pretty close during the night. It would save considerable time. "Just as you like," Captain Joyce replied, indifferently. "We may get a shower of ashes by doing so, if the wind should shift." I looked across the table at Mrs. Joyce. "But we shall reach Maldonor that much sooner?" she queried. I nodded. "However, if you feel any uneasiness, I'll give the island a wide berth." I didn't like the idea of dragging her, the bride of a week, past that place with its unspeakable memories, if it should really distress her. Her eyes thanked me silently across the table. "It's very kind of you, but," she chose her words with significant deliberation, "I haven't a fear in the world, Mr. Barnaby." Evening had fallen when we came up on deck. Joyce bethought himself of some cigars in his stateroom and went back. For the moment I was alone with his wife by the rail, watching the stars beginning to prick through the darkening sky. The SYLPH was running smoothly, with the wind almost aft. The scud of water past her bows and the occasional creak of a block aloft were the only sounds audible in the silence that lay like a benediction upon the sea. "You may think it unfeeling of me," she began, quite abruptly, "but all this past trouble of mine, now that it is ended, I have completely dismissed. Already it begins to seem like a horrid dream. And as for that island," her eyes looked off toward Mulot now impending upon us and lighting up the heavens with its sullen flare, "it seems incredible that I ever set foot upon it. Perhaps you understand," she went on, after a pause, "that I have not told my husband. But I have not deceived him. He knows that I was once married, and that the man is no longer living. He does not wish to know more. Of course he is aware that Uncle Geoffrey came out here to see a Mr. Leavitt, a matter which he has no idea concerned me. He thanks the stars for whatever it was that did bring us out here, for otherwise he would not have met me." "It has turned out most happily," I murmured. "It was almost disaster. After meeting Mr. Joyce, and I was weak enough to let myself become engaged, to have discovered that I was still chained to a living creature like that. I should have killed myself. But surely the courts," she shook her head with decision. "My church does not recognize that sort of freedom." We were drawing steadily nearer to Mulot. The mountain was breathing slowly and heavily, a vast flare that lifted fan-like in the skies and died away. Lightning played fitfully through the dense mass of smoke and choking gases that hung like a pall over the great cone. It was like the night sky that overhangs a city of gigantic blast furnaces, only infinitely multiplied. The sails of the SYLPH caught the ruddy tinge like a phantom craft gliding through the black night, its canvas still dyed with the sunset glow. The faces of the crew, turned to watch the spectacle, curiously fixed and inhuman, were picked out of the gloom by the same fantastic light. It was as if the schooner, with masts and riggings etched black against the lurid sky, sailed on into the day of judgment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was after midnight. The SYLPH came about, with sails trembling, and lost headway. Suddenly she vibrated from stem to stern, and with a soft grating sound that was unmistakable came to rest. We were aground in what should have been clear water, with the forest-clad shore of Mulot lying close off to port. The helmsman turned to me with a look of silly fright on his face, as the wheel revolved useless in his hands. We had shelved with scarcely a jar sufficient to disturb those sleeping below, but in a twinkling Jackson, the mate, appeared on deck in his pajamas, and after a swift glance toward the familiar shore turned to me with the same dumbfounded look that had frozen upon the face of the steersman. "What do you make of this?" he exclaimed, as I called for the lead. "Be quiet about it," I said to the hands that had started into movement. "Look sharp now, and make no noise." Then I turned to the mate, who was perplexedly rubbing one bare foot against the other and measuring with his eye our distance from the shore. The SYLPH should have turned the point of the island without mishap, as she had done scores of times. "It's the volcano we have to thank for this," was my conjecture. "Its recent activity has caused some displacement of the sea bottom." Jackson's head went back in sudden comprehension. "It's a miracle you didn't plow into it under full sail." We had indeed come about in the very nick of time to avoid disaster. As matters stood, I was hopeful. With any sort of luck we ought to float clear with the tide. The mate cocked a doubtful eye at Lake Alasha, uncomfortably close above our heads, flaming at intervals and bathing the deck with an angry glare of light. If she should begin spitting up a little livelier. He speculated with a shrug, and presently took himself off to his bunk after an inspection below had shown that none of the schooner's seams had started. There was nothing to do but to wait for the tide to make and lift the vessel clear. It would be a matter of 3 or 4 hours. I dismissed the helmsman, and the watch forward, taking advantage of the respite from duty, were soon recumbent in attitudes of heavy sleep. The wind had died out and a heavy torpor lay upon the water. It was as if the stars alone held to their slow courses above a world rigid and inanimate. The SYLPH lay with a slight list, her spars looking inexpressibly helpless against the sky, and, as the minutes dragged, a fine volcanic ash, like some mortal pestilence exhaled by the monster cone, settled down upon the deck, where, forward in the shadow, the watch lay curled like dead men. Alone, I paced back and forth, countless soft-footed miles, it seemed, through interminable hours, until at length some obscure impulse prompted me to pause before the open skylight over the cabin and thrust my head down. A lamp above the dining table, left to burn through the night, feebly illuminated the room. A faint snore issued at regular intervals from the half-open door of the mate's stateroom. The door of Joyce's stateroom opposite was also upon the hook for the sake of air. Suddenly a soft thump against the side of the schooner, followed by a scrambling noise, made me turn round. The dripping, bedraggled figure of a man in a sleeping suit mounted the rope ladder that hung over the side, and paused, grasping the rail. I had withdrawn my gaze so suddenly from the glow of the light in the cabin that for several moments the intruder from out of the sea was only a blurred form with one leg hung over the rail, where he hung as if spent by his exertions. Just then the sooty vapors above the edged moor of the volcano were rent by a flare of crimson, and in the fleeting instant of unnatural daylight I beheld Farquharson, barefooted, and dripping with sea water, confronting me with a sardonic, triumphant smile. The light faded in a twinkling, but in the darkness he swung his other leg over the rail and sat perched there, as if challenging the testimony of my senses. "Farquharson!" I breathed aloud, utterly dumbfounded. "Did you think I was a ghost?" I could hear him softly laughing to himself in the interval that followed. You should have witnessed Wadakimba's fright at my coming back from the dead. Well, I'll admit I almost was done for. Again the volcano breathed in torment. It was like the sudden opening of a gigantic blast furnace, and in that instant I saw him vividly, his thin, saturnine face, his damp black hair pushed sleekly back, his lips twisted to a cruel smile, his eyes craftily alert, as if to some ambushed danger continually at hand. He was watching me with a sort of malicious relish in the shock he had given me. It was not your intention to stop at Mulo, he observed, dryly, for the plight of the schooner was obvious. We'll float clear with the tide, I muttered. But in the meantime, there was something almost menacing in his deliberate pause. I have the pleasure of this little call upon you. A head lifted from among the inert figures and sleepily regarded us before it dropped back into the shadows. The stranded ship, the recumbent men, the mountain flaming overhead, it was like a phantom world into which had been suddenly thrust this ghastly and incredible reality. Whatever possessed you to swim out here in the middle of the night? I demanded, in a harsh whisper. He chose to ignore the question, while I waited in a chill of suspense. It was inconceivable that he could be aware of the truth of the situation and deliberately bent on forcing it to its unspeakable, tragic issue. Of late, Captain Barnaby, we seem to have taken to visiting each other rather frequently, don't you think? It was lightly tossed off, but not without its evil implication, and I felt his eyes intently fixed upon me as he sat hunched up on the rail in his sodden sleeping suit, like some huge, ill-omened bird of prey. To get rid of him, to obliterate the horrible fact that he still existed in the flesh, was the instinctive impulse of my staggered brain. But the peril of discovery, the chance that those sleeping below might waken and hear us, held me in a vice of indecision. If I could bring myself to reproach you, Captain, he went on, ironically polite, I might protest that your last visit to this island savored of a too inquisitive intrusion. You'll pardon my frankness. I had convinced you and Major Stanley that Farquharson was dead. To the world at large that should have sufficed. That I choose to remain alive is my own affair. Your sudden return to Mulo, with a lady, would have upset everything, if fate and that inspired fool of a Malay had not happily intervened. But now, surely, there can be no doubt that I am dead. I nodded assent in a dumb, helpless way. And I have a notion that even you, Captain Barnaby, will never dispute that fact. He threw back his head suddenly, for all the world like the dancing faun, and laughed silently at the stars. My tongue was dry in my mouth as I tried to make some rejoinder. He baffled me completely, and meanwhile I was in a tingle of fear lest the mate should come up on deck to see what progress the tide had made, or lest the sound of our voices might waken the girl in Joyce's stateroom. I can promise you that I attempted to assure him in weak, sepulchral tones. And now, if you like, I'll put you ashore in the small boat. You must be getting chilly in that wet sleeping suit. As a matter of fact I am, and I was wondering if you would not offer me something to drink. You shall have a bottle to take along, I promised, with alacrity, but he demurred. There is no sociability in that. And you seem very lonesome here, stuck for 2 more hours at least. Come, Captain, fetch your bottle and we will share it together. He got down from the rail, stretched his arms lazily above his head, and dropped into one of the deck chairs that had been placed aft for the convenience of my 2 passengers. And cigars, too, Captain, he suggested, with a politeness that was almost impertinence. We'll have a cozy hour or 2 out of this tedious wait for the tide to lift you off. I contemplated him helplessly. There was no alternative but to fall in with whatever mad caprice might seize his brain. If I opposed him, it would lead to high and querulous words, and the hideous fact of his presence there, of his mere existence, I was bound to conceal at all hazards. I must ask you to keep quiet, I said, stiffly. As a tomb he agreed, and his eyes twinkled disagreeably in the darkness. You forget that I am supposed to be in one. I went stealthily down into the cabin, where I secured a box of cigars and the first couple of bottles that my hands laid hold of in the locker. They proved to contain an old Tokai wine which I had treasured for several years to no particular purpose. The ancient bottles clinked heavily in my grasp as I mounted again to the deck. Now this is something like, he purred, watching like a cat my every motion as I set the glasses forth and guardedly drew the cork. He saluted me with a flourish and drank. To an onlooker that pantomime in the darkness would have seemed utterly grotesque. I tasted the fragrant, heavy wine and waited in an agony of suspense, my ears strained desperately to catch the least sound from below. But a profound silence enveloped the schooner, broken only by the occasional rhythmic snore of the mate. You seem rather ill at ease, Farquharson observed from the depths of the deck chair when he had his cigar comfortably aglow. I trust it isn't this little impromptu call of mine that's disturbing you. After all, life has its unusual moments, and this, I think, is one of them. He sniffed the bouquet of his wine and drank. It is rare moments like this, bizarre, incredible, what you like, that compensate for the tedium of years. His disengaged hand had fallen to the side of the chair, and I now observed in dismay that a scarf belonging to Joyce's wife had been left lying in the chair, and that his fingers were absently twisting the silken fringe. I wonder that you stick it out, as you do, on this island, I forced myself to observe, seeking safety in the commonplace, while my eyes, as if fascinated, watched his fingers toying with the ends of the scarf. I was forced to accept the innuendo beneath his enigmatic utterances. His utter baseness and depravity, born perhaps of a diseased mind, I could understand. I had led him to bait a trap with the fiction of his own death, but he could not know that it had been already sprung upon his unsuspecting victims. He seemed to regard me with contemptuous pity. Naturally, you wonder. A mere skipper like yourself fails to understand many things. What can you know of life cooped up in this schooner? You touch only the surface of things just as this confounded boat of yours skims only the top of the water. Once in a lifetime you may come to real grips with life, strike bottom, as your schooner has done now. Then you're aground and quite helpless. What a pity. He lifted his glass and drank it off, then thrust it out to be refilled. Life as the world lives it, bah, he dismissed it with the scorn of one who counts himself divested of all illusions. Life would be an infernal bore if it were not for its paradoxes. Now you, Captain Barnaby, would never dream that in becoming dead to the world, in other people's belief, I have become intensely alive. There are opened up infinite possibilities. He drank again and eyed me darkly, and then went on in his crack-brained way. What is life but a challenge to pretense, a constant exercise in duplicity, with so few that come to master it as an art? Every one goes about with something locked deep in his heart. Take yourself, Captain Barnaby. You have your secrets, hidden from me, from all the world, which, if they could be dragged out of you, his deep-set eyes bored through the darkness upon me. Hunched up in the deck chair, with his legs crossed under him, he was like an animated Buddha venting a dark philosophy and seeking to undermine my mental balance with his sophistry. I'm a plain man of the sea, I rejoined, bluntly. I take life as it comes. He smiled derisively, drained his glass, and held it out again. But you have your secrets, rather clumsily guarded, to be sure. What secrets? I cried out, goaded almost beyond endurance. He seemed to deprecate the vigor of my retort and lifted a cautioning hand. Do you want everyone on board to hear this conversation? At that moment the smoke-wrapped cone of Lake Alasha was cleft by a sheet of flame, and we confronted each other in a sort of blood-red dawn. There is no reason why we should quarrel, he went on, after darkness had enveloped us again. But there are times which call for plain speaking. Major Stanley is probably hardly aware of just what he said to me under a little artful questioning. It seems that a lady who, shall we say, whom we both have the honor of knowing, is in love. Love, mark you. It is always interesting to see that flower bud twice from the same stalk. However, one naturally defers to a lady, especially when one is very much in her way. Place auxiliary dames, Exit poor Farquharson. You must admit that his was an altruistic soul. Well, she has her freedom, if only to barter it for a new bondage. Shall we drink to the happy future of that romance? He lifted to me his glass with ironical invitation, while I sat aghast and speechless, my heart pounding against my ribs. This intolerable colloquy could not last forever. I deliberated what I should do if we were surprised. At the sound of a footfall or the soft creak of a plank, I felt that I might lose all control and leap up and brain him with the heavy bottle in my grasp. I had an insane desire to spring at his throat and throttle his infamous bravado, tumble him overboard and annihilate the last vestige of his existence. Come, Captain, he urged, you, too, have shared in smoothing the path for these lovers. Shall we not drink to their happy union? A feeling of utter loathing went over me. I set my glass down. It would be a more serviceable compliment to the lady in question if I strangled you on the spot, I muttered, boldly. But you are forgetting that I am already dead. He threw his head back as if vastly amused, then lurched forward and held out his glass a little unsteadily to be refilled. He gave me a quick, evil look. Besides, the noise might disturb your passengers. I could feel a cold perspiration suddenly breaking out upon my body. Either the fellow had obtained an inkling of the truth in some incredible way, or was blindly on the track of it, guided by some diabolical scent. Under the spell of his eyes, I could not manage the outright lie which stuck in my throat. What makes you think I have passengers? I parried, weakly. With intent or not, he was again fingering the fringe of the scarf that hung over the arm of the chair. It is not your usual practice, but you have been carrying them lately. He drained his glass and sat staring into it, his head drooping a little forward. The heavy wine was beginning to have its effect upon him, but whether it would provoke him to some outright violence or drag him down into a stupor, I could not predict. Suddenly the glass slipped from his fingers and shivered to pieces on the deck. I started violently at the sound, and in the silence that followed I thought I heard a footfall in the cabin below. He looked up at length from his absorbed contemplation of the bits of broken glass. "We were talking about love, were we not?" he demanded, heavily. I did not answer. I was straining to catch a repetition of the sound from below. Time was slipping rapidly away, and to sit on meant inevitable discovery. The watch might waken or the mate appear to surprise me in converse with my nocturnal visitor. It would be folly to attempt to conceal his presence, and I despaired of getting him back to shore while his present mood held, although I remembered that the small boat, which had been lowered after we went aground, was still moored to the rail amidships. Refilling my own glass, I offered it to him. He lurched forward to take it, but the fumes of the wine suddenly drifted clear of his brain. "You seem very much distressed," he observed, with ironic concern. "One might think you were actually sheltering these precious lovebirds." Perspiration broke out anew upon my face and neck. "I don't know what you are talking about," I bluntly tried to fend off his implication. I felt as if I were helplessly strapped down and that he was about to probe me mercilessly with some sharp instrument. I strove to turn the direction of his thoughts by saying, "I understand that the Stanleys are returning to England." "The Stanleys? Quite so." He nodded agreement, and fixed me with a maudlin stare. Something prompted me to fill his glass again. He drank it off mechanically. Again I poured, and he obediently drank. With an effort he tried to pick up the thread of our conversation. "What did you say?" "Oh, the Stanleys, yes, yes, of course." He slowly nodded his head and fell silent. I was about to say. He broke off again and seemed to ruminate profoundly. "Lovebirds," I caught the word feebly from his lips, spoken as if in a daze. The glass hung dripping in his relaxed grasp. It was a crucial moment in which his purpose seemed to waver and die in his clouded brain. A great hope sprang up in my heart, which was hammering furiously. If I could divert his fuddled thoughts and get him back to shore while the wine lulled him to forgetfulness. I leaned forward to take the glass which was all but slipping from his hand, when Lake Kalash flamed with redoubled fury. It was as if the mountain had suddenly bared its fiery heart to the heavens, and a muffled detonation reached my ears. Farquharson straightened up with a jerk and scanned the smoking peak, from which a new trickle of white-hot lava had broken forth in a thread-like waterfall. He watched its graceful play as if hypnotized, and began babbling to himself in an incoherent prattle. All his faculties seemed suddenly awake, but riveted solely upon the heavy laboring of the mountain. He was chiding it in Malay as if it were a fractious child. When I ventured to urge him back to shore, he made no protest, but followed me into the boat. As I pushed off and took up the oars, he had eyes for nothing but the flaming cone, as if its leaping fires held for him an apocalyptic vision. I strained at the oars as if in a race, with all eternity at stake, blindly urging the boat ahead through water that flashed crimson at every stroke. The mountain now flamed like a beacon, and I rode for dear life over a sea of blood. Farquharson sat entranced before the spectacle, chanting to himself a kind of insane ritual, like a Parsi fire worshipper making obeisance before his god. He was rapt away to some plane of mystic exaltation, to some hinterland of the soul that merged upon madness. When at length the boat crunched upon the sandy shore, he got up unsteadily from the stern and pointed to the pharos that flamed in the heavens. "The fire upon the altar is lit," he addressed me, oracularly, while the fanatic light of a devotee burned in his eyes. "Shall we ascend and prepare the sacrifice?" I leaned over the oars, panting from my exertions, indifferent to his rhapsody. "If you'll take my advice, you'll get back at once to your bungalow and strip off that wet sleeping suit," I bluntly counseled him, but I might as well have argued with a man in a trance. He leaped over the gunwale and strode up the beach. Again he struck his priest-like attitude and invoked me to follow. "The fire upon the altar waits," he repeated, solemnly. Suddenly he broke into a shrill laugh and ran like a deer in the direction of the forest that stretched up the slopes of the mountain. The mate's face, thrust over the rail as I drew alongside the schooner, plainly bespoke his utter bewilderment. He must have thought me bereft of my senses to be paddling about at that hour of the night. The tide had made, and the SYLPH, righting her listed masts, was standing clear of the shoal. The deck was astir, and when the command was given to hoist the sails, it was obeyed with an uneasy alacrity. The men worked frantically in a bright, unnatural day, for Lake Kalash was now continuously aflame and tossing up red-hot rocks to the accompaniment of dull sounds of explosion. My first glance about the deck had been one of relief to note that Joyce and his wife were not there, although the commotion of getting under sail must have awakened them. A breeze had sprung up which would prove a fair wind as soon as the SYLPH stood clear of the point. The mate gave a grunt of satisfaction when at length the schooner began to dip her bow and lay over to the task. Leaving him in charge, I started to go below, when suddenly Mrs. Joyce, fully dressed, confronted me. She seemed to have materialized out of the air like a ghost. Her hair glowed like burnished copper in the unnatural illumination which bathed the deck, but her face was ashen, and the challenge of her eyes made my heart stop short. "You have been awake long?" I ventured to ask. "Too long," she answered, significantly, with her face turned away, looking down into the water. She had taken my arm and drawn me toward the rail. Now I felt her fingers tighten convulsively. In the droop of her head and the tense curve of her neck I sensed her mad impulse which the dark water suggested. "Mrs. Joyce," I remonstrated, sharply. She seemed to go limp all over at the words. I drew her along the deck for a faltering step or two, while her eyes continued to brood upon the water rushing past. Suddenly she spoke. "What other way out is there?" "Never that," I said, shortly. I urged her forward again. "Is your husband asleep?" "Thank God, yes." "Then you have been awake for over an hour," she confessed, and I detected the shudder that went over her body. "The man is mad, but I am married to him." She stopped and caught at the rail like a prisoner gripping at the bars that confine him. "I cannot endure it." "Where are you taking me?" "Where can you take me? Don't you see that there is no escape from this?" The SYLPH rose and sank to the first long roll of the open sea. "When we reach Maldonor," I began, but the words were only torture. "I cannot go on. Take me back to that island. Let me live abandoned, or rather die, Mrs. Joyce, I beg of you." The schooner rose and dipped again. For what seemed an interminable time we paced the deck together while Lake Alasha flamed farther and farther astern. Her words came in fitful snatches as if spoken in a delirium, and at times she would pause and grip the rail to stare back, wild-eyed, at the receding island. Suddenly she started, and in a sort of blinding, noonday blaze I saw her face blanch with horror. It was as if at that moment the heavens had cracked asunder and the night had fallen away in chaos. Turning, I saw the cone of the mountain lifting skyward in fragments, and saw no more, for the blinding vision remained seared upon the retina of my eyes. Across the water, slower paced, came the dread concussion of sound. Good God! It's carried away the whole island. I heard the mate's voice bellowing above the cries of the men. The SYLPH scudded before the approaching storm of fire descending from the sky. The first grey of the dawn disclosed Mrs. Joyce still standing by the rail, her hand nestling within the arm of her husband, indifferent to the heavy greyish dust that fell in benediction upon her like a silent shower of snow. The island of Mulo remains today a charred cinder lapped about by the blue Pacific. At times gulls circle over its blackened and desolate surface devoid of every vestige of life. From the squat, truncated mass of Lake Alasha, shorn of half its lordly height, a feeble wisp of smoke still issues to the breeze, as if Vulcan, tired of his forge, had banked its fire before abandoning it. The Argosies by Alexander Hull from Scribner's Magazine. There may have been some benevolent force watching over Harbour. In any case, that would be a comforting belief. Certainly Harbour himself so believed, and I know he had no trouble at all convincing his wife. Yes, the Harbours believed. But credulity, you may say, was ever the surest part in love's young golden dream, and you, perhaps, not having your eyes befuddled with the rose fog of romance, will see too clearly to believe. What can I adduce for your conviction? The facts only. After all, that is the single strength of my position. There was, of course, the strange four-handed, subtle planning of the other girl, of Janet Spencer. Why did she do it? Was it that, feeling her chances in Town so few, counting the soil there so barren, driven by an ambition beyond the imagination of staid, stodgy, normal Town girls, she felt she must create opportunities where none were? She was very lovely, Harbour tells me, in a fiery rose red of the fairy tale way, though even without beauty it needn't have been hard for her. Young blood is prone enough to adventure, the merest spark will set it akindle. I should like to have known that girl. She must have been very clever. Because, of course, she couldn't have foreseen, even by the surest instinct, the coincidence that brought Harbour and Barton together. Yes, there is a coincidence in it. It's precisely upon that, you see, that Harbour hangs his belief. I wonder, too, how many of those argosies she sent out seeking the golden fleece returned to her. It's a fine point for speculation. If one only knew. Ah, but it's pitiful how much one doesn't, and can't, know in this hard and complex world. Or was it merely that she tired of them and wanted to be rid of them? Or again, do I wrong her there, and were there no more than the two of them, and did she simply suffer a solitary revulsion of feeling, as Harbour did? But no, I'm sure I'm right in supposing Barton and Harbour to have been but two ventures out of many, two arrows out of a full quiver shot in the dark at the bull's-eye of fortune. And, by heaven, it was splendid shooting, even if none of the other arrows scored. Harbour tells me he was ripe for the thing without any encouragement to speak of. Town was dull plodding for hot youth. Half hidden in the green of fir and oak and maple, slumberous with midsummer heat, it lay when he left it. Thickly powdered with the fine white dust of its own unpaven streets, dust that sent the inhabitants chronically sneezing and weeping and red-eyed about town, or sent them north to the lakes for exemption, dust that hung impalpably suspended in the still air and turned the sunsets to things of glorious rose and red and gold though there wasn't a single cloud or streamer in the sky to catch the light. Dust that lay upon lawns and walks and houses in deep grey accumulation, precisely as if these were objects put away and never used and not disturbed until they were white with the inevitable powdery accretion that accompanies disuse. Indeed, he felt that way about Town, as if it were a closed room of the world, a room of long ago, unused now, unimportant, forgotten. So unquestionably he was ready enough to go. He had all the fine and far-flung dreams of surging youth. He peopled the world with his fancies, built castles on every high hill. He felt the urge of ambition fiercely stirring within him, latent power pulsing through him. What would you? Wasn't he young and in love? For there had been, you must know, a good deal between them. What does one do in these deadly dull little towns for amusement, when one is young and vain and restless? Harbour tells me they walked the streets and shaded lanes in the dim green coolness of evening, lounged in the orchard hammock, drifted down the little river, past still pools, reed-bordered, under vaulting sycamores, over hurrying reaches fretted with pebbles, forgot everything except one another and their fancies and made, as youth must, love. That was the program complete, except for the talk, the fascinating, never-ending talk. Volumes on volumes of it, whole libraries of it. So, under her veiled fostering, the feeling that he must leave Town kept growing upon Harbour until one evening it crystallized in decision. It was on a Sunday. They had taken a lunch and climbed Bald Knob, 1,000 feet above the town, late in the afternoon. The dying sun and the trees had given them a splendid symphony in black and gold, and had silenced them for a little. They sat looking down over the valley in which the well-known landmarks slowly grew dark and indistinguishable and dim lights blossomed one after another. The sound of church bells rose faintly through the still air. The pale last light faded in the sky. Harbour and Janet sat in the long grass, their hearts stirring with the same urgent, inarticulate thoughts, their hands clasped together. "Let's wait for 87," she said. Harbour pressed her hand for reply. In the mind of each of them 87 was the symbol of release from Town, of freedom, of romance. Presently a shifting light appeared in the east, a faint rumble became perceptible and increased. The swaying shaft of light intensified and a moment later the long-drawn poignancy of a chime whistle blowing for the river road crossing, exquisitely softened by distance, echoingly penetrated the still valley. A streak of thunderous light swam into view and past them, plunging into a gap in the west. The firebox in the locomotive opened and flung a flood of light upon a swirling cloud of smoke. A sharp turn in the track, a weak blast of the whistle at the bridgehead, and the limited disdaining contemptible Town had swept out of sight, into the world, at a mile to the minute. "If I were on it," said Harbour slowly. Janet caught her breath sharply. "You're a man," she said fiercely. "You could be, so easily." Harbour was startled for a moment. Her kindling of his flame of adventure had been very subtle until now. Perhaps she hadn't been sure before today of her standing. But this afternoon, upon the still isolation of Bald Knob, there had been many kisses exchanged, and brave vows of undying love. And no doubt she felt certain of him now. With Harbour, however, the pathway had seemed leading otherwhere. He wasn't the sort of youth to kiss and ride away. And, Discounting their adventurous talk, he had tacitly supposed that his course the last few weeks spelled the confinement of the four walls of a Thornleytown cottage, the fetters of an early marriage. He had been fighting his mounting fever for the great world, and thinking, as the train sped by, that after all home was best. It would be. It must be. So, if his fine dreams were the price he must pay for Janet, still he would pay them. And he was startled by her tone. Her slim fingers tightened upon his. "Why do you stay?" she cried passionately. "Why don't you go?" "There's you," he began. "Yes," she exclaimed. "Oh, I'm selfish, maybe. I don't know. But it's as much for me as for you that I say it." Her words poured out tumultuously. "Where are all our wonderful dreams, if you stay here? Gone a glimmering. Gone. I can't see them all go, I can't." "Can you?" Was he to have, then, both Janet and his dreams? His heart quickened. He leaned impulsively toward her. She pushed his face away with her free hand. "No, no. Wait till I'm through. We've always known we weren't like other Thornleytown folk, haven't we, dear? We've always said that we wanted more out of life than they, that we wouldn't be content with half a loaf, that we wanted the bravest adventures, the yellowest gold, the finest emotions, the greater power. And if now, see those fights down there, so few, and so faint. We can't live our lives there. $75 a month in the bank for you, and dull, deadly monotony for both of us, no dreams, no adventures, nothing big and fine. We can't be content with that. Why don't you go, John? Don't mind me, don't let me keep you, for as soon as you've won, you can come back to me, and then we'll see the world together." "Janet, Janet," said Harbour, with pounding heart. "How do you know that I'll win?" "Ah," she said strangely, "I know. You can't fail, I won't let you fail." Harbour caught her suddenly in his arms and kissed her as if it were to be his last token of her. "I'm going then," he whispered. "I'm going." "When?" "There's no time to be lost," he said, thinking fast. "If I had known that you were willing, that you would wait, if—" "Janet, I'm going tomorrow." Her arms tightened about him convulsively. Promise me," she demanded tensely, "that you'll never, never forget me, that you'll come back to me." Harbour laughed in her face. "Janet," he said solemnly, "I'll never forget you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back, though 'twere a 10,000 mile." And they walked home slowly, wrapped once more in their fascinating talk, fanning the flames of one another's desires, painting for their future the rich landscapes of paradise. Youth. Brave, hot youth. The next day Harbour contemptuously threw over his job in the bank and fared forth into the wide world that was calling. Well, he went south, then east, then west, and west, and farther west. So far that presently, after 3 years, he found himself not west at all, but east, far east. There were between him and Janet Spencer now thousands on thousands of miles of vast heaving seas, and snow-capped mountain ranges, and limitless grassy plains. 3 years of drifting. You'd say, perhaps, knowing the frailty of vows, that the connection might have been lost. But it hadn't. Harbour was but 23. Faithfulness, too, comes easier then than later in life, when one has seen more of the world, when the fine patina of illusion has worn off. Besides, there was, I'm sure, a touch of genius about that girl, so that one wouldn't forget her easily, certainly not in 3 years. And then, you know, Harbour had had her letters. Not many of them. Perhaps a dozen to the year. Pitifully few, but they were filled with a wonderful fascination against which the realities of his wandering life had been powerless to contend. Like a slender cable they bound him, they held him. Well, he was in Sydney now, standing on the waterfront, beneath a bright blue Australian sky, watching the crinkling water in the circular quay as it lifted and fell mightily but easily, and seeing the black ships, the ships. Those masterful, much more than human, entities that slipped about the great world nosing out, up dark green tropical rivers in black, fur-bound fjords, through the white ice floes of the Arctics, all its romance, all its gold. 3 years hadn't dulled the keen edge of his appetite for all that, rather had whetted it. Nevertheless, as he stood there, he was thinking to himself that he must have done with wandering. The old saw that a rolling stone gathered no moss was cropping up sharply, warningly, in his mind. He had in the 3 years, however, and this is rather remarkable, accumulated about $3,000. $3,000. Why, in this quarter of the world, $3,000 should be like 3,000 of the scriptural mustard seed, they should grow a veritable forest. What was puzzling him, however, was where to plant the seed. He was to meet here a man who had a plan for planting in the islands. There were wild rumors afloat of the fortunes that could be made in rubber and vanilla out in the Papuan back beyond. Harbour was only half inclined to believe them, perhaps, but half persuaded is well along the way. He heard his name called, and, turning, he saw a man coming toward him with the rolling gait of the seaman. As he came closer, Harbour observed the tawny beard, the sea-blue eyes surrounded by the fine wrinkles of humor, the neat black clothing, the polished boots, and, above all, the gold earrings that marked the man in his mind as Farrington, the sea captain who had been anxious to meet him. Harbour answered the captain's gleam of teeth with one of his own, and they turned their backs upon the water and went to Harbour's room, where they could have their fill of talk undisturbed. Harbour says they talked all that afternoon and evening, and well into the next morning, enthusiastically finding one another the veritable salt of the earth, honourable, level-headed, congenial, temperamentally fitted for exactly what they had in mind, partnership. "How much can you put in?" asked Harbour finally. £500, said the captain. I can match you, said Harbour. Man, but that's fine, cried the captain. I've been looking for you, you know, just you, for the last 2 years. And when Pearson told me about you, why, it's luck, I say. It was luck for Harbour, too. Farringdon, you see, knew precisely where he wanted to go, and he had his schooner, and he knew that part of the world, as we say, like a man knows his own buttons. Harbour, then, was to manage the plantation. They were going to set out rubber, both para and native, and try hemp and maybe coffee while they waited for the Hevia and the ficus to yield. And Farringdon was ready to put the earnings from his schooner against Harbour's wage as manager. The arrangement, you see, was ideal. Skip 7 years with me, please. Consider the plantation affair launched, carried, and consummated. Farringdon and Harbour have sold the rubber trees as they neared Bering, and have sold them well. They're out of that now. In all likelihood, Harbour thinks, permanently. For that 7 years has seen other projects blossom. Harbour, says Farringdon, has the golden touch. There has been trading in the islands, and a short and fortunate little campaign on the stock market through Sydney brokers, and there has been, more profitable than anything else, the salvaging of the Brent in Terrisland Company's steamer Palula by Farringdon's schooner, in which Harbour had purchased a half interest, so the partners are, on the whole, rather well fixed. Harbour might be rated at, perhaps, some £40,000, not counting his interest in the schooner. One of Janet Spencer's argosies, then, its cargo laden, is ready to set sail for the hills of home. In short, Harbour is now in one of the island ports of call, waiting for the steamer from Fiji. In 6 weeks he will be in Tornla Town if all goes well. It isn't, and yet it is, the same Harbour. He's 30 now, lean and bronzed and very fit. He can turn 100 tricks now where then he could turn one. The tropics have agreed with him. There seems to have been some subtle affinity between them, and he almost wishes that he weren't leaving them. He certainly wouldn't be, if it were not for Janet. Yes, that slender thread has held him. Through 10 years it has kept him faithful. He has eyed askance, ignored, even rebuffed, women. The letters, that still come, have turned the trick, perhaps, or some clinging to a faith that is inherent in him. Or sheer obstinacy. Forgive the cynicism. A little of each, no doubt. And then he hadn't often seen the right sort of women. I say that deliberately, because, the night before the steamer was due there was a ball, yes, poor island exiles, they called it that, and Harbour, one of some 30 Europeans there, went to it, and on the very eve of safety. The glare and the oily smell of the lanterns, the odour of jasmine, frangipani, vanilla, and human beings sickeningly mingled in the heat, the jangling, out-of-tune music, the wearisome island gossip and chatter, drove him at length out into the night, down a black-shadowed pathway to the sea. The beach lay before him presently, gleaming like silver in the soft blue radiance of the jeweled night. As he stood there, lost in far memories, the mellow, lemon-colored lights from the commissioner's residence shone beautifully from the fronded palms, and the faint wave of the waltzes of yesteryear became poignant and lovely, and the light trade wind, clean here from the reek of lamps and clothing and human beings, vaguely tinged with the sea, blew upon him with a light, insistent pressure. Half dreaming, he heard the sharp sputter of a launch, bearing belated comers to the ball, no doubt, but he paid no attention to it. He may have been on the beach an hour before he turned to ascend to the town. And just at the top of the slope he came upon a girl. She hadn't perceived him, and she stood there, slim and graceful, the moonlight bright upon her rapt face, with her arms outstretched and her head flung back, in an attitude of utter abandonment. Harbour felt his heart stir swiftly. He knew what she was feeling, as she looked out over the shimmering half-moon of harbour, across the moaning white feather of reef, out to the illimitable sea, and drank in the essence of the beauty of the night. Just so, at first, had it clutched him with the pain of ecstasy, and he had never forgotten it. There would be no voicing that feeling, it must ever remain inarticulate. Nor was the girl trying to voice it. Her exquisite pantomime alone spelled her delight in it and her surrender to it. He saw at a glance that he didn't know her. She was new to the islands. Her clothes were evidence enough for that. There was a certain verve to them that spoke of a more sophisticated land. She might have been 25 though she seemed younger. She was in filmy white from slipper to throat, and over her slender shoulders there drifted a gossamer banner of scarf, fluttering in the soft trade wind. Harbour was very close to see this, and still she hadn't observed him. "Don't let me startle you, please," he said, as he stepped from the shadow of the trumpet flower bush that had hitherto concealed him. Her arms came down slowly, her chin lowered, her pose, if you will, melted away. Her voice when she spoke was low and round and thrilled, and it sent an answering thrill through Harbour. "I'm mad," she said. "Moon mad, or tropic mad. I didn't hear you. I was worshipping the night." "As I have been," said Harbour, feeling a sudden pagan kinship with her mood. She smiled, and her smile seemed the most precious thing in the world. "You, too. But it isn't new to you, and when the newness is gone everyone, here at least, seems dead to it." "Sometimes I think it's always new," replied Harbour. "And yet I've had years of it, but how did you know?" "You're Mr. Harbour, aren't you?" "Yes. But, only that I knew you were here, having heard of you from the Trethuays, and I'd accounted for everyone else. I couldn't stay inside because it seemed to me that it was wicked when I had come so far for just this, to be inside stuffily dancing. One can dance all the rest of one's life in Michigan, you know. So, it's the better place to be, out here," said Harbour abruptly. "Need we go in?" "I don't know," she said doubtfully. "Maybe you can tell me. You see, I've promised some dances." What's the usage here? Dare I run away from them? Oh, it might prove a 3-day scandal if you did, said Harbour. But I know a bench off to the right, where it isn't likely you'll be found by any questing partner, and you needn't confess to having had a companion. Will you come and talk to me? I'm a bird of passage, she answered, smiling, and I've only to unfold my wings and fly away from the smoke of scandal. Yes, I'll come, if you won't talk too much. You see, after all, I won't flatter you. It's the night I want, not talk, the wonderful night. But, of course, they did talk. She was an American girl, she told him, and had studied art a little, but would never be much of a painter. She had been teaching classes in a city high school in the Middle West, when suddenly life there seemed to have gone humdrum and stale. She had a little money saved, not much, but enough if she managed well, and she'd boldly resigned and determined, once at least before she was too old, to follow Spring around the world. She had almost given up the idea of painting now, but thought presently she might go in for writing, where, after all, perhaps, her real talent lay. She had gotten a letter of introduction in Suva to the Tretheweyes, and she would be here until the next steamer after the morrow's. These were the bare facts. Harbour gave a good many more than he got, he told me, upon the theory that nothing so provoked confidence as giving it. He was a little mad himself that night, he admits, or else very, very sane. As you will about that. But, from the moment she began to talk, the thought started running through his head that there was fate in this meeting. There was a sort of passionate fineness about her that caught and answered some instinct in Harbour, and I'm afraid they talked more warmly than the length of their acquaintance justified, that they made one another half promises, not definite, perhaps, but implied, promises that I must go in, she said at last, reluctantly. He knew that she must, and he made no attempt to gainsay her. You are going to America, she went on. If you should, and just at that moment, Harbour says, anything seemed possible to him, and he said eagerly, yes, if you will, I should like. How well they understood one another is evident from that. Neither had said it definitely, but each knew. Have you a piece of paper? She asked. Harbour produced a pencil, and groped for something to write upon. All that his pockets yielded was a sealed envelope. He gave it to her. She looked at it closely, and saw in the brilliant moonshine that it was sealed and stamped and addressed. I'll spoil it for mailing, she said. It doesn't matter, Harbour told her ineptly. Or you can write it lightly, and I'll erase it later. There was a little silence. Then suddenly she laughed softly, and there was a tiny catch in the voice. So that you can forget, she said bravely. No. I'll write it fast and hard, so that you can, never, forget. And she gave him first his pencil and envelope, and afterward her hand, which Harbour held for a moment that seemed like an eternity and then let go. She went into the house, but Harbour didn't follow her. He went off to his so-called hotel. In his room, by the light of the kerosene lamp, he took out the envelope and read what she had written. It was, Vanessa Simola, Clarendon, Michigan. He turned over the envelope and looked at the address on the other side, in his own handwriting, Miss Janet Spencer, Town. And the envelope dropped from his nerveless fingers to the table. Who shall say how love goes or comes? Its ways are a sacred, insoluble mystery, no less. But it had gone for harbor, and just as surely, though so suddenly, had it come. Yes, life had bitterly tricked him at last. She had sent him this girl, too late. The letter in the envelope was written to tell Janet Spencer that within 6 weeks he would be in Town to claim her in marriage. One must be single-minded like Harbour to appreciate his terrible distress of mind. The facile infidelity of your ordinary mortal wasn't for Harbour. No, he had sterner stuff in him. Vanessa. The name seemed so beautiful, like the girl herself, like the things she had said. It was an Italian name. She had told him her people had come from Venice, though she was herself thoroughly a product of America. So that you can never forget, she had said. Ah, it was the warm blood of Italy in her veins that had prompted that an American girl wouldn't have said that. He slit the envelope, letting the letter fall to the table, and put it in his pocket. Yet why should he save it? He could never see her again, he knew. Vain had been those half-promises, those holy lies, that his eyes and lips had given her. For there was Janet, with her prior promises. 10 years Janet had waited for him, 10 years, and suddenly, aghast, he realized how long and how terrible the years are, how they can efface memories and hopes and desires, and how cruelly they had dealt with him, though he had not realized it until this moment. Janet, why, actually, Janet was a stranger, he didn't know Janet anymore. She was nothing but a frail phantom of recollection, the years had erased her. But this girl, warm, alluring, immediate. No, no. It couldn't be. So much will the force of an idea do for a man, you see. Because, of course, it could have been. He had only to destroy the letter that lay there before him, to wait on until the next sailing, to make continued love to Vanessa, and never to go to Town again. There was little probability that Janet would come here for him. 10 years and 10,000 miles, despite all that he had vowed on Bald Knob that Sunday so long ago, wouldn't you have said that was barrier enough? Why, so should I. But it wasn't. For Harbour took the letter and put it in a fresh envelope, and in the morning he went aboard the steamer without seeing the girl again, unless that bit of white standing near the top of the slope, as the ship churned the green harbour water heading out to sea, were she, waving. But he kept the address she had written. Why? He never could use it. Well, perhaps he didn't want to forget too soon, though it hurt him to remember. How many of us, after all, have some little memory like that, some intimate communion with romance, which we don't tell, but cling to. And perhaps the memory is better than the reality would have been. We imagine, but that again is cynical. Harbour will never be that now. Let me tell you why. It's because he hadn't been aboard ship on his crossing to Victoria 24 hours before he met Clay Barton. Barton was rolled up in rugs, lying in a deck chair, biting his teeth hard together to keep them from chattering, though the temperature was in the 80s, and most of the passengers in white. Barton appeared to be a man of 40, whereas he turned out to be in his early 20s. He was emaciated to an alarming degree and his complexion was of the pale, yellow-green that spoke of many recurrences of malaria. The signs were familiar to Harbour. He sat down beside Barton, and, as the other looked at him half a dozen times tentatively, he presently spoke to him. "You've had a bad time of it, haven't you?" "Terrible," said Barton frankly. "They say I'm convalescent now. I don't know. Look at me. What would you say?" Harbour shook his head. Barton laughed bitterly. "Yes, I'm pretty bad," he agreed readily. And then, as he talked that day and the two following, he told Harbour a good many things. "I tell you, Harbour," he said, "we'll do anything for money. Here I am, and I knew damned well it was killing me, too. And yet I stuck it out 6 months after I'd any earthly business to, just for a few extra hundreds." "Where were you? What were you doing?" asked Harbour. "Trading post up a river in the Straits Settlements," said Barton. "A crazy business from the beginning, and yet I made money. Made it lots faster than I could have back home. Back there you're hedged about with too many rules. And competition's too keen. You go into some big corporation office at 75 a month, maybe, and unless you have luck your year's getting near anything worth having. And you've got to play politics, bootlick your boss, all that. So I got out. Went to California first, and got a place in an exporting firm in San Francisco. They sent me to Sydney and then to Fiji. After I'd been out for a while and got the hang of things, I cut loose from them. Then I got this last chance, and it looked mighty good, and I expect I've done for myself by it. 5 years or a little better. That's how long I've lasted. Back home I'd have been good for 35. A short life and a merry one, they say. Merry. Good God. He shook his head ironically. The root of all evil, he resumed after a little. Well, but you've got to have it, can't get along without it in this world. You've done well, you say. Harbour nodded. Well, so should I have, if the cursed fever had let me alone. In another year or so I'd have been raking in the coin. And now here I am, busted, done, fini, as the French say. I burned the candle at both ends, and got just what was coming to me, I suppose. But how could I let go, just when everything was coming my way? I know, said Harbour. But unless you can use it, you're right there. Not much in it for me now. Still, the medicos say a cold winter back home will. I don't know. Sometimes I don't think I'll last to. Where's the use, you ask, Harbor? You ask me right now, and I can't tell you. But if you'd asked me before I got like this, I could have told you quick enough. With some men, I suppose, it's just an acquisitive nature. With me, that didn't cut any figure. With me, it was a girl. I wanted to make the most I could for her in the shortest time. A girl, well. Harbor nodded. I understand. I came out for precisely the same reason myself, he remarked. You did, said Barton, looking at him sadly. Well, luck was with you, then. You look so damned fit. You can go back to her, while ain't it hell? Ain't it? He demanded fiercely. Yes, admitted Harbor, it is. But at the same time, I'm not sure that anything's ever really lost. If she's worthwhile, Barton made a vehement sign of affirmation. Why, she'll be terribly sorry for you, but she won't care, concluded Harbor. I mean, she'll be waiting for you, and glad to have you coming home, so glad that. Ah, yes. That's what. I haven't mentioned the fever in writing to her, you see. It will be a shock. Harbor, looking at him, thought that it would, indeed. I had a letter from her just before we sailed, went on the other, more cheerfully. I'd like awfully, some time, to have you meet her. She's a wonderful girl, wonderful. She's clever. She's much cleverer than I am, really, about most things. When we get to Victoria, you must let me give you my address. Thanks, said Harbor. I'll be glad to have it. That was the last Harbor saw of him for 5 days. The weather had turned rough, and he supposed the poor fellow was seasick, and thought of him sympathetically, but let it rest there. Then, one evening after dinner, the steward came for him and said that Mr. Clay Barton wanted to see him. Harbor followed to Barton's stateroom, which the sick man was occupying alone. In the passageway near the door, he met the ship's doctor. Mr. Harbor, said the doctor. Your friend in there, I'm sorry to say, is. I suspected as much, said Harbor. He knows it himself, I think. Does he? Said the doctor, obviously relieved. Well, I hope that he'll live till we get him ashore. There's just a chance, of course, though his fever is very high now. He's quite lucid just now, and has been insisting upon seeing you. Later he mayn't he be conscious. So, Harbor nodded. I'll go in. Barton lay in his berth, still, terribly thin, and there were 2 pink patches of fever burning upon his cheekbones. He opened his eyes with an infinite weariness as Harbor entered the room, and achieved a smile. Hard luck, old fellow, said Harbor, crossing to him. Sal up, said Barton, grinning gamely. I'm through. Asked em to send you in. Do something for me, Harbor, Tha's right, ain't it? Harbor's your name. Yes. What is it, Barton? Barton closed his eyes, then opened them again. Doggone memory, playing tricks, he apologized faintly. This, Harbor. Black leather case inside leather grip there, by the wall. Money in it, and letters. Everything goes, to the girl. Nobody else. I know you're straight. Take em to her. Yes, said Harbor. Good, said Barton. All right, then. Been expecting this. All ready for it. Name, address, papers, all there. She'll have no trouble getting money. Thanks, Harbor. And after a pause, he added, better take it now, save trouble, you know. Harbor got the leather case from the grip and took it at once to his own stateroom. When he returned, Barton seemed for the moment, with the commission off his mind, a little brighter. No end obliged, Harbor, he murmured. All right, said Harbor, but ought you to talk? Won't matter now, said Barton grimly. Feel like talking now? Tomorrow may be too late. And after another pause, he went on, the fine dreams of youth, odd where they end, isn't it? This, and me, so different. So different. Failure. She was wise, but she didn't know everything. The world was too big, too hard for me. You can't fail, she said, I won't let you fail. But you see, Harbor's mind, slipping back down the years, with Barton, to his own parting, stopped with a jerk. What? He exclaimed. Barton seemed drifting, half conscious, half unconscious of what he was saying. He did not appear to have heard Harbor's exclamation over the phrase so like that Janet had given him. We weren't like the rest, droned Barton. No, we wanted more out of life than they did. We couldn't be content with half a loaf. We wanted the bravest adventures, the yellowest gold, the picture that scene, if you will. What would you have said? Harbor saw leaping up before him, with terrible clarity, as if it were etched upon his mind, that night in Town 10 years before. It was as if Barton, in his semi-delirium, were reading the words from his past. I won't let you fail. Half a loaf, the bravest adventures, the yellowest gold. Incredible thing. That Barton and his girl should have stumbled upon so many of the phrases, the exact phrases. And suddenly full knowledge blinded Harbor. No. No. He spurned it. It couldn't be. And yet, he felt that if Barton were to utter one more phrase of those that Janet had said and, many, many times since, written to him, the impossible, the unbelievable, would be stark, unassailable fact. He put his hand upon Barton's arm and gently pressed it. Barton, he said, tell me, Janet, Town. Barton stared with glassy, unseeing eyes for a moment, then his eyelids fell. The bravest adventures, the yellowest gold, he murmured. Then, so faintly as almost to baffle hearing, where all our dreams gone, a glimmering. Gone. That was all. Impossible. No, just very, very improbable. But how? By its very improbability, it does take on the semblance of design. See how by slender a thread the thing hung, how every corner of the plan fitted. Just one slip Janet Spencer made, she let her thoughts and her words slip into a groove, she repeated herself. And how unerringly life had put her finger upon that clue. So reasoned Harbour. Well, if the indictment were true, there was proof to be had in Barton's leather case. Harbour, having called the doctor, went to his stateroom. He opened the leather case. Inside a cover of yellow-oiled silk he found first a certificate of deposit for £3,000, and beneath it a packet of letters. He unwrapped them. And, though somehow he had known it without the proof, at the sight of them something caught at his heart with a clutch that made it seem to have stopped beating for a long time. For the sprawling script upon the letters was almost as familiar to him as his own. Slowly he reached down and took up the topmost letter, drew the thin shiny sheets from the envelope, fluttered them, dazed, and stared at the signature, "Yours, my dearest lover, Janet." Just so had she signed his letters. It was Janet Spencer. Two of her argosies, each one laden with gold for her, had met in their courses, had sailed for a little together. The first reasonable thought that came to Harbour, when he was convinced of the authenticity of the miracle, was that he was free to go after the girl he loved, after Vanessa Simola. I think that if he could have done it, he'd have turned the steamer back to the Orient in that moment. The thought that the ship was plunging eastward through a waste of smashing heavy seas was maddening, no less. He didn't want to see Janet or Town again. He did have, he told me, a fleeting desire to know just how many other ships Janet might have launched, but it wasn't strong enough to take him to see her. He sent her the papers and letters by registered mail under an assumed name. And then he went to Clarendon, Michigan, to learn of her people when Vanessa might be expected home. They told him she was on her way. So, fearing to miss her if he went seeking, he settled down there and stayed until she came. It was 7 months of waiting he had, but it was worth it in the end. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and that was Harbour's romance. Just an incredible coincidence, you say? I know it. I told Harbour that. And Mrs. Harbour. And she said nothing at all, but looked at me inscrutably, with a flicker of scorn in her sea-grey eyes. Harbour smiled lazily and serenely, and leaned back in his chair, and replied in a superior tone, "My dear Stern, things that are made in heaven, like my marriage, don't just happen. Can't you see that your stand simply brands you an unbeliever? And, of course, I can see it. And Harbour may be right. I don't know. Does anyone, I wonder?" Alma mater Bio F. Lewis from the Red Book. Professor Horace Irving had taught Latin for nearly 40 years at Huntington College. Then he had come back to Stuyvesant Square, in New York, Now he lived in a little hall bedroom, 4 flights up, overlooking the square. Habitually he walked from the square westward to 4th Avenue, in the afternoon, when the weather permitted. He had been born only 3 doors from where he now lived. The house of his birth had gone. It was 60 years since he had been a boy and played in this square. Now he would pause at the corner of 4th Avenue in his walks, and remember the Golet's cow and the big garden and the high iron fence at 19th Street and Broadway. Great buildings now towered there. South along 4th Avenue he would walk, a little man, scarcely 5 feet 4 in height, even with the silk hat and the Prince Albert coat. His white hair grew long over his collar, and people would notice that almost more than anything else about him. He may have weighed between 90 and 100 pounds. The coat was worn and shiny, but immaculate. The tall hat was of a certain type and year, but carefully smoothed and still glossy. He would pause often, between 19th Street and 18th Street, peopling the skyscrapers with ghosts of a former day, when houses and green gardens lined the streets. The passers-by watched him casually, perhaps as much as anyone notices anyone else in New York. He was, in the 14th Street district, a rarer specimen than Hindus or Mexican medicine men. Through the 10 years since he had come, pensioned, from Huntington College, he had become a walking landmark in this region. He always walked down on the east side of the street, crossing at 14th Street. He was carefully piloted, and saluted, by the traffic policeman. It was a bad crossing. Below 14th Street things looked much more as they had looked when he was young. The bookstores were an unceasing hobby to the old man. The second-hand dealers never made any objection to his reading books upon the shelves. His purchases were perhaps 2 books a week, at 10 or even 5 cents each. Now and again he would find one of his own Irving's Latin prose composition texts in the 5-cent pile. Opening the book, he usually would discover strange penciled pictures drawn scrawlingly over many of the pages. His Latin composition wasn't published after 1882, the year the firm failed. It might have been different for him, with a different publisher. Late one afternoon in April, Professor Irving stood in his customary niche at the corner of 4th Avenue and 9th Street, watching the traffic from a sheltered spot against the wall of the building. He was becoming exceedingly anxious about the approaching storm. It had come up since he left Stuyvesant Square, and he had no umbrella. He must not get his silk hat wet. His thin overcoat was protecting him but feebly from the wind, which with the disappearance of the sun had grown sharp and biting. It was rapidly becoming dark. Lights were flashing in the windows up and down the avenue. The professor decided to stand in a doorway till the shower had passed over. The chimes in the Metropolitan Tower struck the first quarter after 4, the sound swelling in gusts to the old man's ears. A little man came to stand in the doorway beside the professor. The latter saw that the little man had a big umbrella. Silk hats were so fearfully expensive in these days. The heavy drops beat against the pavement in torrents. The first flash of lightning of the year was followed by a deep roll of thunder. "I got to go," said the little man. "Keep the umbrella. I got another where I work. I'm only 55. You're older than me, a lot. You better start home. You'll get soaked, standing here." And the little man was gone before the professor could reply. An exceedingly kindly, simple man, thought the old professor. He had planned, while standing with his unknown benefactor, that he would go into some store and wait. But now he would chance it, and cross the street. He saw a lull in the traffic. He started and was nearly swept off his feet. He got to the middle of the street. The umbrella grew unwieldy, swinging this way and that, as if tugged by unseen hands. It turned inside out. Blaring noises from the passing cars confused the professor. The shaft of the umbrella swung violently around and knocked the silk hat from Professor Irving's head. His white hair was caught by the wind. Lashed in another direction, the shaft now struck the professor's glasses, and they flew away. Now he could see little or nothing. He became bewildered. Great glaring headlights broke upon him, past him, and then immediately other glaring lights flared up toward him out of the sheets of water. He couldn't see because of his lost glasses and because of the stinging rain. He rushed between two cars. He slipped. The chimes on the Metropolitan Tower rang out, in wails of wild sound, the half-hour after 4. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The attendance that evening at the annual banquet of the New York alumni of Huntington College exceeded all previous records. The drive for $2,500,000 was on. It was a small college, but as Daniel Webster said of Dartmouth, there were those who loved it. The East Ballroom of the hotel was well filled with diners. Recollections of college days were shouted across tables and over intervening aisles. There was $1 million still to raise, but old Huntington would put it across. They'd gotten out more of the older men, the men with money, than had ever been seen before at an alumni dinner. The income on $1 million would go into better salaries for the professors and other teachers. They'd been shamefully underpaid, men who'd been on the faculty 20 to 30 years getting $2,000. Well, Huntington College had now a new president, one of the boys of 20 years ago. Yes sir, things were different. It was in the air. In the midst of the dinner course, the toastmaster rapped loudly with the gavel for attention. It was hard to obtain quiet. Men said the toastmaster, and there was a curious note in his voice, "I ask your absolute silence." Middleton, whom you all know is one of the editorial staff of the Sphere, has just come in. He can stay only a few minutes. He came especially to tell you something. A man standing behind the toastmaster stepped into the toastmaster's place. He was in business clothes, a sharp contrast to the rest of the diners. He was loudly applauded. He raised his right hand and shook his head. "Boys," he said, I've got a tragic piece of news for you, for those of you who were in college any time up to 10 years ago." He paused and looked the diners over. "4/5 of you men who are here tonight knew old Hoddy Irving, our prof in Latin. He served Old Huntington College for 40 years, the longest term any professor ever served. He made no demands, ever. He took us freshmen under his wing. I used to walk now and then with him, miles around the college, when it wasn't so built up as it now is. He loved the fields and the animals and the trees. He taught me a lot of things besides Latin. Don't you remember the funny little walk he had, sort of a hop forward? Don't you remember the way he'd come up to the college dormitories nights, sometimes, from his house down on the row, and knock timidly at our doors, and come in and visit? Don't you remember that we used to clear some of those tables mighty quickly, of the chips and the bottles? There were titters, and someone shouted, 'You said it!' And then, don't you remember, that some 10 years ago they turned the old man off, with a pension, so-called, of half his salary? But what was his salary? $2,000, $2,000 at the end of 40 years. You and I, and Old Huntington College, turned old Hoddy out to pasture, this pasture, on $1,000 a year. And tonight, right now, he's lying in Bellevue, both legs broken, skull fractured, and not a damn cent in the world except insurance enough to bury him. And tomorrow he'll be ours to bury, boys, old Hoddy Irving." A confusion of voices rose in the room, and over them all a "No," from someone who seemed to cry out in pain. "Yes," said Middleton as the murmurs ceased. "Our old Hoddy, starving, loaded up with debt, alone, down in a miserable hole bedroom in Stuyvesant Square. How did I come to know about it? One of our reporters, who covers Bellevue, dug up the story in his day's work. They brought in this old, disheveled, unconscious man, and in his pocket was his name. Kenyon, the reporter, went over to the house on the square and found there another old fellow that old Hoddy chummed some with, and who knew all the circumstances. It seems Hoddy had an invalid old sister, and they hadn't any money except this pension. How the two old souls got along no one will never know. But she died a while ago, and that put Hoddy into a lot more debt. And this miserable little $80 a month has had to carry him and his debts. And not a whimper that old man utters. Always kindly, Hoddy was, always telling stories from the 40 years at Huntington, and we fellows here, a lot of us rotten with money, and not knowing that the old fellow, Middleton's voice broke. It was some time before he proceeded. This afternoon, at the corner of 4th Avenue and 9th Street, just as that tornado broke, he tried to cross the street. He got in a jam of cars, and of course the windshields were all mussed up with rain, and the chauffeurs couldn't see anything ahead, and they don't know whose car it was. The police say it was just 4:31 when they picked him up. Well, that's all, except that, I'm going down to Bellevue, and if one or two of you want to come, perhaps old Hoddy will know us, even this late. Middleton had finished. From various parts of the room came the words, "I'll go. Let me go." Men were frankly wiping their eyes. At a distant table arose Martin Delano. He was reputed to be the wealthiest alumnus of Huntington. He was said to have made almost fabulous millions during the war. In the street he was known as Merciless Martin. They were planning to strike him this evening for at least 100,000. Martin Delano stood holding the edge of the table with one hand, the other fingering a spoon on the table. He stood there long. Several times he opened his lips as though to speak. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his cheeks and forehead. Evidently he was deeply moved. "Mr. Toastmaster, may I ask the privilege of going down to Bellevue with Mr. Middleton? I would ask that I be allowed to insist on going down. I have sinned, grievously sinned, in forgetting old Hoddy. Now, when it's too late, 30 years ago, and more, when I was a green, frightened freshman from Vermont, he took me to his heart. He was known as the freshman's friend. That's what Hoddy always did, take the green and frightened freshman to his heart. Probably, if he hadn't done that to me, I'd have gone back home in my lonesomeness. And then, yes, I have sinned, and it might have been so different. I want to go down there. And I'm coming back here, before you men are through tonight, and I'll tell you more." At about 10:30 Martin Delano came back. He walked into the room just as one of the speakers had finished. The Toastmaster caught his eye and beckoned to him to come to the speaker's table. Delano stood in front of the crowd. He had walked forward, seeing no one on his way. Hoddy has gone, boys." Then quickly, silently, the 300 men arose and stood. After a time they heard Delano say, "Sit down, boys." He waited till they were seated. "There's a lot that I might tell, men, terrible things, that I won't tell, for it's all over. Just this, and I suppose you're about through now and breaking up. It was the poor old professor of ours, shattered, deathly white, a lot older. But will you believe it, the same dear old smile, or almost a smile, on his face. Unconscious, but babbling. And about what? The college, alma mater. Those were just the words, alma mater. The college that gave him the half pay and forgot him on the very night when we are trying to raise a miserable 2 million, that things like this shan't happen again. And boys, when we bent over him and whispered our names, he seemed after a while to understand that we were there, but in the classroom, the old number 3 in Holmes Hall. And fellows, he called on me to recite, Merciless Martin Delano couldn't go on. Finally he spoke. And so, Mr. President, I wish, sir, as a slight token of my appreciation of what that simple great man has done for Huntington College to give to our alma mater, sir, the sum of $250,000 to be used for the erection of a suitable building, for whatever purpose is most necessary, and that building to be called after Horace Irving. And sir, I also desire to give to the fund for properly providing for the salaries of our professors and other teachers, the sum of $250,000, those men who teach in our alma mater. And I ask one word more. I have arranged that Professor Irving is to be buried from my house. If you will permit me, I will leave now. The alumni of Huntington College were silent. There was no sound, save the occasional pushing of a chair, or the click of a plate or a glass upon the table, as Martin Delano passed from the room. It was after 1 o'clock. Martin Delano was in his library, his arms flung across the table, his face between them. In the opaque blur of swirling rain, his car had passed the corner of 4th Avenue and 9th Street at precisely 4:30 that afternoon. He had happened to take out his watch at the moment the Metropolitan clock struck the second quarter. He would never know whether it had been his car or another. Slow Poison by Alice Duer Miller from the Saturday Evening Post. The Chelmsford divorce had been accomplished with the utmost decorum, not only outwardly in the newspapers, but inwardly among a group of intimate friends. They were a homogeneous couple, were liked by the same people, enjoyed the same things, and held many friends in common. These were able to say with some approach to certainty that everyone had behaved splendidly, even the infant of 23 with whom Julian had fallen in love. Of course there will always be the question, and we used to argue it often in those days, how well a man can behave who, after 15 perfectly satisfactory years of married life, admits that he has fallen in love with another woman. But if you believe in the clap of thunder theory, as I do, why, then, for a man nearing 40, taken off his feet by a blonde-headed girl, Julian, too, behaved admirably. As for Mrs. Julian, there was never any doubt as to her conduct. I used to think her, and I was not alone in the opinion, the most perfect combination of gentleness and power, and charity and humor, that I had ever seen. She was a year or so older than Julian, though she did not look it, and a good deal wiser, especially in the ways of the world, and, oddly enough, one of the features that worried us most in the whole situation was how he was ever going to get on, in the worldly sense, without her. He was to suffer not only from the loss of her counsel but from the lack of her endorsement. There are certain women who are a form of insurance to a man, and Anne gave a poise and solidity to Julian's presentation of himself which his own flibbertigibbet manner made particularly necessary. I think this view of the matter disturbed Anne herself, though she was too clever to say so, or perhaps too numbed by the utter wreck of her own life to see as clearly as usual the rocks ahead of Julian. It was she, I believe, who first mentioned, who first thought of divorce, and certainly she who arranged the details. Julian, still in the more ideal stage of his emotion, had hardly wakened to the fact that his new love was marriageable. But Mrs. Julian, with the practical eye of her sex, saw in a flash all it might mean to him, at his age, to begin life again with a young beauty who adored him. She saw this, at least, as soon as she saw anything, for Julian, like most of us when the occasion rises, developed a very pretty power of concealment. He had for a month been seeing Miss Little every day before any of us knew that he went to see her at all. Certainly Anne, unsuspicious by nature, was unprepared for the revelation. It took place in the utterly futile, unnecessary way such revelations always do take place. The two poor innocent dears had allowed themselves a single indiscretion. They had gone out together, a few days before Christmas, to buy some small gifts for each other. They had had an adventure with a beggar, an old man wise enough to take advantage of the holiday season, and the no less obvious holiday in the hearts of this pair. He had forced them to listen to some quaint variant of the old story, and they had between them given him all the small change they had left, 67 cents, I think it was. That evening at dinner Julian, ever so slightly afraid of the long pause, had told Anne the story as if it had happened to him alone. A few days afterward the girl, whom she happened to meet somewhere or other, displaying perhaps a similar nervousness, told the same story. Even the number of cents agreed. I spoke a moment ago of the extraordinary power of concealment which we all possess, but I should have said the negative power to avoid exciting suspicion. Before that moment, before the finger points at us, the fool can deceive the sage, and afterward not even the sage can deceive the veriest fool. Julian had no desire to lie to his wife. Indeed, he told me he had felt from the first that she would be his fittest confidant. He immediately told her everything, a dream rather than a narrative. Nowhere did Anne show her magnanimity more than in accepting the rather extravagant financial arrangements which Julian insisted on making for her. He was not a rich man, and she the better economist of the two. We knew she saw that in popular esteem Julian would pay the price of her pride if she refused, and that in this ticklish moment of his life the least she could do was to let him have the full credit for his generosity. And after all, as she said to me, young love can afford to go without a good many things necessary to old age. It was the nearest I heard her come to a complaint. As soon as everything was settled she sailed for Florence, where she had friends and where, she intimated, she meant to spend most of her time. I said goodbye to her with real emotion, and the phrase I used as to my wish to serve her was anything but a convention. Nor did she take it so. Help Julian through this next year, she said. People will take it harder than he knows. He'll need you all. And she was kind enough to add something about my tact. Poor lady. She must have mentally withdrawn her little compliment before we met many times again. Too, perhaps the only fault in Anne's education of her husband had been her inability to cling. In his new marriage this error was rectified, and the effect on him was conspicuously good. In fact, I think Rose's confidence in his greatness pulled them through the difficult time. For there was no denying that it was difficult. Many people looked coldly on them, and I know there was even some talk of asking him to resign from the firm of architects of which he was a member. The other men were all older, and very conservative. Julian represented to them everything that was modern and dangerous. Granger, the leading spirit, was in the habit of describing himself as holding old-fashioned views, by which he meant that he had all the virtues of the Pilgrim Fathers and none of their defects. I never liked him, but I could not help respecting him. The worst you could say of him was that his high standards were always successful. You felt that so fanatical a sense of duty ought to have required some sacrifices. To such a man Julian's conduct appeared not only immoral but inadvisable, and unfitting in a young man, especially without consulting his senior partners. We used to say among ourselves that Granger's reason for wanting to get rid of Julian was not any real affection for the dim old moral code, but rather his acute realization that without Anne his junior partner was a less valuable asset. Things were still hanging fire when I paid her the first of my annual visits. She was dreadfully distressed at my account of the situation. She had the manner one sometimes sees in dismissed nurses who meet their former little charges unwashed or uncared for. She could hardly believe it was no longer her business to put the whole matter right. "Can't she do something for him?" she said. "Make her bring him a great building. That would save him." It was this message that I carried home to Rose, at least I suggested the idea to her as if it were my own. I had my doubts of her being able to carry it out. Out of loyalty to Julian, or perhaps I ought to say out of loyalty to Anne, we had all accepted Rose, but we should soon have loved her in any case. She was extraordinarily sweet and docile, and gave us, those at least who were not parents, our first window to the East, our first link with the next generation, just at the moment when we were relinquishing the title ourselves. I am afraid that some of the males among us envied Julian more than perhaps in the old days we had ever envied him Anne. But we hardly expected her to further his career as Anne had done, and yet, oddly enough, that was exactly what she did. Her methods had all the effectiveness of youth and complete conviction. She forced Julian on her friends and relations, not so much on his account as on theirs. She wanted them to be sure of the best. The result was that orders flowed in. Things took a turn for the better and continued to improve, as I was able to report to Anne when I went to see her at Florence or at Paris. She was always well lodged, well served, and surrounded by the pleasantest people, yet each time I saw her she had a look exiled and circumscribed, a look I can only describe as that of a spirit in reduced circumstances. She was always avid for details of Julian and all that concerned him, and as times improved I was stupid enough to suppose I pleased her by giving them from the most favorable angle. It seemed to me quite obvious, as I saw how utterly she had ruined her own life, that she ought at least to have the comfort of knowing that she had not sacrificed it in vain. And so I allowed myself, not an exaggeration but a candor more unrestrained than would be usual in the circumstances. Led on by her burning interest I told her many things I might much better have kept to myself, not only accounts of his work and his household and any new friends in our old circle, but we had all been amazed to see a sense of responsibility develop in Julian in answer to his new wife's dependence on him. With this had come a certain thoughtfulness in small attentions, which, I saw too late, and must always have missed in him. She was so much more competent in the smaller achievements of life than he that it had been wisdom to leave them to her, and Anne had often travelled alone and attended to the luggage, when now Rose was personally conducted like a young empress. The explanation was simple enough. Anne had the ability to do it, and the other had not. Even if I had stopped to think, I might fairly have supposed that Anne would find some flattery in the contrast. I should have been wrong. Almost the first thing she asked me was whether he came home to luncheon. In old times, though his house was only a few blocks from his office, he had always insisted that it took too much time. Anne had never gained her point with him, though she put some force into the effort. Now I had to confess he did. "It's much better for him," she said with pleasure, and quite deceived me, herself, too, perhaps. Yet even I, for all my blindness, felt some uneasiness the year Rose's son was born. I do not think the desire for offspring had ever taken up a great deal of room in Julian's consciousness, but of course Anne had wanted children, and I felt very cruel, sitting in her little apartment in Paris, describing the baby who ought to have been hers. How different her position would have been now if she had some thin-legged little girl to educate or some raw-boned boy to worry over, and there was that overbalanced woman at home, necessary not only to Julian but to Julian's son. It was this same year, but at a later visit, that I first became aware of a change in Anne. At first the charm of her surroundings, her pretty clothes, even to the bright little buckles on her shoes, blinded me to the fact that she herself was changed. I do not mean that she was aged. One of the delightful things about her was that she was obviously going to make an admirable old lady. The delicate boniness of her face and the clearness of her skin assured that. This was a change more fundamental. Even in her most distracted days Anne had always maintained a certain steadiness of head. She had trodden thorny paths, but she had always known where she was going. I had seen her eyelids red, but I had never failed to find in the eyes themselves the promise of a purpose. But now it was gone. I felt as if I were looking into a little pool which had been troubled by a stone, and I waiting vainly for the reflection to reform itself. So painful was the impression that before I sailed for home I tried to convey to her the dangers of her mood. "I think you are advising me to be happy," she said. "I am advising no such thing," I answered. "I am merely pointing out that you run the risk of being more unhappy than you are. My visits, or rather the news I bring you, are too important to you. You make me feel as if it were the only event of the year, to you who have always had such an interesting life of your own. I have not had a life of my own since I was 20," she returned. It was at 20 she had married. "Then think of Julian," I said, annoyed not only at my own clumsiness but at the absence of anything of Anne's old heroic spirit. "For his sake, at least, you must keep your head. Why, my dear woman, one look at your face, grown as desperate as it sometimes appears now, would ruin Julian with the whole world. Even I, knowing the whole story, would find it hard to forgive him if you should fail to continue to be the splendid triumphant creature whom we know you were designed to be. She gave me a long queer look, which meant something tremendous. Evidently my words had made an impression. They had, but not just the one I intended. One of the first people I always saw on returning was Julian. How often he thought of Anne I do not know, but he spoke of her with the greatest effort. He invariably took care to assure himself that she was physically well, but beyond this it would have been a brave person who dared to go. He did not want to hear the details of her life and appearance. It was with some trepidation, therefore, that a few months after this I came to tell him that Anne was about to return to America. Why she was coming, or for how long, her letter did not say. I only knew that the second Saturday in December would see her among us again. It seemed fair to assume that her stay would not be long. Julian evidently thought so, for he arranged to be in the West for 3 or 4 weeks. I went to meet her. The day was cold and rainy, and as soon as I saw her I made up my mind that the crossing had been a bad one, and I was glad no one else had come to the wharf with me. She was standing by the rail, wrapped in a voluminous fur coat. The fashions were slim in the extreme, and her hat was tied on by a blue veil. I may as well admit that from the moment I heard of her projected return I feared that her real motive for coming, conscious or unconscious, was to see Julian again. So when I told her of his absence I was immensely relieved that she took it as a matter of course. "I suppose we might have met," she observed. "As it is, I can go about without any fear of an awkward encounter." I say I was relieved, but I was also excessively puzzled. Why had Anne come home? It was a question I was to hear answered in a variety of ways during the next few months, by many of Anne's friends and partisans, for, as I think I have said, Anne had inspired great attachment since her earliest days. Why had she come home? They exclaimed. Why not, pray? Had she done anything criminal that she was to be exiled? Did I think it pleasant to live abroad on a small income? Even if she could get on without her friends, could they do without her? The tone of these questions annoyed me not a little when I heard them, which was not for some time. Soon after Anne's arrival I, too, was called away, and it was not until February that I returned and was met by the carefully set piece, Anne the victim. With that ill-advised self-confidence of which I have already made mention, I at once set about demolishing this picture. I told Anne's friends, who were also mine, that she would thank them very little for their attitude. I found myself painting her life abroad as a delirium of intellect and luxury. I even found myself betraying professional secrets and arguing with total strangers as to the amount of her income. Even in Montreal faint echoes of this state of things had reached me, but not until I went to see Anne on my return did I get any idea of their cause. She had taken a furnished apartment from a friend, in a dreary building in one of the West Forties. Only a jutting front of limestone and an elevator man in uniform saved it, or so it seemed to me, from being an old-fashioned boarding house. Its windows, small, as if designed for an African sun, looked northward upon a darkened street. Anne's apartment was on the second floor, and the requirements of some caryatides on the outside rendered her fenestration particularly meagre. Her friend, if indeed it were a friend, had not treated her generously in the matter of furniture. She had left nothing superfluous but 2 green glass jugs on the mantelpiece, and had covered the chairs with a chintz, the groundwork of which was mustard color. Another man who was there when I came in, who evidently had known Anne in different surroundings, expressed the most hopeful view possible when he said that doubtless it would all look charming when she had arranged her own belongings. Anne made a little gesture. "I haven't any belongings," she said. I didn't know what she meant, perhaps merely a protest against the tyranny of things, but I saw the effect her speech produced on her auditor. Perhaps she saw it too, for presently she added, "Oh, yes. I have one." And she went away, and came back carrying a beautiful old silver loving cup. I knew it well. It came from Julian's forebears. Anne had always loved it, and I was delighted that she should have it now. She set it on a table before a mirror, and here it did a double share to make the room possible. When we were alone I expressed my opinion of her choice of lodgings. "This sunless cavern," I said. "This parlor car furniture." She looked a little hurt. "You don't like it," she said. "Do you?" I snapped back. After a time I had recourse to the old argument that it didn't look well, that it wasn't fair to Julian. But she had been expecting this. "My dear Walter," she answered, "you must try to be more consistent. In Paris you told me that I must cease to regulate my life by Julian. You were quite right. This place pleases me, and I don't intend to go to a hotel, which I hate, or to take a house, which is a bother, in order to soothe Julian's feelings. I have begun to lead my life to suit myself." The worst of it was, I could think of no answer. A few evenings afterward we dined at the same house. Anne arrived with a scarf on her head, under the escort of a maid. She had come in a trolley car. Nobody's business but her own, perhaps, if she would have allowed it to remain so, but when she got up to go, and other people were talking of their motors being late, Anne had to say, "Mine is never late, it goes past the corner every minute." I could almost hear a sigh, "Poor angel," go round the room. The next thing that happened was that Julian sent for me. He was in what we used to call in the nursery a state. "What's this I hear about Anne's being hard up?" he said. "Living in a nasty flat, and going out to dinner in the cars." And he wouldn't listen to an explanation. She must take more, she must be made to take more. I had one of my most unfortunate inspirations. I thought I saw an opportunity for Julian to make an impression. "I don't think she would listen to me," I said. "Why don't you get Mr. Granger to speak to her?" The idea appealed to Julian. He admired Mr. Granger, and remembered that he and Anne had been friends. Whereas I thought, of course, that Mr. Granger would thus be made to see that the fault, if there were a fault, was not of Julian's generosity. Stupidly enough, I failed to see that if Julian's offer was graceful, Anne's gesture of refusal would be upon a splendid scale. And it must have been very large, indeed, to stir old Granger as it did. He told me there had been tears in his eyes while she spoke of her husband's kindness. Kindness. He could not but compare her surroundings with the little house, all geraniums and muslin curtains, in which the new Mrs. Chelmsford was lodged. Anne had refused, of course. In the circumstances she could not accept. She said she had quite enough for a single woman. The phrase struck Granger as almost unbearably pathetic. One day I noticed the loving cup, which was always on Anne's table, which was admired by everyone who came to the apartment, and was said to recall her, herself, so pure and graceful and perfect. One day the loving cup was gone. I was so surprised when my eye fell on its vacant place that I blurted out, "Goodness, Anne, where's your cup?" The next moment I could have bitten out my tongue. Anne stood still in the middle of the room, twisting her hands a little, and everyone, there were 3 or 4 of us there, stopped talking. "Oh," she said, "oh, Walter, I know you'll scold me for being officious and wrong-headed, but I have sent the cup back to Julian's son. I think he ought to have it." Everyone else thought the deed extremely noble. I took my hat and went to Rose. Rose was not very enthusiastic. A beautiful letter had accompanied the cup. We discussed the advisability of sending it back, but of course that would have done no good. The devilish part of a favor is that to accept or reject it is often equally incriminating. Anne held the situation in the hollow of her hand. Besides, as Rose pointed out, we couldn't very well return it without asking Julian, and we had both agreed that for the present Julian had better remain in ignorance of the incident. He would have thought it mean-spirited to allow any instance of Anne's generosity to remain concealed from the public. Rose and I were willing to allow it to drop. I was sorry, therefore, when I found, soon after, not only that everyone knew of the gift but that phrases of the beautiful letter itself were current, with marks of authenticity upon them. It was not hard to trace them to Anne's intimates. I have no idea to this day whether Anne was deliberately trying to ruin the man for whom she had sacrificed so much, or whether one of those large, unconscious, self-indulgent movements of our natures was carrying her along the line of least resistance. There are some people, I know, who can behave well only so long as they have the center of the stage, and are driven by a necessity almost moral to regain such a place at any cost, so that they may once again begin the exercise of their virtues. Anne's performance was too perfect, I thought, for conscious art, and she was not a genius. She was that most dangerous of all engines, a good person behaving wickedly. All her past of high-mindedness and kindness protected her now like an armor from the smallest suspicion. All the grandeur of her conduct at the time of the divorce was remembered as a proof that she at least had a noble soul. Who could doubt that she wished him well? If so, she soon appeared to be the only person who did. For, as we all know, pity is one of the most dangerous passions to unloose. It demands a victim. We rise to pathos only over the dead bodies of our nearest and dearest. Every phrase, every gesture of Anne's stirred one profoundly, and it was inevitable, I suppose, that Julian should be selected as the sacrifice. I noticed that people began to speak of him in the past, though he was still moving among us, as Julian used to say. He and Anne fortunately never met, but she and the new Mrs. Julian had one encounter in public. If even then Anne would have shown the slightest venom, all might still have been well. But, no, the worn, elderly woman, face to face with the young beauty who had possessed herself of everything in the world, showed nothing but a tenderness so perfect that every heart was wrung. I heard Rose criticized for not receiving her in the same spirit. The next day Julian was blackballed at a philanthropic club at which he had allowed himself to be proposed merely from a sense of civic duty. Over the incident I know Anne wept. I heard her tears. "Oh, if I could have spared him that," she said. My eyes were cold, but those of Mr. Granger, who came in while her eyelids were still red, were full of fire. She spent a week with the Grangers that summer. The whole family, wife, sons and daughters, had all yielded to the great illusion. It must not be supposed that I had failed to warn Julian. The supineness of his attitude was one of the most irritating features of the case. He answered me as if I were violating the dead, asked me if by any chance I didn't see he deserved all he was getting. No one was surprised when in the autumn he resigned from his firm. There had been friction between the partners for some time. Soon afterward he and Rose sailed for Italy, where they have lived ever since. He had scarcely any income except that which he made in his profession. His capital had gone to Anne. He probably thought that what he had would go further abroad. I do not know just how Anne took his departure, except that I am sure she was wonderful about it. I had ceased to see her. She has, however, any number of new friends, whose fresh interest in her story keeps it continually alive. She has given up her ugly flat and taken a nice little house, and in summer I notice she has red geraniums in the window boxes. I often see a nice little motor standing before her door, the result doubtless of a year's economy. Whenever her friends congratulate her on the improvement in her finances, she says she owes it all to me. I am such an excellent man of business. I admire Walter so much, I am told, she says, though I'm afraid I have lost him as a friend. But then, in the last few years I have lost so much. And she smiles that brave sad smile of hers. The Face in the Window by William Dudley Pelley. From the Red Book. At 9 o'clock this morning Sheriff Crumpet entered our New England town post office for his mail. From his box he extracted his monthly Grand Army paper and a letter in a long yellow envelope. This envelope bore the return stamp of a prominent Boston lumber company. The old man crossed the lobby to the writing shelf under the Western Union clock, hooked black-rimmed glasses on a big nose and tore a generous inch from the end of the envelope. The first enclosure which met his eyes was a check. It was heavy and pink and crisp, and was attached to the single sheet of letter paper with a clip. Impressed into the fabric of the safety paper were the indelible figures of a protector, not over $5,000. The sheriff read the name of the person to whom it was payable and gulped. His gnarled old hand trembled with excitement as he glanced over the clipped letter and then went through it again. The 10th of November, 1919. My dear Sheriff, enclosed please find my personal check for $5,000. It is made out to Mrs. McBride. Never having known the lady personally, and because you have evidently represented her with the authorities, I am sending it to you for proper delivery. I feel, from your enthusiastic account of her recent experience, that it will give you pleasure to present it to her. Under the circumstances I do not begrudge the money. When first advised of Rugham's escape, it was hot-headed impulse which prompted me to offer a reward so large. The old clan blood of the Whyleys must have made me murder mad that Rugham should regain his freedom permanently after the hellish thing he did to my brother. The newspapers heard of it, and then I could not retract. That, however, is a thing of the past. I always did detest a Welsher, and if this money is going to a woman to whom it will be manna from heaven, to use your words, I am satisfied. Convey to her my personal congratulations, gratitude and best wishes. Cordially yours, C.V.D. Whyley. Good old Chris, muttered the sheriff. He's rich because he's white. He thrust both check and letter back into the long envelope and headed for the office of our local daily paper at a smart pace. The earning of $5,000 reward money by Cora McBride made an epochal news item, and in that night's paper we headlined it accordingly, not omitting proper mention of the sheriff and giving him appropriate credit. Having so started the announcement permeating through the community, the old man employed the office phone and called the local livery stable. He ordered a rig in which he might drive at once to the McBride house in the northern part of town. But half that money ought to be in, protested the proprietor of the stable as the sheriff helped him gear up the horse a few minutes later. Under the circumstances, Joseph, can you see me taking it? No, it ain't in me to horn in for no rake off on one o' the Lord's miracles. The old man climbed into the sleigh, took the reins from the liveryman and started the horse from the livery yard. 2 weeks ago, on Monday, the 27th of the past October, the telephone bell rang sharply in our newspaper office a few moments before the paper went to press. Now, the telephone bell often rings in our newspaper office a few moments before going to press. The confusion on this particular Monday afternoon, however, resulted from Albany calling on the long distance. Albany, meaning the nearest office of the International Press Association of which our paper is a member, called just so, out of a clear sky, on the day McKinley was assassinated, on the day the Titanic foundered, and on the day Austria declared war on Serbia. The connection was made, and over the wire came the voice of young Stuart, crisp as lettuce. Special Dispatch. Wingate, Vermont, the 27th of October. Ready. The editor of our paper answered in the affirmative. The rest of us grouped anxiously around his chair. Stuart proceeded, Harpwell Rugham, serving a life sentence for the murder of Deputy Sheriff Martin Wiley at a Lost Nation kitchen dance 2 years ago, killed Jacob Lambwell, his guard, and escaped from prison at noon today. Rugham had been given some repair work to do near the outer prison gate. It was opened to admit a tradesman's automobile. As guard Lambwell turned to close the gate, Rugham felled him with his shovel. He escaped to the adjacent railroad yards, stole a corduroy coat and pair of blue overalls hanging in a switchman's shanty, and caught the 12:40 freight up Green River. Stuart had paused. The editor scribbled frantically. In a few words aside, he explained to us what Stuart was sending. Then he ordered the latter to proceed. Freight number 8 was stopped by telegraph near Norwell. The fugitive, assuming correctly that it was slowing down for search, was seen by a brakesman fleeing across a pasture between the tracks and the eastern edge of Haystack Mountain. Several posses have already started after him, and sheriffs all through northern New England are being notified. Christopher Wiley, lumber magnate and brother of Rugham's former victim, on being told of the escape, has offered a reward of $5,000 for Rugham's capture, dead or alive. Guard Lambwell was removed to a hospital, where he died at 1:30. All right. The connection was broken, and the editor removed the headpiece. He began giving orders. We were 20 minutes behind usual time with the papers, but we made all the trains. When the big duplex was grinding out newsprint with a roar that shook the building, the boys and girls gathered around to discuss the thing which had happened. The Higgins boy, saucer-eyed over the experience of being on the inside during the handling of the first sizable news story since he had become our local reporter, voiced the interrogation on the faces of other office newcomers. Rugham, the editor explained, is a poor unfortunate who should have been sent to an asylum instead of the penitentiary. He killed Mart Wiley, a deputy sheriff, at a Lost Nation kitchen dance 2 years ago. Where's the Lost Nation? It's a term applied to most of the town of Patrickville in the northern part of the county, an inaccessible district back in the mountains peopled with gone-to-seed stock and half-civilized illiterates who only get into the news when they load up with Skirrel whiskey and start a program of progressive hell. Rugham was the local blacksmith. What's a kitchen dance? Ordinarily a kitchen dance is harmless enough. But the Lost Nation folks use it as an excuse for a debauch. They gather in some sizable shack, set the stove out into the yard, soak themselves in aromatic spirits of deviltry and dance from Saturday night until Monday noon, and this Rugham killed a sheriff at one of them. He got into a brawl with another chap about his wife. Someone passing saw the fight and sent for an officer. Mart Wiley was deputy, afraid of neither man, God nor devil. Martin had grown disgusted over the petty crime at these kitchen dances and started out to clean up this one right. Hap Rugam killed him. He must have had help, because he first got Mart tied to a tree in the yard. Most of the crowd was pie-eyed by this time, anyhow, and would fight at the drop of a hat. After tying him securely, Rugam caught up a billet of wood and killed him with that. "Why didn't they electrocute him?" demanded young Higgins. "Well, the murder wasn't exactly premeditated. Hap wasn't himself, he was drunk, not even able to run away when Sheriff Crumpet arrived in the neighborhood to take him into custody. Then there was Hap's bringing up. All these made extenuating circumstances. There was something about Sheriff Wiley's pompadour, suggested our little lady proofreader. Yes, returned the editor. Mart had a queer head of hair. It was dark and stiff, and he brushed it straight back in a pompadour. When he was angry or excited, it actually rose on his scalp like wire. Hap's counsel made a great fuss over Mart's pompadour and the part it sort of played in egging Hap on. The sight of it, stiffening and rising the way it did, maddened Rugam so that he beat it down hysterically in retaliation for the many grudges he fancied he owed the officer. No, it was all right to make the sentence life imprisonment, only it should have been an asylum. Hap's not right. You'd know it without being told. I guess it's his eyes. They aren't mates. They light up weirdly when he's drunk or excited, and if you know what's healthy, you get out of the way. By 8 o'clock that evening most of the valley's deer hunters, all of the local adventurers who could buy, borrow or beg a rifle, and the usual quota of high school sons of thoughtless parents were off on the manhunt in the eastern mountains. Among them was Sheriff Crumpet's party. On reaching the timberline they separated. It was agreed that if any of them found signs of Rugam, the signal for assistance was 5 shots in quick succession and keep shooting at intervals until the rest come up. We newspaper folk awaited the capture with professional interest and pardonable excitement. In the northern part of our town, a mile out on the Wickford Road, is the McBride place. It is a small white house with a red barn in the rear and a neat rail fence enclosing the whole. 6 years ago Cora McBride was bookkeeper in the local garage. Her maiden name was Allen. The town called her Tomboy Allen. She was the only daughter of old Zed Allen, for many years our county game warden. Cora, as we had always known, and called her, was a full-blown, red-blooded, athletic girl who often drove cars for her employer in the days when steering wheels manipulated by women were offered as clinching proof that society was headed for the dogs. Duncan McBride was chief mechanic in the garage repair shop. He was an affable, sober, steady chap, popularly known as Dunk the Dauntless because of an uncanny ability to cope successfully with the ailments of 90% of the internal combustion hay balers and refractory tin lizzes in the county when other mechanics had given them up in disgust. When he married his employer's bookkeeper, Cora's folks gave her a wedding that carried old Zeb within half an hour of insolvency and ran to 4 columns in the local daily. Duncan and the Allen girl motored to Washington in a demonstration car, and while Dunk was absent, the yard of the garage resembled the premises about a junk shop. On their return they bought the Johnson place, and Cora quickly demonstrated the same furious enthusiasm for homemaking and motherhood that she had for athletics and carburetors. 3 years passed, and 2 small boys crept about the yard behind the white rail fence. Then, when Duncan and his wife were making a great go of matrimony in typical Yankee fashion, came the tragedy that took all the vim out of Cora, stole the ruddy glow from her girlish features and made her middle-aged in a 12-month. In the infantile paralysis epidemic which passed over New England 3 years ago, the McBrides suffered the supreme sorrow, twice. Those small boys died within 2 weeks of each other. Duncan of course kept on with his work at the garage. He was quieter and steadier than ever. But when we drove into the place to have a carburetor adjusted or a rattle tightened, we saw only too plainly that on his heart was a wound the scars of which would never heal. As for Cora, she was rarely seen in the village. Troubles rarely come singly. One afternoon this past August, Duncan completed repairs on Doc Potter's runabout. Cranking the machine to run it from the workshop, the dog on the safety clutch failed to hold. The acceleration of the engine threw the machine into high. Dunk was pinned in front while the roadster leaped ahead and rammed the delivery truck of the Red Front grocery. Duncan was taken to our Memorial Hospital with internal injuries and dislocation of his spine. He remained there many weeks. In fact, he had been home only a couple of days when the evening stage left in the McBride letterbox the daily paper containing the story of Rugam's break and of the reward offered for his capture. Cora returned to the kitchen after obtaining the paper and sank wearily into a wooden chair beside the table with the red cloth. Spreading out the paper, she sought the usual mental distraction in the 3- and 4-line bits which make up our local columns. As the headlines caught her eye, she picked up the paper and entered the bedroom where Duncan lay. There were telltale traces of tears on his unshaven face, and an ache in his discouraged heart that would not be assuaged, for it was becoming rumored about the village that Dunk the Dauntless might never operate on the vitals of an ailing Tin Lizzie again. "Dunny," cried his wife, "Hap Rugams escaped." Sinking down beside the bedroom lamp, she read him the article aloud. Her husband's name was mentioned therein, for when the sheriff had commandeered an automobile from the local garage to convey him and his posse to Lost Nation and secure Rugam, Duncan had been called forth to preside at the steering wheel. He had thus assisted in the capture and later had been a witness at the trial. The reading ended, the man rolled his head. "If I wasn't held here, I might go," he said. "I might try for that 5,000 myself." Cora was sympathetic enough, of course, but she was fast approaching the stage where she needed sympathy herself. "We caught him over on the Purcell farm," mused Duncan. "Something ailed Rugam. He was drunk and couldn't run. But that wasn't all. He had had some kind of crazy spell during or after the killing and wasn't quite over it. We tied him and lifted him into the auto. His face was a sight. His eyes aren't mates, anyhow, and they were wild and unnatural. He kept shrieking something about a head of hair, black hair, sticks up like wire. He must have had an awful impression of Mart's face and that hair of his. I remember about Aunt Mary Crumpets telling me of the trouble her husband had with his prisoner in the days before the trial. His wife replied, "He had those crazy spells often, nights. He kept yelling that he saw Martin Wiley's head with its peculiar hair, and his face peering in at him through the cell window. Sometimes he became so bad that Sheriff Crumpet thought he'd have apoplexy. Finally he had to call Dr. Johnson to attend him." $5,000, muttered Duncan. "Good. I'd hunt the devil for nothing if I only had a chance of getting out of this bed." Cora smoothed her husband's rumpled bed, comforted him and laid her own tired head down beside his hand. When he had dozed off, she arose and left the room. In the kitchen she resumed her former place beside the table with the cheap red cloth, and there, with her face in her hands, she stared into endless distance. $5,000. $5,000. Over and over she whispered the words, with no one to hear. The green birch fire snapped merrily in the range. The draft sang in the flue. Outside, a soft, feathery snow was falling, for winter came early in the uplands of Vermont this past year. To Cora McBride, however, the winter meant only hardship. Within another week she must go into town and secure work. Not that she minded the labor nor the trips through the vicious weather. The anguish was leaving Duncan through those monotonous days before he should be up and around. Those dreary winter days. What might they not do to him, alone? $5,000. Like many others in the valley that night she pictured with fluttering heart what it would mean to possess such a sum of money. But not once in her pitiful flight of fancy did she disregard the task which must be performed to gain that wealth. It meant traveling upward in the great snowbound reaches of Vermont mountain country and tracking down a murderer who had killed a second time to gain his freedom and would stop at nothing again. And yet, $5,000. How much will a person do, how far will a normal human being travel, to earn $5,000, if the need is sufficiently provocative? As Cora McBride sat there in the homely little farmhouse kitchen and thought of the debts still existent, contracted to save the already stricken lives of two little lads forgotten now by all but herself and Duncan and God, of the chances of losing their home if Duncan could work no more and pay up the balance of their mortgage, of the days when Duncan must lie in the south bedroom alone and count the figures on the wallpaper, as she sat there and contemplated these things, into Cora McBride's heart crept determination. At first it was only a faint challenge to her courage. As the minutes passed, however, her imagination ran riot, with $5,000 to help them in their predicament. The challenge grew. Multitudes of women down all the years had attempted wilder ventures for those who were dear to them. Legion in number had been those who set their hands and hearts to greater tasks, made more improbable sacrifices, taken greater chances. Multitudes of them, too, had won, on little else than the courage of ignorance and the strength of desperation. She had no fear of the great outdoors, for she had lived close to the mountains from childhood, and much of her old physical resiliency and youthful daredeviltry remained. And the need was terrible. No one anywhere in the valley, not even her own people, knew how terrible. Cora McBride, alone by her table in the kitchen, that night made her decision. She took the kitchen lamp and went upstairs. Lifting the top of a leather trunk, she found her husband's revolver. With it was a belt and holster, the former filled with cartridges. In the storeroom over the back kitchen she unhooked Duncan's mackinaw and found her own toboggan cap. From a corner behind some fishing rods she salvaged a pair of summer-dried snowshoes. They had facilitated many a previous hike in the winter woods with her man of 1,000 adventures. She searched until she found the old army haversack Duncan used as a game bag. Its shoulder straps were broken, but a length of rope sufficed to bind it about her shoulders, after she had filled it with provisions. With this equipment she returned below stairs. She drew on heavy woolen stockings and buckled on arctics. She entered the cold pantry and packed the knapsack with what supplies she could find at the hour. She did not forget a drinking cup, a hunting knife or matches. In her blouse she slipped a household flash lamp. Dressed finally for the adventure, from the kitchen she called softly to her husband. He did not answer. She was overwhelmed by a desire to go into the south bedroom and kiss him, so much might happen before she saw him again. But she restrained herself. She must not waken him. She blew out the kerosene lamp, gave a last glance about her familiar kitchen and went out through the shed door, closing it softly behind her. It was one of those close, quiet nights when the bark of a distant dog or whinny of a horse sounds very near at hand. The snow was falling feathery. An hour later found her far to the eastward, following an old side road that led up to the Harrison lumber job. She had meantime paid Dave Sheldon, a neighbor's boy, encountered by his gate, to stay with Duncan during her absence, which she explained with a white lie. But her conscience did not bother. Her conscience might be called upon to smother much more before the adventure was ended. Off in the depths of the snowing night she strode along, a weird figure against the eerie whiteness that illumined the winter world. She felt a strange wild thrill in the infinite out-of-doors. The woodsman's blood of her father was having its little hour. And she knew the woods. Intuitively she felt that if Rugam was on Haystack Mountain making his way toward Lost Nation, he would strike for the shacks of the Green Mountain Club or the deserted logging camps along the trail, secreting himself in them during his pauses for rest, for he had no food, and provisions were often left in these structures by hunters and mountain hikers. Her plan was simple. She would investigate each group of buildings. She had the advantage of starting on the northwest side of Haystack. She would be working toward Rugam, while the rest of the posses were trailing him. Mile after mile she covered. She decided it must be midnight when she reached the ghostly buildings of the Harrison tract, lying white and silent under the thickening snow. It was useless to search these cabins, they were too near civilization. Besides, if Rugam had left the freight at Norwal on the eastern side of Haystack at noon, he had 30 miles to travel before reaching the territory from which she was starting. So she skirted the abandoned quiet of the clearing, laid the snowshoes properly down before her and bound the thongs securely about her ankles. She had plenty of time to think of Rugam as she padded along. He had no snowshoes to aid him, unless he had managed to secure a pair by burglary, which was improbable. So it was not difficult to calculate about where she should begin watching for him. She believed he would keep just off the main trail to avoid detection, yet take its general direction in order to secure shelter and possible food from the mountain buildings. When she reached the country in which she might hope to encounter him, she would zigzag across that main trail in order to pick up his foot tracks if he had passed her undetected. In that event she would turn and follow. She knew that the snow was falling too heavily to continue in such volume indefinitely, it would stop as suddenly as it had started. The hours of the night piled up. The silent, muffling snowfall continued. And Cora McBride began to sense an alarming weariness. It finally dawned upon her that her old-time vigor was missing. The strength of youth was hers no longer. 2 experiences of motherhood and no more exercise than was afforded by the tasks of her household, had softened her muscles. Their limitations were now disclosed. The realization of those limitations was accompanied by panic. She was still many miles even from Blind Brook Cabin, and her limbs were afire from the unaccustomed effort. This would never do. After pauses for breath that were coming closer and closer together, she set her lips each time grimly. Tomboy Allen had not counted on succumbing to physical fatigue before she had climbed as far as Blind Brook. If she were weakening already, what of those many miles on the other side? Tuesday the 28th of October passed with no tidings of Rugam's capture. The Holmes boy was fatally shot by a rattle-headed searcher near 5 Mile Pond, and distraught parents began to take thought of their own lads missing from school. Adam McQuarrie broke his leg near the Hell Hollow schoolhouse and was sent back by friends on a borrowed bobsled. Several ne'er-do-wells, long on impulse and short on stickability, drifted back to more comfortable quarters during the day, contending that if Hap were captured, the officers would claim the reward anyhow, so what was the use bucking the system? The snowfall stopped in the early morning. Sunrise disclosed the world trimmed from horizon to horizon in fairy fluff. Householders jocosely shoveled their walks, small children resurrected attic sleds. Here and there a farmer appeared on Main Street during the forenoon in a pung sleigh or cutter with jingling bells. The sun soared higher, and the day grew warmer. Eaves began dripping during the noon hour, to stop when the sun sank about 4 o'clock behind Bancroft's Hill. After the sunset came a perfect evening. The starlight was magic. Many people called in at the newspaper office, after the movies, to learn if the manhunt had brought results. Between 10 and 11 o'clock the lights on the valley floor blinked out. The town had gone to bed, that is, the lights blinked out in all homes excepting those on the eastern outskirts, where nervous people worried over the possibilities of a hungry, hunted convicts burglarizing their premises, or drawn-faced mothers lived mentally through a score of calamities befalling red-blooded sons who had now been absent 24 hours. Sometime between 9 o'clock and midnight, she had no way of telling accurately, Cora McBride stumbled into the lion's clearing. No one would have recognized in the staggering, bedraggled apparition that emerged from the silhouette of the timber the figure that had started so confidently from the Harrison tract the previous evening. For over an hour she had hobbled blindly. It was wholly by accident that she had stumbled into the clearing. And the capture of Rugham had diminished in importance. Warm food, water that would not tear her raw throat, a place to lie and recoup her strength after the chilling winter night, these were the only things that counted now. Though she knew it not, in her eyes burned the faint light of fever. When a snag caught her snowshoe and tripped her, there was hysteria in her cry of resentment. As she moved across from the timberline her hair was revealed fallen down, she had lost a glove, and one hand and wrist were cruelly red where she had plunged them several times into the snow to save herself from falling upon her face. She made but a few yards before the icy thong of her right snowshoe snapped. She did not bother to repair it. Carrying it beneath her arm, she hobbled brokenly toward the shelter of the buildings. Her failure at the other cabins, the lack, thus far, of all signs of the fugitive, the vastness of the hunting ground magnified by the loneliness of winter, had convinced her finally that her quest was futile. It was all a venture of madness. The idea that a woman, alone and single-handed, with no weapon but a revolver, could track down and subdue a desperate murderer in winter mountains where hardly a wild thing stirred, and make him return with her to the certain penalty, this proved how much mental mischief had again been caused by the lure of money. The glittering seduction of gold had deranged her. She realized it now, her mind normal in an exhausted body. So she gained the walls of the buildings and stumbled around them, thoughtless of any possible signs of the fugitive. The stars were out in myriads. The Milky Way was a spectacle to recall vividly the sentiment of the 19th Psalm. The log buildings of the clearing, every tree trunk and bough in the woods beyond, the distant skyline of stump and hollow, all stood out sharply against the peculiar radiance of the snow. The night was as still as the spaces between the planets. Like some wild creature of those winter woods the woman clumped and stumbled around the main shack, seeking the door. Finding it, she stopped, the snowshoe slipped from beneath her arm, one numb hand groped for the log door casing in support, the other fumbled for the revolver. Tracks led into that cabin. A paralysis of fright gripped Cora McBride. Something told her intuitively that she stood face to face at last with what she had traveled all this mountain wilderness to find. Yet with sinking heart it also came to her that if Haprugam had made these tracks and were still within, she must face him in her exhausted condition and at once make that tortuous return trip to civilization. There would be no one to help her. She realized in that moment that she was facing the primal. And she was not primal. She was a normal woman, weakened to near prostration by the trek of the past 24 hours. Was it not better to turn away while there was time? She stood debating thus, the eternal silence blanketing forest world and clearing. But she was allowed to make no decision. A living body sprang suddenly upon her. Before she could cry out, she was borne down precipitously from behind. She tried to turn the revolver against the thing upon her, but the gun was twisted from her raw, red fingers. The snow into which she had been precipitated blinded her. She smeared an arm across her eyes, but before clear sight was regained, talon fingers had gripped her shoulders. She was half lifted, half dragged through the doorway, and there she was dropped on the plank flooring. Her assailant, turning, made to close and bar the door. When she could see clearly, she perceived a weak illumination in the cabin. On the rough bench table, shaded by 2 slabs of bark, burned the stub of a tallow candle probably left by some hunting party. The windows were curtained with rotting blankets. Some rough furniture lay about, rusted cooking utensils littered the tables, and at one end was a sheet iron stove. The place had been equipped after a fashion by deer hunters or mountain hikers, who brought additional furnishings to the place each year and left moldy provisions and unconsumed firewood behind. The man succeeded finally in closing the door. He turned upon her. He was short and stocky. The stolen corduroy coat covered blacksmith's muscles now made doubly powerful by dementia. His hair was lifeless black and clipped close, prison fashion. His low forehead hung over burning, mismated eyes. From her helplessness on the floor, Cora McBride stared up at him. He came closer. "Get up," he ordered. "Take that chair. And don't start no rough house, whether you're a woman or not, I'll drill you." She groped to the indicated chair and raised herself, the single snowshoe still dragging from one foot. Again the man surveyed her. She saw his eyes and gave another inarticulate cry. "Shut your mouth and keep it shut. You hear me?" She obeyed. The greenish light burned brighter in his mismated eyes, which gazed intently at the top of her head as though it held something unearthly. "Take off your hat," was his next command. She pulled off the toque. Her hair fell in a mass on her snow-blotched shoulders. Her captor advanced upon her. He reached out and satisfied himself by touch that something was not there which he dreaded. In hypnotic fear she suffered that touch. It reassured him. "Your hair now," he demanded. "It don't stand up, does it?" "No," "O' course it don't. You ain't him, you're a woman. But if your hair comes up, I'll kill you, understand? If your hair comes up, I'll kill you." She understood. She understood only too well. She was not only housed with a murderer, she was housed with a maniac. She sensed, also, why he had come to this mountain shack so boldly. In his dementia he knew no better. And she was alone with him, unarmed now. "I'll keep it down," she whispered, watching his face out of fear-distended eyes. The wind blew one of the rotten blankets inward. Thereby she knew that the window aperture on the south wall contained no sash. He must have removed it to provide means of escape in case he were attacked from the east door. He must have climbed out that window when she came around the shack. That is how he had felled her from behind. He stepped backward now until he felt the edge of the bench touch his calves. Then he sank down, one arm stretched along the table's rim, the hand clutching the revolver. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I'm Cora McB." She stopped. She recalled in a flash the part her husband had played in his former capture and trial. "I'm Cora Allen," she corrected. Then she waited, her wits in chaos. She was fighting desperately to bring order out of that chaos. "What you doing up here?" "I started for Millington, over the mountain. I lost my way." "Why didn't you go by the road?" "It's further." "That's a lie." "It ain't." "And don't lie to me, or I'll kill you." "Who are you?" she heard herself asking. "And why are you acting this way with me?" The man leaned suddenly forward. "You mean to tell me you don't know? A lumberjack, maybe, who's lost his way like myself?" His expression changed abruptly. "What you luggin' this for?" He indicated the revolver. "For protection." "From what?" "Wild things." "There ain't no wild things in these mountains this time o' year. They're snowed up, and you know it. I just felt safer to have it along. To protect you from men folks, maybe. There are no men in these mountains I'm afraid of." She made the declaration with pathetic bravado. His eyes narrowed. "I think I better kill you," he decided. "You've seen me, you'll tell you seen me." "Why shouldn't I kill you?" "You'd only tell." "Why? What have I done to you?" she managed to stammer. "Why should you object to being seen?" It was an unfortunate demand. He sprang up with a snarl. Pointing the revolver from his hip, he drew back the hammer. "Don't," she shrieked. "Are you crazy? Don't you know how to treat a woman in distress?" "Distress, hell! You know who I be. And I don't care whether you're a woman or not, I ain't going to be took, you understand?" "Certainly I understand." She said it in such a way that he eased the hammer back into place and lowered the gun. For the moment again she was safe. In response to her terrible need, some of her latent Yankee courage came now to aid her. I don't see what you're making all this rumpus about, she told him in as indifferent a voice as she could command. I don't see why you should want to kill a friend who might help you, if you're really in need of help. I want to get to Patrigeville, he muttered after a moment. You're not far from there. How long have you been on the road? None of your business. Have you had any food? No. If you'll put up that gun and let me get off this snowshoe and pack, I'll share with you some of the food I have. Never you mind what I do with this gun. Go ahead and fix your foot, and let's see what you got for grub. The man resumed his seat. She twisted up her tangled hair, replaced her toque and untied the dangling snowshoe. Outside, a tree cracked in the frost. He started in hair-trigger fright. Creeping to the window, he peeped cautiously between casing and blanket. Convinced that it was nothing, he returned to his seat by the table. It's too bad we couldn't have a fire, suggested the woman then. I'd make us something hot. The stove was there, rusted but still serviceable. Available wood was scattered around. But the man shook his bullet head. After a trying time unfastening the frosted knots of the ropes that had bound the knapsack upon her back, she emptied it onto the table. She kept her eye, however, on the gun. He had disposed of it by thrusting it into his belt. Plainly she would never recover it without a struggle. And she was in no condition for physical conflict. You're welcome to anything I have, she told him. Little you got to say about it. If you hadn't given it up, I'd took it away from you. So what's the difference? She shrugged her shoulders. She started around behind him, but he sprang toward her. Don't try no monkey shines with me, he snarled. You stay here in front where I can see you. She obeyed, watching him make what poor meal he could from the contents of her bag. She tried to reason out what the denouement of the situation was to be. He would not send her away peacefully, for she knew he dared not risk the story she would tell regardless of any promises of secrecy she might give him. If he left her bound in the cabin, she would freeze before help came, if it ever arrived. No, either they were going to leave the place and journey forth together, the Lord only knew where or with what outcome, or the life of one of them was to end in this tragic place within the coming few minutes. For she realized she must use that gun with deadly effect if it were to come again into her possession. The silence was broken only by the noises of his lips as he ate ravenously. Outside, not a thing stirred in that snowbound world. Not a sound of civilization reached them. They were a man and woman in the primal, in civilization, and yet a million miles from it. The candle's going out, she announced. Is there another? There'll be light enough for what I got to do, he growled. Despite her effort to appear indifferent, her great fear showed plainly in her eyes. Are we going to stay here all night? She asked with a pathetic attempt at lightness. That's my business. Don't you want me to help you? You've helped me all you can with the gun and food. If you're going to Patrigeville, I'd go along and show you the way. He leaped up. Now I know you been lying, he bellowed. You said you was headed for Millington. And you ain't at all. You're watching your chance to get the drop on me and have me took, that's what you're doing. Wait, she pleaded desperately. I was going to Millington. But I'd turn back and show you the way to Portregeville to help you. What's it to you? He had drawn the gun from his belt and now was fingering it nervously. You're lost up here in the mountains, aren't you? She said. I couldn't let you stay lost if it was possible for me to direct you on your way. You said you was lost yourself. I was lost, until I stumbled into this clearing. That gave me my location. Smart, ain't you? Damn smart, but not too smart for me, you woman. The flare flamed up again in his crooked eyes. You know who I be, all right. You know what I'm aimin' to do. And you're stallin' for time till you can put one over. But you can't, see. I'll have this business done with. I'll end this business. She felt herself sinking to her knees. He advanced and gripped her left wrist. The crunch of his iron fingers sent an arrow of pain through her arm. It bore her down. For God's sake, don't, she whispered hoarsely, overwhelmed with horror. For the cold, sharp nose of the revolver suddenly punched her neck. I ain't leaving no traces behind. Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Never mind if I do, look, she cried wildly. Look, look, look. And with her free hand she pointed behind him. It was an old trick. There was nothing behind him. But in that instant of desperation instinct had guided her. Involuntarily he turned. With a scream of pain she twisted from his grasp and blotted out the candle. A long, livid pencil of orange flame spurted from the gun point. She sensed the powder flare in her face. He had missed. She scrambled for shelter beneath the table. The cabin was now in inky blackness. Across that black 4 more threads of scarlet light were laced. The man stumbled about seeking her, cursing with blood-curdling blasphemy. Suddenly he tripped and went sprawling. The gun clattered from his bruised fingers, it struck the woman's knee. Swiftly her hand closed upon it. The hot barrel burned her palm. She was on her feet in an instant. Her left hand fumbled in her blouse, and she found what had been there all along, the flash lamp. With her back against the door, she pulled it forth. With the gun thrust forward for action she pressed the button. I've got the gun, get up, she ordered. Don't come too near me or I'll shoot. Back up against that wall. The bullseye of radiance blinded him. When his eyes became accustomed to the light, he saw its reflection on the barrel of the revolver. He obeyed. Put up your hands. Put 'em up high. Suppose I won't. I'll kill you. What'll you gain by that? $5,000. Then you know who I be. Yes. And was aimin' to take me in. Yes. How you going to do that if I won't go? You're going to find out. You won't get no money shootin' me. Yes, I will, just as much, dead as alive. With his hands raised a little way above the level of his shoulders, he stood rigidly at bay in the circle of light. Well, he croaked at last, go ahead and shoot. I ain't aimin' to be took, not by no woman. Shoot, damn you, and have it done with. I'm waiting. Keep up those hands. I won't. He lowered them defiantly. IW wanted to make Patrick Evil and see the old lady. She'd a helped me. But anything's better 'en going back to that hell where I been the last 2 years. Go on. Why don't you shoot? You wanted to make Patrick Evil and see, who? My mother, and my wife. Have you got a mother? Have you got a wife? Yes, and 3 kids. Why don't you shoot? It seemed a neon that they stood so. The McBride woman was trying to find the nerve to fire. She could not. In that instant she made a discovery that many luckless souls make too late. To kill a man is easy to talk about, easy to write about. But to stand deliberately face to face with a fellow human, alive, pulsing, breathing, fearing, hoping, loving, living, point a weapon at him that would take his life, blot him from the earth, negate 20 or 30 years of childhood, youth, maturity, and make of him in an instant, nothing. That is quite another matter. He was helpless before her now. Perhaps the expression on his face had something to do with the sudden revulsion that halted her finger. Facing certain death, some of the evil in those crooked eyes seemed to die out, and the terrible personality of the man to fade. Regardless of her danger, regardless of what he would have done to her if luck had not turned the tables, Cora McBride saw before her only a lone man with all society's hand against him, realizing he had played a bad game to the limit and lost, 2 big tears creeping down his unshaved face, waiting for the end. 3 children, she whispered faintly. Yes. You're going back to see them. Yes, and my mother. Mother D help me get to Canada, somehow. Cora McBride had forgotten all about the $5,000. She was stunned by the announcement that this man had relatives, a mother, a wife, 3 babies. The human factor had not before occurred to her. Murderers. They have no license to let their eyes well with tears, to have wives and babies, to possess mothers who will help them get to Canada regardless of what their earthly indiscretions may have been. At this revelation the gunpoint wavered. The sight of those tears on his face sapped her willpower even as a wound in her breast might have drained her life blood. Her great moment had been given her. She was letting it slip away. She had her reward in her hand for the mere pulling of a trigger and no incrimination for the result. For a bit of human sentiment she was bungling the situation unpardonably, fatally. Why did she not shoot? Because she was a woman. because it is the God-given purpose of womanhood to give life, not take it. The gun sank, down out of the light, down out of sight. And the next instant he was upon her. The flash lamp was knocked from her hand and blinked out. It struck the stove and she heard the tinkle of the broken lens. The woman's hand caught at the sacking before the window at her left shoulder. Gripping it wildly to save herself from that onslaught, she tore it away. For the second time the revolver was twisted from her raw fingers. The man reared upward, over her. "Where are you?" he roared again and again. "I'll show you. Lemme at you." Outside the great yellow moon of early winter, arising late, was coming up over the silhouetted line of purple mountains to the eastward. It illumined the cabin with a faint radiance, disclosing the woman crouching beneath the table. The man saw her, pointed his weapon point blank at her face and fired. To Cora McBride, prostrate there in her terror, the impact of the bullet felt like the blow of a stick upon her cheekbone, rocking her head. Her cheek felt warmly numb. She pressed a quick hand involuntarily against it, and drew it away sticky with blood. Click. 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 3 times the revolver mechanism was worked to accomplish her destruction. But there was no further report. The cylinder was empty. "Oh, God," the woman moaned. "I fed you and offered to help you. I refused to shoot you because of your mother, your wife, your babies. And yet where's your cartridges?" he cried wildly. "You got more, gimme that belt." She felt his touch upon her. His crazy fingers tried to unbutton the clasp of the belt and holster. But he could secure neither while she fought him. He pinioned her at length with his knee. His fingers secured a fistful of the cylinders from her girdle, and he opened the chamber of the revolver. She realized the end was but a matter of moments. Nothing but a miracle could save her now. Convulsively she groped about for something with which to strike. Nothing lay within reach of her bleeding fingers, however, but a little piece of dried sapling. She tried to struggle loose, but the lunatic held her mercilessly. He continued the mechanical loading of the revolver. The semi-darkness of the hut, the outline of the moon afar through the uncurtained window, these swam before her. Suddenly her eyes riveted on that curtainless window and she uttered a terrifying cry. Rugham turned. Outlined in the window aperture against the low-hung moon, Martin Wiley, the murdered deputy, was staring into the cabin. From the fugitive's throat came a gurgle. Some of the cartridges he held spilled to the flooring. Above her his figure became rigid. There was no mistaking the identity of the apparition. They saw the man's hatless head and some of his neck. They saw his dark pompadour and the outline of his skull. As that horrible silhouette remained there, Wiley's pompadour lifted slightly as it had done in life. The cry in the convict's throat broke forth into words. "Mart Wiley," he cried, "Mart Wiley. Mart Wiley." Clear, sharp, distinct was the shape of that never-to-be-forgotten pompadour against the disk of the winter moon. His features could not be discerned, for the source of light was behind him, but the silhouette was sufficient. It was Martin Wiley. He was alive. His head and his wire-like hair were moving, rising, falling. Rugham, his eyes riveted upon the phantom, recoiled mechanically to the western wall. He finished loading the revolver by the sense of touch. Then, spurt after spurt of fire lanced the darkness, directed at the thing in the window. While the air of the hut reeked with the acrid smoke, the echo of the volley sounded through the silent forest world miles away. But the silhouette in the window remained. Once or twice it moved slightly as though in surprise, that was all. The pompadour rose in bellicose retaliation, the gesture that had always ensued when Wiley was angered or excited. But to bullets fired from an earthly gun the silhouette of the murdered deputy's ghost, arisen in these winter woods to prevent another slaughter, was impervious. Rugham saw, he shrieked. He broke the gun and spilled out the empty shells. He fumbled in more cartridges, locked the barrel and fired again and again, until once more it was empty. Still the apparition remained. The man in his dementia hurled the weapon, it struck the sash and caromed off, hitting the stove. Then Hap Rugham collapsed upon the floor. The woman sprang up. She found the rope thongs which had bound her pack to her shoulders. With steel-taut nerves, she rolled the insensible Rugham over. She tied his hands, she tied his ankles. With her last bit of rope she connected the two bindings tightly behind him so that if he recovered, he would be at her mercy. Her task accomplished, on her knees beside his prone figure, she thought to glance up at the window. Wiley's ghost had disappeared. Sheriff Crumpet and his party broke into the Lions' clearing within an hour. They had arrived in answer to 5 successive shots given a few moments apart, the signal agreed upon. The mystery to them, however, was that those 5 shots had been fired by someone not of their party. The sheriff and his men found the McBride woman, her clothing half torn from her body, her features powder-marked and blood-stained, but she was game to the last, woman fashion, weeping only now that all was over. They found, too, the man they had combed the country to find, struggling fruitlessly in his bonds, her prisoner. And they likewise found the miracle. On the snow outside under the window they came upon a black porcupine about the size of a man's head which, scenting food within the cabin, had climbed to the sill, and after the habit of these little animals whose number is legion all over the Green Mountains, had required 15 bullets pumped into its carcass before it would release its hold. Even in death its quills were raised in uncanny duplication of Mart Wiley's pompadour. A Matter of Loyalty by Lawrence Perry from the Red Book. Standing in the bow of the launch, Dr. Nichols, coach of the Balliol crew, leaned upon his megaphone, his eyes fixed upon 2 8-oar crews resting upon their oars 100 feet away. From his hand dangled a stopwatch. The 2 crews had just completed a 4-mile race against the watch. A grim light came into the deeply set grey eyes of Jim Deacon as the coach put the watch into his pocket. Deacon was the stroke of the second varsity, an outfit which in aquatics bears the same relation to a university 8 as the scrub team does to a varsity football 11. But in the race just completed, the second varsity had been much of a factor, surprisingly, dishearteningly so. Nip and tuck it had been, the varsity straining to drop the rival boat astern, but unable to do so. At the finish not a quarter of a length, not 15 feet, had separated the two prows, a poor showing for the varsity to have made with the great rowing classic of the season coming on apace, a poor showing, that is, assuming the time consumed in the 4-mile trip was not especially low. Only the coach could really know whether the time was satisfactory or not. But Jim Deacon suspected that it was poor, his idea being based upon knowledge he had concerning the capabilities of his own crew. In other words, he knew it was only an average second varsity outfit. The coach knew it too. That was the reason his jaws were set, his eyes vacant. At length he shook his head. "Not good, boys, not good." His voice was gentle, though usually he was a rip-roaring mentor. "Varsity, you weren't rowing. That's the answer, not rowing together. What's the matter, eh?" "I thought, Dr. Nichols, that the rhythm was very good," the coach interrupted Rollins, the captain, with a gesture. "Oh, rhythm. Yes, you row prettily enough. You look well." "I should hope so, at this time of the season." "But you're not shoving the boat fast, you don't pick up and get her moving. You're leaking power somewhere. As a matter of fact, I suspect you're not putting the power in." "I know you're not. Ashburton, didn't that lowering of your seat fix you?" "Well, then," as the young man nodded affirmatively, "how about your stretcher, Innes? Does it suit you now?" As Innes nodded, signifying that it did, Deacon saw the coach's eyes turn to Doan, who sat at stroke of the varsity. "Now," muttered the stroke of the second varsity, his eyes gleaming, "we'll hear something. Doan, is there anything the trouble with you? You're feeling well, aren't you?" "Yes, sir." "Sure?" The boy flushed. Tall, straight, handsome, he sat in the boat, fingering the oar handle nervously. In appearance he was the ideal oarsman. And yet, Deacon, watching the coach, could almost see his mind working. Now the time had come, the issue clearly defined. Another stroke must be tried and found not wanting, else the annual 8-aught rowing classic between those ancient universities Balliol and Shelburne would be decided before it was rowed. Deacon flushed as the coach's glittering eyeglasses turned toward him. It was the big moment of the seniors' 4 years at college. 4 years. And 6 months of each of those years a galley slave, on the machines in the rowing room of the gymnasium, on the ice-infested river with the cutting winds of March sweeping free, then the more genial months with the voice of coach or assistant coach lashing him. 4 years of dogged, unremitting toil with never the reward of a varsity seat, and now with the great regatta less than a week away, the big moment, the crown of all he had done. Words seemed on the verge of the coach's lips. Deacon's eyes strained upon them as he sat stiffly in his seat. But no words came. The coach turned away. "All right," he said spiritlessly. "Paddle back to the float." The coxswains barked their orders, 16 oars rattled in their locks, the glistening shells moved slowly homeward. Tingling from his plunge in the river, Jim Deacon walked up the bluff from the boathouse to the group of cottages which constituted Balliol's rowing quarters. Some of the freshman crew were playing indoor baseball on the lawn under the gnarled trees, and their shouts and laughter echoed over the river. Deacon stood watching them. His face was of the rough-hewn type. In his 2 upper-class years his heavy frame had taken on a vast amount of brawn and muscle. Now his neck was meat for his head and for his chest and shoulders. Long, slightly bowed limbs filled out a picture of perfect physique. No one had known him really well in college. He was working his way through. Besides, he was a student in one of the highly scientific engineering courses which demanded a great deal of steady application. With no great aptitude for football, he was a bit slow-footed, with little tune or inclination for social activities. He had concentrated upon rowing, not only as a diversion from his arduous studies, an ordered outlet for physical energy, but with the idea of going out into the world with that hallmark of a Balliol varsity or which he had heard and believed was likely to stand him instead in life. Balliol alumni, which include so many men of wealth and power, had a habit of not overlooking young graduates who have brought fame to their alma mater. As Deacon stood watching the freshmen at play, Dick Rollins, the crew captain, came up. They sent down the time trial results from the Shelburne quarters. Deacon never in his life had one of the great men of the university spoken that many words, or half as many, to Jim Deacon, who stared at the speaker. The time, oh, yes, I see. They did 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Deacon whistled. Well, he said at length, you didn't get the boat moving much today. He wanted to say more, but could think of nothing. Words came rather hard with him. You nearly lugged the second shell ahead of us today, hang you. No use letting a patient die because he doesn't know he's sick. Rollins grimaced. Yes, we were sick. Doc Nichols knows a sick crew when he sees one. He thinks you're the needed tonic, Deacon. Eh? He told me you were to sit in at stroke in Junior Doan's place tomorrow. I'd been pulling for the change the past few days. Now he sees it. You were pulling, but you're Doan's roommate. Yes, it's tough. But Balliol first, you know. Deacon stared at the man. He wanted to say something but couldn't. The captain smiled. Look here, Deacon, let's walk over toward the railroad a bit. I want to talk to you. Linking his arm through Deacon's, he set out through the yard toward the quaint old road with its little cluster of farm cottages and rolling stone-walled meadowland bathed in the light of the setting sun. Jim, old boy, You're a queer sort of a chap, and, the fact is, the situation will be a bit ticklish. You know what it means for a fellow to be thrown out of his seat just before a race upon which he has been counting heart and soul. I don't know. I can imagine. You see, it's Doane. You know about his father. I know all about his father, was the reply. Eh? Rollins stared at him, then smiled. I suppose every rowing man at Balliol does. But you don't know as much as I do. On the quiet, he's the man who gave us the new boathouse last year. He's our best spender. He was an old varsity or himself. Sure, I know. That's the reason the situation is delicate. Frankly, Jim, Doc Nichols and the rest of us would have liked to see Junior Doane come through. I think you get what I mean. He's a senior, he's my best friend. He stroked the boat last year. Yes, and Shelburne beat us. Naturally he wants to get back at that crowd. But he can't, not if he strokes the boat, Rollins. If you don't know it, I'm telling you. If I thought different, I'd say so. Deacon abruptly paused after so long a speech. You don't have to tell me. I know it. We're not throwing a race to Shelburne simply to please old Cephas Doane, naturally. I know what you've got, Jim. So does Dr. Nichols. You'll be in the varsity tomorrow. But here's the point of what I've been trying to say. Junior Doane hasn't been very decent to you. Oh, he's been all right. Yes, I know. But he's a funny fellow, not a bit of a snob. I don't mean that, but, you mean he hasn't paid much attention to me? Deacon smiled grimly. Well, that's all right. As a matter of fact, I never really have got to know him. Still, I haven't got to know many of the fellows. Too busy. You haven't paid much attention to me, either, but I like you. Rollins, whose father was a multimillionaire with family roots going deep among the rocks of Manhattan Island, laughed. Bully for you. You won't mind my saying so, Jim, but I had it in my mind to ask you to be a bit inconsequential, especially when Doane was around, about your taking his place. But I guess it isn't necessary. No, Deacon's voice was short, it isn't. Junior Doane, of course, will be hard hit. He'll be game. He'll try to win back his seat. And he may, I warn you. If he can win it back, I want him to. Good enough. The captain started to walk away, then turned back with sudden interest. By the way, Jim, I was looking through the college catalogue this morning. You and Doane both come from Philadelphia, don't you? Yes. I asked Doane if he knew you there. Apparently not. No, he didn't. Deacon paused as though deliberating. Suddenly he spoke. I knew of him, though. You see, my father works in the bank of which Mr. Doane is president. Oh. Rollins blinked. I see. Deacon stepped forward, placing his hand upon the captain's arm. I don't know why I told you that. It isn't important at all. Don't say anything to Dawn, will you? Not that I care. It just isn't important. No, I get you, Jim. It isn't important. He flung an arm over the young man's shoulder. Let's go back to dinner. That rotten time row has given me an appetite. There was that quiet in the Balliol dining room that evening which one might expect to find after an unsatisfactory time trial. Nations might be falling, cities burning, important men dying. To these boys such events would be as nothing in the face of the fact that the crew of a traditional rival was to be met within the week, and that they were not proving themselves equipped for the meeting. If any of you fellows wish to motor down to the Groton Hotel on the Point for an hour or two, you may go, said the coach, pushing back his chair. He had begun to fear that his charges might be coming to too fine a point of condition and had decided that the relaxation of a bit of dancing might do no harm. Yeah. In an instant that subdued dining apartment was tumultuous with vocal outcry, drawing to the doorway a crowd of curious freshmen who were finishing dinner in their room. All right. Dr. Nichols grinned. I gather all you varsity and second varsity men want to go. I'll have the big launch ready at 8. And, oh, Dick Rollins, don't forget, that boat leaves the hotel dock at 10:45 precisely. Got you, sir. Come on, fellows. Look out, you freshmen. With a yell and a dive the oarsmen went through the doors. Deacon followed at a more leisurely gait with that faint gleam of amusement in his eyes which was so characteristic. His first impulse was not to go, but upon second thought he decided that he would. Jane Bostwick was stopping at the Groton. Her father was a successful promoter and very close to Cephas Doan, Sr., whose bank stood back of most of his operations. Deacon had known her rather well in the days when her father was not a successful promoter. In fact, the two had been neighbors as boy and girl, had played together in front of a row of prim brick houses. He had not seen her in recent years until the previous afternoon, when as he was walking along the country road, she had pulled up in her roadster. Don't pretend you don't remember me, Jim Deacon, she had laughed as the boy had stared at the stunning young woman. Jim remembered her, all right. They talked as though so many significant years had not elapsed. She was greatly interested, exceedingly gracious. Do you know, she said, it never occurred to me that Deacon, the Balliol rowing man, was none other than Jim Deacon. Silly of me, wasn't it? But then I didn't even know you were in Balliol. I'm perfectly crazy about the crew, you know. And Mother, I think, is a worse fan than I am. You know Junior Doan, of course. Oh, yes, that is, why, yes, I know him. Yes. She smiled down upon him. If you're ever down to the Groton, do drop in. Mother would love to see you. She often speaks of your mother. With a wave of her hand she had sped on her way. Curiously, That evening he had heard Doane talking to her over the telephone, and there was a great deal in his manner of speaking that indicated something more than mere acquaintance. But Deacon did not see Jane Bostwick at the hotel, not to speak to, at least. He was not a good dancer and held aloof when those of his fellows who were not acquainted with guests were introduced around. Finding a wicker settee among some palms at one side of the orchestra, Deacon sat drinking in the scene. It was not until the hour set for the return had almost arrived that Deacon saw Jane Bostwick, and then his attention was directed to her by her appearance with Junior Doane in one of the open French windows at his right. Evidently the two had spent the evening in the sequestered darkness of the veranda. No pair in the room filled the eye so gratefully. The girl, tall, blonde, striking in a pale blue evening gown; the man, broad-shouldered, trim-waisted, with the handsome high-held head of a patrician. A wave of something akin to bitterness passed over Deacon, bitterness having nothing to do with self. For the boy was ruggedly independent. He believed in himself, knew what he was going to do in the world. He was thinking of his father, and of the fathers of that young man and girl before him. His father was painstaking, honorable, considerate, a nobleman every inch of him, a man who deserved everything that the world had to give, a man who had everything save the quality of acquisition. And Doane's father. And Jane Bostwick's father. Of the elder Doane he knew by hearsay, a proud, intolerant wholly worldly man whose passions, aside from finance, were his son and Balliol aquatics. And Jane Bostwick's father he had known as a boy, a soft-footed, sly-faced velvety sort of a man noted for converting back lots into oil fields and ash dumps into mines yielding precious metals. Jim Deacon was not so old that he had come to philosophy concerning the way of the world. But so far as his immediate world was concerned, Junior Doane was going out of the varsity boat in the morning, and he, Jim Deacon, was going to sit in his place. It came the next morning. When the oarsmen went down to the boathouse to dress for their morning row, the arrangement of the various crews posted on the bulletin board gave Deacon the seat at stroke in the varsity boat. Junior Doane's name appeared at stroke in the second varsity list. There had been rumors of some sort of a shift, but no one seemed to have considered the probability of Doane's losing his seat, Doane least of all. For a moment the boy stood rigid, looking up at the bulletin board. Then suddenly he laughed. "All right, Carrie," he said, turning to the captain of the second varsity. "Come on. We'll show 'em what a rudder looks like." But it was not to be. In 3 consecutive dashes of a mile each, the varsity boat moved with such speed as it had not shown all season. There was life in the boat. Deacon, rowing in perfect form, passed the stroke up forward with a kick and a bite, handling his oar with a precision that made the eye of the coach glisten. And when the nervous little coxswain called for a rousing 10 strokes, the shell seemed fairly to lift out of the water. In the last mile dash Dr. Nichols surreptitiously took his stopwatch from his pocket and timed the sprint. When he replaced the timepiece, the lines of care which had seamed his face for the past few days vanished. "All right, boys. Paddle in. Day after tomorrow we'll hold the final time trial. Deacon, be careful, occasionally you clip your stroke at the finish." But Deacon didn't mind the admonition. He knew the coach's policy of not letting a man think he was too good. "You certainly bucked up that crew today, Deacon." Jim Deacon, who had been lying at full length on the turf at the top of the bluff watching the shadows creep over the purpling waters of the river, looked up to see Doane standing over him. His first emotion was one of triumph. Doane, the son of Cephas Doane, his father's employer, had definitely noticed him at last. Then the dominant emotion came, one of sympathy. "Well, the second crew moved better too." "Oh, I worked like a dog." Doane laughed. "Of course you know I'm going to get my place back, if I can." "Of course." Deacon plucked a blade of grass and placed it in his mouth. There was rather a constrained silence for a moment. "I didn't know you came from my city, Deacon." Jane Bostwick told me about you last night." "I see. I used to know her." Inwardly Deacon cursed his natural inability to converse easily, partly fearing that Doane would mistake his reticence for embarrassment in his presence, or on the other hand set him down as churlish and ill-bred. For his part Doane seemed a bit ill at ease. "I didn't know, of course, anything Jane told me. If I had, of course, I'd have looked you up more at the college. We're both busy there in our different ways." Doane stood awkwardly for a moment and then walked away, not knowing that however he may have felt about the conversation, he had at least increased his stature in the mind of Jim Deacon. Next day on the river Junior Doane's desperation at the outset brought upon his head the criticism of the coach. Doane, you're rushing your slide. Finish out your stroke, for heaven's sake." Deacon, watching the oarsman's face, saw it grow rigid, saw his mouth set. Well, he knew the little tragedy through which Doane was living. Doane did better after that. The second boat gave the varsity some sharp brushes while the coxswains barked and the coach shouted staccato objurgation and comment through his megaphone, and the rival oarsmen swung backward and forward in the expenditure of ultimate power and drive. But Jim Deacon was the man for varsity stroke. There was not the least doubt about that. The coach could see it, the varsity could feel it, but of them all Deacon alone knew why. He knew that Doane was practically as strong an oar as he was, certainly as finished. And Doane's experience was greater. The difficulty as Deacon grasped it was that the boy had not employed all the material of his experience. The coxswain, Seagraves, was a snappy little chap, with an excellent opinion of his head. But Deacon had doubts as to his racing sense. He could shoot ginger into his men, could lash them along with a fine rhythm, but in negotiating a hard-fought race he had his shortcomings. At least so Deacon had decided in the brushes against the varsity shell when he was stroking the second varsity. Deacon thanked no coxswain to tell him how to row a race, when to sprint, when to dog along at a steady, swinging 30, nor did he require advice on the pacing and general condition of a rival crew. As he swung forward for the catch, his practice was to turn his head slightly to one side, chin along the shoulder, thus gaining through the tail of his eye a glimpse of any boat that happened to be abeam, slightly ahead or slightly astern. This glance told him everything he wished to know. The coach did not know the reason for this peculiarity in Deacon's style, but since it did not affect his rowing, he very wisely said nothing. To his mind the varsity boat had at last begun to arrive, and this was no time for minor points. 2 days before the Shelburne race, the Balliol varsity in its final time trial came within 10 seconds of equaling the lowest downstream trial record ever established, a record made by a Shelburne 8 of the early 80s. There was no doubt in the mind of anyone about the Balliol crew quarters that Deacon would be the man to set the pace for his university in the supreme test swiftly approaching. News of Balliol's improved form began to be disseminated in the daily press by qualified observers of rowing form who were beginning to flock to the scene of the regatta from New York, Philadelphia, and various New England cities. Dr. Nichols was reticent, but no one could say that his demeanor was marked by gloom. Perhaps his optimism would have been more marked had the information he possessed concerning Shelburne been less disturbing. As a fact, there was every indication that the rival university would be represented by one of the best crews in her history, which was to say a very great deal. In truth, Balliol rowing enthusiasts had not seen their shell cross the line ahead of a Shelburne varsity boat in 3 consecutive years. A depressing state of affairs which in the present season had filled every Balliol rowing man with grim determination and the graduates with alternate hope and despair. "Jim," said the coach, drawing Deacon from the float upon which he had been standing, watching the antics of a crew of former Balliol oarsmen who had come from far and wide to row the mile race of gentlemen's eights which annually marked the afternoon preceding the classic regatta day. "Jim, you're not worried at all, are you? You're such a quiet sort of a chap, I can't seem to get you." Deacon smiled faintly. "No, I'm not worried, not a bit, sir. I mean I'm going to do my best, and if that's good enough, why, well, we win. I want you to do more than your best tomorrow, Jim. It's got to be a super effort. You're up against a great Shelburne crew, the greatest I ever saw, that means 12 years back. I wouldn't talk to every man this way, but I think you're a stroke who can stand responsibility. I think you're a man who can work the better when he knows the size of his job. It's a big one, boy, the biggest I've ever tackled." "Yes, sir." The coach studied him a minute. "How do you feel about beating Shelburne?" "What I mean," he went on as the oarsman regarded him, puzzled, "is, would it break your heart to lose? Is the thought of being beaten so serious that you can't, that you won't consider it?" "No, sir, I won't consider it. I don't go into anything without wanting to come out ahead. I've worked 3 years to get into the varsity. I realize the position you've given me will help me, make me stand out after graduation, mean almost as much as my diploma, provided we can win. What about Balliol? Do you think of the college, too, and what a victory will mean to her? What defeat will mean? Deacon shrugged. Of course, he went on a bit carelessly, we want to see Balliol on top as often. He stopped, then broke into a chuckle as the stroke of the gentleman's eight suddenly produced from the folds of his sweater a bottle from which he drank with dramatic unction while his fellow oarsmen clamoured to share the libation and the coxswain abused them all roundly. The eyes of the coach never left the young man's face. But he said nothing while Deacon took his fill of enjoyment of the jovial scene, apparently forgetting the sentence which he had broken in the middle. But that evening something of the coach's meaning came to Deacon as he sat on a rustic bench watching the colours fade from one of those sunset skies which have ever in the hearts of rowing men who have ever spent a hallowed June on the heights of that broad placid stream. The Balliol graduates had lost their race against the gentlemen of Shelburne, having rowed just a bit worse than their rivals. And now the two crews were celebrating their revival of the ways of youth with a dinner provided by the defeated eight. Their laughter and their songs went out through the twilight and were lost in the recesses of the river. One song with a haunting melody caught Deacon's attention. He listened to get the words. Then raise the rosy goblet high, the senior's chalice and belie the tongues that trouble and defile, for we have yet a little while to linger, you and youth and I, in college days. A group of oarsmen down on the lawn caught up the song and sent it winging through the twilight, soberly, impressively, with ever-surging harmony. College days. For a moment a dim light burned in the back of his mind. It went out suddenly. Jim Deacon shrugged and thought of the morrow's race. It was good to know he was going to be a part of it. He could feel the gathering of enthusiasm, exhilaration in the atmosphere, pent-up emotion which on the morrow would burst like a thunderclap. In the quaint city 5 miles down the river, hotels were filling with the vanguard of the boat race throng, boys fresh from the poetry of commencement, their older brothers, their fathers, their grandfathers, living again the thrill of youth and the things thereof. And mothers and sisters and sweethearts. Deacon's nerves tingled pleasantly in response to the glamour of the hour. Oh, Jim Deacon. Hello. Deacon turned his face toward the building whence the voice came. Somebody wants to see you on the road by the bridge over the railroad. See me? All right. Filled with wonder, Deacon walked leisurely out of the yard and then reaching the road, followed in the wake of an urchin of the neighborhood who had brought the summons, and could tell Deacon only that it was someone in an automobile. It was, in fact, Jane Bostwick. Jump up here in the car, won't you, Jim? Her voice was somewhat tense. No, I'm not going to drive, she added as Deacon hesitated. We can talk better. Have you heard from your father lately? She asked as the young man sprang into the seat at her side. He started. No, not in a week. Why, is there anything the matter with him? Of course not. She touched him lightly upon the arm. You knew that Mr. Bell, cashier of the National Penn Bank, had died. No. Is that so? That's too bad. Then suddenly Deacon sat erect. By George! Father is one of the assistant cashiers there. I wonder if he'll be promoted. He turned upon the girl. Is that what you wanted to tell me? She waited a bit before replying. No, not exactly that. Not exactly, what do you mean? Do you know how keen Mr. Doane, I mean Junior's father, is on rowing? Well, as Deacon nodded, have you thought how he might feel toward the father of the man who is going to sit in his son's seat in the race tomorrow? Would it make him keen to put that father in Mr. Bell's place? Deacon's exclamation was sharp. Who asked you to put that thought in my mind? Ah! Her hand went out, lying upon his arm. I was afraid you were going to take it that way. Mother was talking this afternoon. I thought you should know. As for Junior Doane, I'm frank to admit I'm awfully keen about him. But that isn't why I came here. I remember how close you and your father used to be. I thought perhaps you'd thank me, if, what you mean is that because I have beaten Doane out for stroke, his father may be sore and not promote my father at the bank. There's no may about it. Mr. Doane will be sore. He'll be sore at Junior, of course. But he'll be sore secretly at you, and where there is a question of choice of cashier between your father and another man, even though the other man has not been so long in the bank, how do you think his mind will work, I mean, if you lose? Of course, if you can win, then I am sure everything will be all right. You must, if I can win. What difference would that? He stopped suddenly. I've caught what you mean. He laughed bitterly. Parental jealousy. All right. All right. Jim, I don't want you, don't bother. I've heard all I can stand, Jane. Thank you. He lurched out of the car and hurried away. She called him. No answer. Waiting a moment, the girl sighed, touched the self-starter and drove away. Deacon had no idea of any lapse of time between the departure of the car and himself in his cot prepared for sleep, with, however, no idea that sleep would come. His mood was pitiable. His mind was a mass of whirling thoughts in the midst of which he could recognize pictures of his boyhood, a little boy doing many things, with a hand always tucked within the fingers of a great big man who knew everything, who could do everything, who could always explain all the mysteries of the big, strange, booming world. There were many such pictures not only relating to boyhood, but to his own struggle at Balliol, to the placid little home in Philadelphia and all that it had meant, all that it still meant, to his father, to his mother, to him, any act of his that would bring sorrow or dismay or the burden of defeated hope to that home. But on the other hand, the morrow was to bring him the crown of toilsome years, was to make his name one to conjure with wherever Balliol was loved or known. He knew what the varsity cachet would do for his prospects in the world. And after all, He had his own life to live, had he not? Would not the selfish, or rather the rigorous, settlement of this problem be for the best in the end, since his making good would simply be making good for his father and his mother? But how about his father's chance for making good on his own account? A comrade in the cot adjoining heard a groan. "Eh? Are you sick, Deacon? Are you all right?" "Sure," dreaming came the muffled reply. There was something unreal to Deacon about the morning. The sunlight was filled with sinister glow, the voices of the rowing men were strange, the whole environment seemed to have changed. It was difficult for Jim Deacon to look upon the bronzed faces of the fellows about the breakfast table, upon the coach with his stiff moustache and glittering eyeglasses. Difficult to look upon them and realize that within a few hours his name would be anathema to them, that forever where loyal men of Balial gather he would be an outcast, a pariah. That was what he would be, an outcast. For he had come to his decision, just what he would do he did not know. He did not know that he would not stroke the Balial varsity. Out of all the welter of thought and travail had been resolved one dominant idea. His father came first, there was no evading it. With all the consequences that would follow the execution of his decision he was familiar. He had come now to know what Balial meant to him as a place not only of education, but a place to be loved, honored, revered. He knew what his future might be. But his father came first. Arising from the breakfast table, he spoke to but one man, Junior Doane. "Doane," he said, drawing him to one side, "you will row at stroke this afternoon." The man stared at him. "Are you crazy, Deacon?" "No, not crazy. I'm not feeling well, that's all. But look here, Deacon, you want to see the coach. You're off your head or something. Wait here, just a minute." As Doane hurried away in search of Dr. Nichols, Deacon turned blindly through the yard and so out to the main road leading to a picturesque little river city about 9 miles up the stream. June was at her loveliest in this lovable country with its walled fields, its serene uplands and glowing pastures, its lush river meadows and wayside flowers. But of all this Deacon marked nothing as with head down he tramped along with swift, dogged stride. Up the river 3 or 4 miles farther on was the little city of which he had so often heard but never seen, the little city of Norton, so like certain English river cities according to a veteran Oxford oarsman who had visited the Balial quarters the previous season. Deacon had an interest in strange places, he had an eye for the picturesque and the colourful. He would wander about the place, filling his mind with impressions. He had always wanted to go to Norton, it had seemed like a dream city to him. He was in fact striding along in the middle of the road when the horn of a motor car coming close behind startled him. As he turned, the vehicle sped up to his side and then stopped with a grinding of brakes. Dr. Nichols, the coach, rose to his full height in the roadster and glared down at Deacon, while Junior Doane, who had been driving, stared fixedly over the wheel. The coach's voice was merely a series of profane roars. He had ample lungs, and the things he said seemed to echo far and wide. His stentorian anger afforded so material a contrast to the placid environment that Deacon stood dazed under the vocal avalanche, hearing but a blur of objurgation. He paused as Junior Doane placed an admonishing hand upon his arm. "I beg your pardon, Doctor, but I don't think that is the right way. May I say something to Deacon?" The coach, out of breath, nodded and gestured, sinking into his seat. "Look here, Jim Deacon, we've come to take you back. You can't buck out the race this way, you know. It isn't done." "Now, wait a minute," he cried sharply as the boy in the road made to speak. "I know why you ran away. Jane Bostwick called me up and told me everything. She hadn't realized quite what she was doing. She bungled everything." "Bungled? What do you mean, Dr. Nichols?" Nothing. You young idiot, don't you realize you're trying to kill yourself for life? Jump into the car. I'm not going to row." Deacon's eyes smoldered upon the two. Studying him a moment, Dr. Nichols suddenly grasped the seriousness of Deacon's mood. He leaped from the car and walked up to him, placing a hand upon his shoulder. "Look here, my boy, you've let a false ideal run away with you. Do you realize that some 25,000 people throughout this country are having their interests tossed away by you? You represent them. They didn't ask you to. You came out for the crew and worked until you won a place for yourself, a place no one but you can fill. There are men, there are families on this riverside today, who have traveled from San Francisco, from all parts of the country, to see Balial at her best. There are thousands who have the right to ask us that Shelburne is not permitted to win this afternoon. Do you realize your response?" Deacon raised his hand. "I've heard it said often, Dr. Nichols, that anyone who gets in Cephas Doane's way gets crushed. I'm not afraid of him, nor of anyone else, on my own account, but I'm afraid of him because of my father. My father is getting to be an old man. Do you think I am going to do anything?" Deacon's voice, which had been gathering in intensity, broke suddenly. He couldn't go on. "Jim Deacon." There was a note of exhilaration in Junior Doane's voice. He hastily climbed out of the car and joined the coach at Deacon's side. "I'm not going to defend my father now. No one knows him as I do, no one knows as I do the great big stuff that is in him. He and I have always been close, and then you know how he'd feel about anyone who took your place in the boat. He can't hurt me. But he can break my father's heart." "Deacon, is that the opinion you have of my father? Tell me the truth, Doane. Is there the chance under the conditions that with a choice between two men in the bank he might fail to see father? Isn't it human nature for a man as dominant and strong as he is, who has always had or got most of the things he wants, to feel that way? Perhaps. But not if you can win out against Shelburne. Can't you see your chance, Deacon? Go in and beat Shelburne, Father'll be so glad he'll fall off the observation train. You know how he hates Shelburne. Any soreness he has about my missing out at stroke will be directed at me, and it won't be soreness, merely regret. Don't you get it? And if we lose, there's the chance that we're all in the soup. I'm not, if I keep out of this thing, if we lose with me at stroke. Do you suppose it will help you or anyone related to you with my father when he learns that Balliol would probably have won with you stroking? My lord, Jim Deacon Doan went on as the other did not reply. Do you suppose this is any fun for me, arguing with you to swing an oar this afternoon when I would give my heart's blood to swing it in your place? Why do you do it? Then. Why do I do it? Because I love Balliol. Because her interests stand above mine. Because more than anything I want to see her win. I didn't feel this way when you beat me out for stroke. I'll admit it. I didn't show my feelings, but I was thinking of nothing but my licking. Just a minute, Jim. I didn't realize the bigness of the thing, didn't appreciate that what I wanted to do didn't count for a damn. Balliol, only Balliol. It all came to me when you bucked out. Balliol is all that counts, Jim. If I can help her win by rooting from the observation car, all right. But, don't think it's any fun for me urging you to come back and row. For I wanted to row this race, old boy. Doan's voice faltered. But I can't, that's all. Balliol needs a better man, needs you. As for you, you've no right to consider anything else. You go in, and win. Win. Jim Deacon stood in the road, rigid, his voice falling to a whisper. Win. Into his eyes came a vacant expression. For a moment the group stood in the middle of the road as though transfixed. Then the coach placed his hand upon Deacon's arm, gently. Come Jim, he said. The afternoon had gone silently on. Jim Deacon sat on the veranda of the crew quarters, his eyes fixed upon the river. Some of the crew were trying to read, others lounged about talking in low voices. Occasionally the referee's launch would appear off the float, the official exchanging some words with the coach while the oarsmen watched eagerly. Then the launch would turn and disappear. Too rough yet, boys. They're going to postpone another hour. Twice had the coach brought this word to the group of pent-up young men who in a manner of speaking were sharing the emotions of the condemned awaiting the executioner's summons. Would the upriver breeze never subside and give them conditions that would be satisfactory to the meticulous referee? Deacon lurched heavily in his seat. What difference does it make so long as the shells won't sink? He asked. We're ready, replied Dick Rollins. It's Shelburne holding things up. She wants smooth water, of course. It suits me, though. Things will soften up by sunset. Sunset. Deacon scowled at the western skies. Well, sunset isn't so far off as it was. Word came, as a matter of fact, shortly after 5 o'clock. The coach, with solemn face, came up to the cottage, bringing the summons. After that for a little while Jim Deacon passed through a series of vague impressions rather than living experience. There was the swift changing of clothes in the cavernous boathouse, the bearing of the boat high overhead to the edge of the float, the splash as it was lowered into the water. Mechanically he leaned forward to lace the stretcher shoes, letting the handle of his oar rest against his stomach. Mechanically he tried to slide, tested the oarlock. Then someone gripped the blade of his oar, pushing gently outward. The shell floated gingerly out into the stream. Starboard oars, paddle. Responsive to the coxswain's sharp command, Deacon plied his blade, and in the act there came to him clarity of perception. He was out here to win not only for Baliol, but for himself, for his father. There could be no thought of not winning. The imminence of the supreme test had served to fill him with the consciousness of indomitable strength, to thrill his muscles with the call for tremendous action. As the shell swept around a point of land, a volume of sound rolled across the waters. Out of the corner of his eye he caught view of the long observation train, vibrant with animation, the rival colors commingled so that all emblem of collegiate affiliation was lost in a merger of quivering hue. A hill near the starting line on the other side of the river was black with spectators, who indeed filled points of vantage all down the 4 miles of the course. The clouds above the western hills were turning crimson, the waters had deepened to purple and were still and silent. "There, you hell dogs!" The voice of the coxswain rasped in its combativeness. "Out there is Shelburne, ahead of us at the line. Who says it'll be the last time she'll be ahead of us?" Along the beautiful line of brown, swinging bodies went a low growl, a more vicious rattle of the oarlocks. Suddenly as Jim Deacon swung forward, a moored skiff swept past his blade, the starting line. "Weigh all!" The coxswain's command was immediately followed by others designed to work the boat back to proper starting position. Deacon could easily see the Shelburne crew now, big men all, ideal oarsmen to look at. Their faces were set and grim, their eyes straight ahead. So far as they gave indication, their shell might have been alone on the river. Now the Baliol shell had made sternway sufficient for the man in the skiff to seize the rudder. The Shelburne boat was already secured. Astern hovered the referee's boat, the official standing in the bow directing operations. Still astern was a larger craft filled with favored representatives of the 2 colleges, the rival coaches, the crew managers and the like. "Are you all ready, Baliol?" "Yes, sir." Deacon, leaning forward, felt his arms grow tense. "Are you all ready, Shelburne?" The affirmative was followed by the sharp report of a pistol. With a snap of his wrist Deacon beveled his oar, which bit cleanly into the water and pulled. There followed an interval of hectic stroking, oars in and out of the water as fast as could be done, while spray rose in clouds and the coxswain screamed the measure of the beat. "Fine, Baliol." The coxswain's voice went past Deacon's ear like a bullet. Both away together and now a little ahead at 42 to the minute. But down now. Down, 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 down. That's it, 32 to the minute. It's a long race, remember. Shelburne's dropping the beat, too. You listen to Papa, all of you, he'll keep you wise. Number 3, for God's sake don't lift all the water in the river up on your blade at the finish. Shelburne's hitting it up a bit. Make it 34. Not yet. Deacon scowled at the tense little coxswain. I'll do the timing. Chick Seagraves nodded. Right. 32. Swinging forward to the catch, his chin turned against his shoulder, Deacon studied the rival crew which with the half-mile flags flashing by had attained a lead of some 10 feet. Their blades were biting the water hardly 50 feet from the end of his blade, the naked brown bodies moving back and forth in perfect rhythm and with undeniable power registered in the snap of the legs on the stretchers and the pull of the arms. Deacon's eyes swept the face of the Shelburne coxswain, it was composed. He glanced at the stroke. The work, apparently, was costing him nothing. They're up to 34, cried Seagraves as the mile flags drew swiftly up. They're jockeying us, Chick. We'll show our fire when we get ready. Let 'em rave. Vaguely there came to Deacon a sound from the river bank, Shelburne enthusiasts acclaiming a lead of a neat half a length. Too much, too much. Deacon shook his head. Either Shelburne was setting out to row her rival down at the start, or else, as Deacon suspected, she was trying to smoke Baliol out, to learn at an early juncture just what mettle was in the rival boat. A game, stout-hearted, confident crew will always do this, it being the part of good racing policy to make a rival no fear as early as possible. And Shelburne believed in herself, beyond any question of doubt. And whether she was faking, or since Baliol could not afford to let the bid go unanswered, a lead of a quarter of a length at the mile had to be challenged, give them 10 at 36. Deacon's voice was thick with gathering effort. Talk it up, Chick. From the coxswain's throat issued a machine-gun fusillade of whiplash words. 10, boys. A rouser now. 10. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, oh, boy. Are we walking? 5, 6, are they anchored over there? 7, oh, you big brown babies. 8, Shelburne, good night. 9, wow, 10. Deacon, driving backward and forward with fiery intensity, feeling within him the strength of some huge propulsive machine, was getting his first real thrill of conflict, the thrill not only of actual competition, but of all it meant to him, personally, his father's well-being, his own career. Everything was merged in a luminous background of emotion for which that glittering oar he held was the outlet. Shelburne had met the spurt, but the drive of the Baliol boat was not to be denied. Gradually the two prows came abreast, and then Deacon, not stopping at the call of 10, but fairly carrying the crew along with him, swung on with undiminished ferocity, while Seagraves' voice rose into a shrill crescendo of triumph as Baliol forged to the lead. They know a little now. Deacon's voice was a growl as gradually he reduced the beat to 32, Shelburne already having diminished the stroke. Deacon studied them. They were rowing along steadily, the eyes of their coxswain turned curiously upon the Balliol shell. He suspected the little man would like nothing better than to have Balliol break her back to the 2-mile mark and thus dig a watery grave. He suspected also, that, failing Balliol's willingness to do this, the test would now be forced upon her. For Shelburne was a heavy crew with all sorts of staying power. What Deacon had to keep in mind was that his 8 was not so rugged and had therefore to be nursed along, conserving energy wherever possible. It was in the 3rd mile that the battle of wits and judgment had to be carried to conclusion, the 4th mile lurking as a mere matter of staying power and ability to stand the gaff. Deacon's idea was that at present his crew was leading because Shelburne was not unwilling for the present that this should be. How true this was became evident after the 2-mile flags had passed, when the Shelburne oarsmen began to lay to their strokes with tremendous drive, the boat creeping foot by foot upon the rival shell until the Balliol lead had been overcome and Shelburne herself swept to the fore. Deacon raised the stroke slightly, to 33, but soon dropped to 32, watching Shelburne carefully lest she make a run away then and there. Balliol was half a length astern at the 2.5-mile mark, passing which the Shelburne crew gave themselves up to a tremendous effort to kill off her rival then and there. Jim. They're doing 36, walking away. The coxswain's face was white and drawn. But Deacon continued to pass up a 32-stroke while the Shelburne boat slid gradually away until at the 3-mile mark there was a foot of clear water between its rudder and the prow of the Balliol shell. Deacon glanced at the coxswain. A mile to go, 1 deadly mile. 36, he said. Shelburne's can't have much more left. The time had passed for study now. Gritting his teeth, Deacon bent to his work, his eyes fixed upon the swaying body of the coxswain, whose sharp staccato voice snapped out the measure. The beat of the oars in the locks came as one sound. Right, boys. Up we come. Bully, bully, bully. Half a length now. Do you hear? Half a length. Give me a quarter, boys. Godfrey. We've got it. Now up and at 'em, Balliol. Oh, you hell dogs. As in a dream Deacon saw the Shelburne boat drift into view, saw the various oarsmen slide past until he and the rival stroke were rowing practically abeam. That's for you, Dad, he muttered, and smiled. He saw the men swing with quickened rhythm, saw the spray fly like bullets from the Shelburne blades. Look out! There was a note of anguish in Seagrave's voice. Shelburne's spurting again. A malediction trembled upon Deacon's lips. So here was the joker held in reserve by the rival crew. Had Balliol anything left? Had he anything left? Grave doubt was mounting in his soul. Away swept the Shelburne boat inches at a stroke until the difference in their positions was nearly a length. 3 miles and a half. Not an observer but believed that this grueling contest had been worked out. Seagraves, his eyes running tears, believed it as he swung backward and forward exhorting his men. Half a mile more. The crews were now rowing between the anchored lines of yachts and excursion craft. The Finnish boat was in sight. And now Deacon, exalted by something nameless, uttered a cry and began to give to Baliol more than he really had. Surely, steadily, he raised his stroke while his comrades, like the lion hearts they were, took it up and put the sanction of common authority upon it. 34. 36. Not the spurt of physical prowess, but of indomitable mentality. Up we come. Seagraves' voice was shrill like a bugle. He could see expressions of stark fear in the faces of the rival oarsmen. They had given all they had to give, had given enough to win almost any race. But here in this race they had not given enough. On came the Baliol shell with terrific impulse. Quarter of a mile, Shelburne passed, her prow hanging doggedly onto the Baliol rudder. Victory! Deacon's head became clear. None of the physical torture he had felt in the past mile was now registered upon his consciousness. No thought but that of impending victory. Less than a quarter of a mile, boys. In the stretch. Now, my God! Following the coxswain's broken exclamation, Deacon felt an increased resistance upon his blade. Innes has carried away his oarlock. The eyes of the coxswain strained upon Deacon's face. Deacon gulped. Strangely a picture of his father filled his mind. His face hardened. All right. Tell him to throw his oar away and swing with the rest. Don't move your rudder now. Keep it straight as long as you can. From astern the sharp eyes of the Shelburne cox had detected the accident to Baliol's number 6. His voice was chattering stridently. Deacon, now doing the work practically of 2 men, was undergoing torture which shortly would have one of 2 effects. Either he would collapse or his spirit would carry him beyond the claims of overtaxed physique. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, a groan escaped his lips. Then so far as personality, personal emotions, personal feelings were concerned, Jim Deacon ceased to function. He became merely part of the mechanism of a great effort, the principal guiding part. And of all those rowing men of Baliol only the coxswain saw the Shelburne boat creeping up slowly, inexorably, 8 men against 7. For nearly a quarter of a mile the grim fight was waged. 10 strokes more, boys. The prow of the Shelburne shell was on a line with Baliol's number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. The bow of the Shelburne boat plunged up abeam Baliol's bow oar. 5, 6. God, boys. 7. The voice of the coxswain swept upward in a shrill scream. A gun boomed, the air rocked with the screech and roar of whistles. Slowly Deacon opened his eyes. Seagraves, the coxswain, was standing up waving his megaphone. Rollins, at number 7, lay prone over his oar. Innes, who had broken his oarlock, sat erect. Wallace, at number 5, was down. So was the bow oar. Mechanically Deacon's hand sought the water, splashing the body of the man in front of him. Then suddenly a mahogany launch dashed alongside. In the bow was a large man with white mustache and florid face and burning black eyes. His lips were drawn in a broad grin which seemed an anomaly upon the face of Cephas Doane. If so, he immediately presented a still greater anomaly. He laughed aloud. "Poor old Shelburne. George. The first in 4 years. I never saw anything quite like that. We've talked of Baliol's rowing spirit, eh? Here, you Deacon, let me give you a hand out of the shell. We'll run you back to quarters." Deacon, wondering, was pulled to the launch and then suddenly stepped back, his jaw falling, his eyes alight as a man advanced from the stern. "Dad." "Yes," chuckled Doane. "We came up together, to celebrate." You mean, Jim Deacon's voice faltered. "Yes, I mean," Cephas Doane stopped suddenly. "I think in justice to my daughter-in-law-to-be, Jane Bostwick, that some explanation is in order." "Yes, sir." Deacon, his arm about his father's shoulder, stared at the man. "You see, Dr. Nichols had the idea that you needed a finer edge put on your rowing spirit. So I got Jane to cook up the story about that cashier business at the bank." "You did?" "Yes. Of course your father was appointed. The only trouble was that Jane, bright and clever as she is, bungled her lines." "Bungled?" Deacon's face cleared. "That's what Dr. Nichols said about her on the road, the day I bucked out. I remember the word somehow. She bungled, yes. She was to have made it very clear that by winning you would escape my alleged wrath, or rather, your father would. I knew you would row hard for Baliol, but I thought you might row superhumanly for your father." Well, Jim Deacon flushed, then glanced proudly at his father. "You were right, sir, I would." Professor Todd's Used Car by L. H. Robbins. From Everybody's Magazine. He was a meek little man with sagging frame, dim lamps and feeble ignition. Anxiously he pressed the salesman to tell him which of us used cars in the wary room was the slowest and safest. The salesman laid his hand upon me and declared soberly, "You can't possibly go wrong on this one, Mr. Todd." To a red-haired boy he called, "Willie, drive Mr. Todd out for a lesson." We ran to the park and stopped beside a lawn. "Take the wheel," said Willie. Mr. Todd demurred. "Let me watch you a while," he pleaded. "You see, I'm new at this sort of thing. In mechanical matters I am helpless. I might run somebody down or crash into a tree. I don't feel quite up to it today, so just let me ride around with you and get used to the motion, as it were." "All you need is nerve," Willie replied. "The quickest way for you to get nerve is to grab hold here and, as it were, drive. Driving, they say, does give a man self-confidence," our passenger observed tremulously. "Quite recently I saw an illustration of it. I saw an automobilist slap his wife's face while traveling 30 miles an hour. "They will get careless," said Willie. Mr. Todd clasped the wheel with quivering hands and braced himself for the ordeal. "Set her in low till her speed's up," Willie directed. "Then wiggle her into high." It was too mechanical for Mr. Todd. Willie translated with scornful particularity. Under our pupil's diffident manipulation we began to romp through the park at the rate of 1 mile an hour. Willie fretted. "Shoot her some gas," said he. "Give it to her. Don't be a scared." He pulled down the throttle lever himself. My sudden roaring was mingled with frightened outcries from Todd. "Stop! Wait a minute! Whoa! Help!" Fortunately for my radiator, the lamp post into which he steered me was poorly rooted. He looked at the wreckage of the glass globe on the grass, and declared he had taken as much of the theory of motoring as he could absorb in one session. "This is the only lesson I can give you free," said Willie. "You'd better keep on while the learning's cheap." To free education and to compulsory education Mr. Todd pronounced himself opposed. Cramming was harmful to the student. The elective method was the only humane one. He put off the evil hour by engaging Willie as a private tutor for the remaining afternoons of the month. I have met many rabbits but only one Todd. He would visit me in the barn and look at me in awe by the half hour. Yet I liked him, I felt drawn toward him in sympathy, for he and I were fellow victims of the hauteur of Mrs. Todd. In my travels I have never encountered a glacier. When I do run across one I shall be reminded, I am certain, of Mr. Todd's lady. "So you are still alive," were her cordial words as we rolled into the yard on the first afternoon. "Yes, my dear." His tone was almost apologetic. "Did he drive it?" she asked Willie. "I'll say so, m." She looked me over coldly. When she finished, I had shrunk to the dimensions of a wheelbarrow. When Todd sized me up in the warehouse only an hour before, I had felt as imposing as a furniture van. "Put it in the barn," said Mrs. Todd, "before a bird carries it off." I began to suspect that a certain little stranger was not unanimously welcome in that household. For a moment I was reassured, but only for a moment. "John Quincy Burton says," she observed, "that a little old used car like this is sometimes a very good thing to own." "That is encouraging," said Todd, brightening. In his relief he explained to Willie that John Quincy Burton drove the largest car in the neighborhood and was therefore to be regarded as an authority. "Yes," Mrs. Todd concluded, "he says he thinks of buying one himself to carry in his toolbox." Willie was an excellent teacher, though a severe disciplinarian. But by way of amends for the rigors of the training, Willie would take Mr. Todd after the practice hour for a spin around the park. At those times I came to learn that the collision I had had with a trolley car before Todd bought me had not left me with any constitutional defect. I still had power under my hood, and speed in my wheels. But what good were power and speed to me now? I doubted that Todd would ever push me beyond a crawl. Yet I had hope, for when his relaxation from the tension of a lesson had loosened his tongue, he would chatter to Willie about self-confidence. "Someday, you say, I shall be able to drive without thinking." "Sure. You won't have to use your bean anymore when you walk." At nights, when no one knew, Mr. Todd would steal into the barn and, after performing the motions of winding me up, would sit at the wheel and make believe to drive. I advance the spark, he would mutter, I release the brake, I set the gear, and ever so gently I let in the clutch. Ha! We move, we are off. As we gather speed, I pull the gear lever back, then over, then forward. Now, was that right? At any rate, we are going north, let us say, in Witherspoon Street. I observe a limousine approaching from the east in a course perpendicular to mine. It has the right of way, Willie says, so I slip the clutch out, at the same time checking the flow of gasoline. Thus in imagination he would drive, get out, crank, get in again, and roll away in fancy, earnestly practicing by the hour in the dark and silent barn. "I'm getting it," he would declare. "I really believe I'm getting it." And he got it. In his driving examination he stalled only once, stopping dead across a trolley track in deference to a push cart. But he was out and in and off again in 10 seconds, upbraiding me like an old-timer. Said the inspector, stepping out at last and surely offering a prayer of thanks to his patron saint, "You're pretty reckless yet on corners, my friend." But he scribbled his OK. The written examination in the City Hall Mr. Todd passed with high honors. Willie, who was with us on the fateful morning, exclaimed in admiration, 100. "Well, Mr. Todd, you're alive, after all, from the neck up, at least." In gratitude for the compliment, the glowing graduate pressed a bonus of $2 into the paingerist's palm. "Willie," he exulted, "did you hear the inspector call me reckless? I can scarcely think of the Todd of the succeeding weeks as the same Todd who bought me. He changed even in looks. He would always be a second, of course, but his frame had rigidity now, his lamps sparkled, he gripped the wheel with purposeful hands and trampled the pedals in the way an engine likes. In his new assurance he reminded me strongly of a man who drove me for a too brief while in my younger days, a rare fellow, now doing time, I believe, in the penitentiary. No longer Todd and I needed the traffic cops get on out of there, you corn-sheller, to push us past the busy intersection of Broad and Main streets. We conquered our tendency to scamper panic-stricken for the sidewalk at the raucous bark of a jitney bus. In the winding roads of the park we learned to turn corners on two wheels and rest the other pair for the reverse curve. One remembered day we went for a run in the country. On a 10-mile piece of new macadam he gave me all the gas I craved. It was the final test, the consummation, and little old Mr. Todd was all there. I felt so good I could have blown my radiator cap off to him. For he was a master I could trust, and all my brother-used cars, whether manufactured or merely born, will understand what comfort that knowledge gives a fellow. I vowed I would do anything for that man. On that very trip, indeed, I carried him the last homeward mile on nothing in my tank but a faint odor. To Mrs. Todd was one of those gentle souls who get their happiness in being unhappy in the presence of their so-called loved ones. She was perpetually displeased with Todd. His Christian name was James, but she did not speak Christian to him. When she hailed him from the house she called him James, the Eames an octave higher than the J. He would drop the grease can or the monkey wrench to rush to her side. "Look at your sleeves," she would say. "Your best shirt." Words failing her, she would sigh and go into a silence that was worse than words. He was a great burden to her. Humbly he entreated her one day for an obsolete toothbrush. "I want to clean spark plugs with it," he explained. Next she replied, icily, "You'll be taking your little pet to the dentist, I suppose." From such encounters James would creep back to the barn and seek consolation in tinkering around me. He liked to take the lid off my transmission box and gaze at my wondrous works. He was always tightening my axle burs, or dosing me with kerosene through my hot air pipe, or toying with my timer. While he was never so smart as Willie about such things, he was intelligent and quick to learn, and this was not surprising to me after I discovered the nature of his occupation in life. I had taken him to be a retired silkworm fancier, a chronic juryman, or something of the sort. But shiver my windshield if he wasn't a professor in a college. On the morning when first he dared to drive me to his work, the college must have got wind of our coming, for the students turned out in a body to cheer him as he steered in at the campus gate, and the faculty gathered on the steps to shake his hand. A bald-headed preceptor asked him if he meant to cyanide me and mount me on a pin for preservation in the college museum. The chancellor inquired if Todd had identified me. Todd said he had. He said I was a perfect specimen of Automobilum cursuscandium, the most beautiful species of the Glycelis family. It was the nearest he ever came to profanity in my hearing. I suppose he got it from associating with Willie. They demanded a speech, and he made one, about me. He said that my name was Hilaritas, signifying joy. He said, among other flattering things, that I was no common mundane contraption, though such I might seem to the untutored eye. In their studies of the Greek drama they had read of gods from the machine. I was a machine from the gods. In my cylinders I consumed nectar vapor, in my goo cups ambrosia, in my radiator flowed the crystal waters of the fount of Bandusia. 3 other items of his eulogy I remember. The breath of Pan inflated my tires, I could climb Olympus in high, and he, James Todd, a mere professor in a college, while sitting at my wheel, would not bare his head to Zeus himself, no, nor even to the chairman of the college board of trustees. His nonsense appeared to be as popular in that part of town as it was unpopular in another. They gave the varsity yell with his name at the end. The day came when Mrs. Todd risked her life in our sportive company. She made it clear to us that she went protesting. She began her pleasantries by complaining that my doors were trivial. Straightening her hat, she remarked that the John Quincy Burton's car top never took a woman's scalp off. But theirs is only a one-man top, Todd hinted vaguely. Whatever you mean by that is too deep for me, she said, adding bitterly, yours is a one-boy top, I presume. He waived the point and asked where she preferred to make her debut as an automobilist. Back roads, by all means, she answered. As we gained the street, a pea-green mammoth purred past, the passengers putting out their heads to look at us. Goodness, she sighed. There go the John Quincy Burtons now. We can soon join them, said Todd confidently. She expostulated. Do you think I have no pride? Yet we went in pursuit of the John Quincy Burton dust cloud as it moved toward the park. Since you have no regard for my feelings, said she, you may let me out. Oh, no, Amanda, my dear. Why, I'm going to give you a spin to Mountaindale. I do not care to be dragged there, she declared. That is where the John Quincy Burtons ride. Aren't they nice people? It seems to me I've heard you sing Hosannas to their name these last 20 years. They were nice people indeed. That was just it, she said. Did he suspect her of yearning to throw herself in the way of nice people on the day of her abasement? If he chose to ignore her sentiments in the matter, he might at least consider his own interests. Had he forgotten that John Quincy Burton was chairman of the board of trustees of the college? Would the head of the Department of Classical Languages acquire merit in Mr. Burton's eyes through dashing about under Mr. Burton's nose in a pitiable little last-century used car that squeaked? Todd gripped the wheel tighter and gave me gas. You missed that storm sewer by an inch, she exclaimed. My aim is somewhat wild yet, he admitted. Perhaps I'll get the next one. James. My dear, we have a horn, remember. You did not see that baby carriage until we were right upon it. Don't tell me you did, sir, for I know better. I saw it, said Todd, and I was sure it wouldn't run over us. As you see, it didn't. Trust a baby carriage, my love. His humor, she informed him, was on a par with his driving. Also, it was in poor taste at such a moment. In time of danger, he replied, the brave man jests. We were now in the park. We clipped a spray of leaves off a syringa bush. On a curve we slid in loose gravel to the wrong side. James Todd. Yes, my dear. Let me out. I decline to be butchered to make a holiday for a motormaniac. Don't talk to the motormaniac, said Todd. She clutched atop support and gasped for breath, appalled at his audacity, or my speed, or both. In the straight reaches I could see the Burton mammoth a quarter of a mile ahead. When it swung into the broad avenue that leads to the mountain, we were holding our own. You are following them, deliberately said Mrs. Todd. Yet not so deliberately, at that. Do you feel us pick up, my dear, when I give her gas? Aha, he laughed. I agree with you, however, that the order of precedence is unsatisfactory. Why should we follow the Burtons, indeed? We went after them, we gave them the horn and overtook and passed them on a stiff grade, amid cheers from both cars. But all of our cheering was done by Todd. Now they are following us, said he. Do you feel better, my dear? Better, she lamented. How can I ever look them in the face again? Turn around, he suggested, and direct your gaze through the little window in the back curtain. She bade him stop at the next corner. She would walk home. She was humiliated. Never had she felt so ashamed. Isn't that an odd way to feel when we have beaten the shoes off them? But they will think we tried to. So we did, he chuckled, and we walked right past them, in high, while Burton was fussing with his gear shift. Give our little engine a fair go at a hill, my dear. I am not in the least interested in engines, sir. I am only mortified beyond words. She had words a plenty, however. Isn't it bad enough for you to drive your little rattletrap to college and get into the paper about it? No, you have to show it off in a fashionable avenue, and run races with the best people in Ashland, and scream at them like a freshman, and make an exhibition of me. His attention was absorbed in hopping out from under a truck coming in from a side street. A foolish driver would have slowed and crashed. I was proud of Todd. But his lady was not. You have no right to go like this. You don't know enough. You will break something. He had already broken the speed law. Unknown to him, a motorcycle cop was tagging close behind us on our blind side. If you think this is going, my dear, said Todd,